Catch up on the latest update. The world freezes over. And I've built the ultimate Doomsday sanctuary. Your support keeps me going. Please like and subscribe. Overnight, the temperature plummeted 100 degrees. While my neighbors didn't even store one pack of ramen. When my freezing goddess begged me for food, I didn't just refuse. I took a photo. I sent her a shot of my breakfast. Luxury steak and fine wine. She recognized it instantly. It was top-tier Wagyu and $30,000 wine. She immediately started acting cute, whining for a bite. She actually thought I'd be her pathetic lapdog again and rush over to serve her. Instead, I told her to keep dreaming. Her face turned pale with pure, unfiltered rage. She wanted to scream and call me a useless simp, but she forced herself to hold back. To her, I was just one fish in her pond. But why was I being so ruthless? Because in my past life, she led the neighbors to butcher me and turn my remains into soup. Now that I've been reborn, I'll toy with this white lotus before crushing her slowly. 6 months into the frozen apocalypse, I died in agony. I swore that if I returned, I'd make them pay. Suddenly, I snapped my eyes open on my sofa. I checked the date on my phone in shock. I had regressed to 1 month before the end. This time, I will survive and conquer. I'll have my revenge on those heartless beasts. My late parents left me a massive penthouse in the city. With $3 million in savings, I had a head start, but I needed more than just money. My top priority: build an impenetrable fortress and hoard a mountain of supplies for the winter. As I planned, a blue light flashed in my eyes, tearing open an infinite spatial dimension. It seems the gamma rays from my past life mutated my body. With this endless void, I can store enough for 10 lifetimes. A daring plan began to form. I'll use my position as a Walmart warehouse manager. That hoard would last forever. Just then, my stomach growled, reminding me of my new life. I went to a 5-star Michelin restaurant and ordered every signature dish they had. After years of eating trash in the cold, I feasted like a king. The waiter was stunned. That's when Fang Yuken walked by. She and her friend always craved this level of luxury. They were too broke to afford it, but they never stopped judging everyone inside. She was shocked to see her simp Zhang Yi sitting before a legendary feast. Her eyes lit up with greed, desperate to squeeze her way into my expensive meal. Yuking was a gold digger who only kept me around as a backup spare tire. Her friend gasped, "Your simp is a hidden billionaire. This table costs over 100,000. After my feast, I prepared to leave. Suddenly, the waiter came rushing out after me. "Sir, your bill exceeded 50,000. Please, accept this VIP card for your next visit." Just then, a familiar, annoying voice called out, "Where are you going?" I looked back. It was the very enemy I had been waiting for. The White Lotus, who boiled my bones. "Fine, I'll play along with your little game." I showed her a shopping cart, and she immediately offered to help me at the supermarket. Why refuse free labor? Besides, I wanted them to see the mountain of food I was hoarding. I'll have them in the palm of my hand once the world freezes. But they had a condition. They wanted me to treat them to a Michelin dinner next. I didn't say yes, just toying with them. I soon returned home with 2 massive carts of supplies, only to be cornered by Auntie Lin. This old hag was pure evil in my past life. Zhang Yi got more cheap goods. Share some. Before I could speak, her bratty grandson snatched a bar of my imported chocolate. I snatched it right back. "This is mine. If the brat wants some, go buy it yourself." The spoiled kid actually threatened to kill me. But this time, I'm not tolerating any of them. Say one more word, and I'll slap you silly. The brat burst into tears instantly, while Grandma Lin frantically coddled him. Fuming with rage, she barked, "It is just a piece of chocolate. I can pay you for it. What is the big deal?" I flashed my QR code immediately. 804 imported chocolate. Pay up now or get the hell out. Grandma Lin spat out a threat. "I am a committee official. Let us see how you survive in this neighborhood now. Back home, those two fake girls tried to act sweet to get inside, but I slammed the door in their faces. I immediately began transferring my supplies into the pocket dimension. Next up, building a fortress. I need to hoard everything: ammunition, medicine, and heavy defensive weaponry. 3 million won't be enough for a true sanctuary. I will have to liquidate my assets to raise more cash. The next day, I pulled the supplies from the dimension and found the meat and vegetables perfectly fresh. Even the dead fish remained untainted. It seems time within the pocket dimension is completely frozen. I cannot live inside it. I can store thousands of hot meals for the future. With that realization, I went to the city's top hotel and ordered 800 full banquet spreads. Then, I went to the bank to mortgage my parents' house. 1 million went to the banquets, leaving 8 million total. Yet it still feels like a tight budget. As I stood outside the bank, calculating my next move, a shady-looking man with a rat-like face approached. Bank loans are a hassle, kid. Why not try our company? I smiled. My new walking wallet had arrived. I borrowed 5 million on the spot, agreeing to pay back 10 million in 3 months. They thought I was a fool. I laughed internally. Good luck collecting that in a frozen wasteland. Finally, I have enough for the fortress. I contacted the nation's premier security firm, the ones who cater to the highest-ranking elites. In my past life, they built a billionaire, a bunker capable of withstanding a nuclear-level strike. Converting a 24th-floor apartment was a first for them. But they were ready for the challenge. I refused to leave this building. I want a front-row seat to watch those scumbags suffer for what they did. The blueprints were ready. I offered an extra 2 million to finish the entire project. 15 days. They did not care why I wanted a fortress. As long as the money was good, they worked day and night. While the security team worked, I used my connections to acquire a massive shipment of lethal cold weapons. My background in warehouse management paid off. Soon, my 800 banquet tables were delivered. The neighbors thought I had lost my mind, spending millions on a single feast while mocking my sanity. Is Zhang a hidden multi? Fang Yiking watched in shock, her gold-digging instincts. She regretted treating me like a backup, but I saw right through her pathetic little schemes. Just you wait. When the apocalypse hits, I will personally drag that tea master straight to hell. I swept all the gourmet food into my dimension, enough high-end meals to last me several lifetimes. They laughed at my antics, unaware that the Great Freeze was now only 10 days away. We will see who is laughing then. My security contact messaged. The firearms channel was finally open. The price was steep, but I did not blink. Only the highest quality would ensure my survival. One final mission. Looting the Walmart regional warehouse. There are enough supplies there to last forever. Within days, the weapons arrived, and the fortress was complete. The security firm left nothing to chance. They installed over 300 cameras, giving me a perfect view of every single floor. I signed off happily. I promised the final 5 million in 3 months. Suddenly, my final water trucks arrived. Zhang has gone completely insane. The neighbors whispered in the halls. Hoarding water in a coastal city. What an idiot. Even Uncle Yu, who helped me before, was confused. Despite his doubts, he helped me move the crates. Since he is a good man, I decided to warn him. The weather is turning strange, Uncle. You should stock up on food and water. As Uncle Yu hesitated, old man Thames from down the street. You are the one who is crazy. Stop spreading your delusions before the police come for you. I simply shook my head. I had given my warning. Whether they lived or died was no longer my concern. I'm liquidating every cent I own to prepare. Between intense physical training and mastering firearms, the countdown to the frozen apocalypse has hit 3 days. To seize the Walmart regional hub, I'm opting for a brutal but effective strategy. 10 pounds of high-grade sleeping pills should do the trick. During the night shift tea break, I move stealthily. 1 gram of powder goes into every cup while my unsuspecting co-workers are distracted. Once the drugs kick in and they're all out cold, I kill the security feeds. The entire warehouse is finally mine for the taking. With a flick of my wrist, massive industrial shelves vanish into my extra-dimensional space. Just like that, the heist of the century begins. I stripped the facility bare without leaving a single trace. Suddenly, a specialized stash in the shadows catches my eye. I crack it open to find cutting-edge polar survival gear. With these, I could hunt penguins at the North Pole and stay perfectly warm. This is the ultimate windfall. I sweep it all into my storage. To finish the act, I swallow half a sleeping pill myself and play the victim. Clearing a massive warehouse like this in minutes. Nobody would ever believe a single person could pull it off. There's zero chance the suspicion falls on me. After some time, a frantic co-worker shakes me awake, screaming in absolute terror. A disaster. The entire warehouse has been cleaned out. I feigned total disbelief, playing the part of the confused supervisor. I rushed to the scene, putting on a world-class performance. After all, we're talking about survival supplies worth $10 billion. I immediately report the theft to the high. My co-workers are trembling with fear, terrified they'll be held responsible for the loss. But they soon realize no small group could move this much gear. Besides, why risk their lives for a measly $1,800 salary? My conscience is clear. 2 days until the world freezes over, and the first snowflakes, the size of fingernails, begin to drift down. I soak in the temporary peace of the streets. Only I know that in 48 hours, gamma rays will lash across the planet for just 3 seconds. Most people won't even notice the shift in the midnight sky. But it marks the beginning of a global catastrophe. This beautiful world is about to be wiped away. On the day of the Great Freeze, the inevitable finally arrives. In the southern city of Tianjin, a miraculous and heavy snowfall begins to blanket the tropical streets. My neighbors are buzzing with excitement in the group chat, and some are even rushing outside to build snowmen in the rare powder. Only I know this is merely the calm before the storm. They have no idea what kind of hell is truly descending upon them. By the next morning, the snow is over 1 meter deep. Residents on the first floor find their doors completely buried and sealed shut. The temperature plummets so fast that even blasting the heaters does nothing. Meanwhile, inside my reinforced safe house, I'm sleeping like a king. My bed is a $5 million designer mattress, the same kind used by the world's biggest superstars. A ringing phone jolts me awake. It's Zhang Yi, the infamous White Lotus. It didn't take her long to come begging for help. I've got her right where I want her. I declined the call, letting her squirm while I enjoy a steaming hot shower in peace. I pull a slab of premium A5 Wagyu from my A steak and red wine breakfast is the only way to start the day. The grid and cell towers are still holding for now. But even if the power fails, I have dozens of generators. The news anchors are desperately repeating that the snow will pass soon, urging everyone to stay calm and avoid panic buying. But I know the truth. In this frozen purgatory, survival is a solo game. Those who sit quietly and wait for a rescue will be the very first ones to freeze to death. Intrigued, I open my phone to see what my expert neighbors are saying. I want to see if the people who mocked me are still laughing. I find a message from Zhang Yi. Why did you hang up? You'd stocked up on so much stuff. Can't you just give me a little? I'll pay you back once the snow clears. Memories of my past life flood back, how she betrayed me and literally used my ribs to make soup. A wicked smirk creeps across my face. I snap a high-res photo of my Wagyu steak and vintage wine, making sure to catch my cozy silk pajamas in the frame, and hit send. In this life, this manipulative snake won't get so much as a single grain of rice from me. Across the city, her jaw drops as she stares at the screen. As a professional gold digger, she recognizes true luxury instantly. That steak is authentic top-grade, and the wine is a 1983 Lafite, worth tens of thousands. She frantically types back, I want to have steak and wine too. She's convinced her obvious hint will have her loyal dog running to her door. I let out a booming laugh that echoes through the room. Does she really think I'm the same pathetic simp from my previous life? I casually type back 5 simple words. Go buy it yourself then. Zhang Yi is absolutely livid, but she swallows her rage. She's not ready to let her big prize get away just yet. I turn my attention to the security monitors and watch the chaos. Old Lady Lin from the neighborhood committee is blocking the local tough guy, barking that everyone must maintain order and stop hoarding. She had been nurturing this bait for a long time. I activated the surveillance system and saw Old Lady Lin from the committee was blocking the local thugs, shouting for everyone to maintain order. Wait until the storm clears, he warned. The committee will hold everyone accountable. I watched the monitors and laughed. Only I knew this blizzard would last 6 months. This was the final chance to stockpile. Neighbors argued that prices would soon skyrocket. But Auntie Lin brandished her fake authority, threatening to report anyone who dared leave. I stepped forward. Auntie Lin, how long will this last? What if we all starve? Can you take responsibility then? The crowd agreed. Auntie Lin was left speechless. Humiliated, she glared at me, plotting her revenge. Zhang Yi? She screamed, pointing. You're inciting a riot. This is illegal behavior, and you know it. I just waved her off. I'm staying in. The rest of you, do whatever you want. I returned to my room and played games. Days passed, in total comfort. A message arrived. Auntie Lin was ordering the honest neighbors to shovel the snow. Shovel, while it's still snowing, ridiculous. Meanwhile, she was shivering by her own fire. The others complained. We're in the south. We don't have any winter gear. We'll freeze to death, they cried. Auntie Lin fumed, blaming me for their defiance. She invoked the committee's orders again, demanding unity in this life or death crisis. There will be a reckoning later, she threatened. I sneered at her, pathetic bluffing. Time to rip her mask off. If you're in charge, why aren't you leading? Why only pick on us? Do you think we're just easy targets? Why not call 𝐀𝐏𝐿 or 𝐂𝐏? Chun was a notorious mob boss. In my past life, Chun killed me with an axe while everyone watched. This time, I'd finish it. Pressured, Auntie Lin finally tagged the 2 monsters. She nervously messaged them both in the building's main group chat. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 exploded. Annoy me again. He roared. 𝐂𝐏 was just as ruthless. Who are you to order me around, hag? You live off our fees. Don't act like you own this place. It's hilarious. He even posted a photo lounging with his mistress to mock her. Auntie Lin was livid. She turned her rage on me with a private tirade. I fired back. You're just a bully who fears the strong. Shut up. Keep barking, and I'll end you. She went silent. Then, a loud banging started. It was 𝐀𝐏𝐿. My taunts had provoked the beast. He was here to kill. I didn't plan on holding back. In this life, I was the one to fear. I raised my crossbow. Death was too easy. He deserved a slow, agonizing torture. I aimed and fired. The bolt tore through his calf. He collapsed, screaming. I watched through the peephole. That leg was finished. The cold would do the rest. June felt the chill of true killing intent. For years, everyone had bowed to him. This kid was serious. With no ambulances coming, he had to save himself. He grabbed a knife and alcohol. His leg was already numb from the freezing air. With a sickening sound, he ripped the bolt from his own flesh. Nearly blacking out, he hissed into his phone. Zhang Yi, you're dead. I replied instantly. Come back, and I'll take your other leg, you coward. The neighbors were stunned. Someone was actually standing up to the local mob boss. Chun called his gang. Grab your weapons. It's time to go fishing today. Overnight, the snow buried the world under 2.5 meters. Neighbors scrambled to hoard food, but Auntie Lin blocked their path again. Stay inside, she screeched. Or I'll report you for disturbing the public peace. I mocked Auntie Lin for abusing her tiny bit of authority, but her petty revenge hit the group chat the very next morning. She tried to command me to clear snow in the committee's name, but I gave her absolutely zero face. Why don't you order those rich heirs and thugs around? Are you only brave enough to bully honest people like us? Think we're easy targets. If you've got the guts, go talk to the tyrant Chun Jinghao and his crew instead. Unexpectedly, that message was seen as a direct challenge by Chun Jinghao, the most notorious underworld tyrant in the entire district. To protect his street cred, he marched over with a baseball bat to hunt me down, but I didn't flinch. In my past life, he was the first one to butcher me, but now I've returned from death fully prepared. As he screamed threats outside my door, I fired a crossbow bolt straight through his leg. He never saw it coming. He realized I was a true monster. Limping back, he immediately called his gang. Despite the blizzard, they arrived in 3 minutes with massive blades. As Brother Hao roared that I was in room 2401, he ordered them to smash my door and tear me apart. While they hammered away, I calmly watched them on my monitors. I ignored their pathetic noise until a bald thug swung a massive steel blade. Only for it to shatter into useless scrap. The door was pure, reinforced alloy. The thugs were stunned, but they feared Brother Hao too much to retreat. They continued their frantic, futile shouting at my doorstep. Every single move they made was captured by my high-tech surveillance. During a quick break in my video game, I hooked up a high-pressure hose and slid it through the defense port. Expecting another crossbow bolt, the thugs quickly raised their frying pans, like shields. Instead, a jet of water blasted out. In 80 degrees below zero, it was a death sentence that nearly turned them into statues. The water froze instantly upon impact. Shivering in agony from the bone-chilling cold, the mob finally retreated like beaten dogs. I just hummed a tune and started my next game match. When Brother Hao saw his defeated men, his rage exploded. "You useless trash," he screamed. They just huddled together crying, claiming my door weighed at least 100 tons. They insisted it was thicker than a bank vault. Chun Jinghao finally realized that my apartment was an impenetrable fortress. He vowed to starve me out, ordering his men to stand guard and kill me the moment I stepped outside. They had no idea I had a literal Walmart's worth of supplies inside. I could easily outlast their entire bloodline. Downstairs, the snow was now taller than a man. The neighbors, tricked by Auntie Lin, were starting to lose all hope. No matter how much they shoveled, the snow fell faster. They didn't know this blizzard would last for 6 whole months. Their efforts were completely useless, and they soon retreated in despair as news reports of the global disaster intensified. Reports claimed the situation in America was far worse, with failed disaster management leaving hundreds of millions in total chaos. Casualties were in the tens of millions, while our officials urged us to stay calm and wait for a coordinated rescue. I laughed at the screen. Everyone was being far too optimistic about the dawn that would never come. No one had yet realized the true scale or the devastating duration of this eternal winter. As Auntie Lin kept posturing in the group chat, my former crush suddenly sent me a manipulative message. In my previous life, I was her most loyal simp until she betrayed me. This time, I'll be the one playing her. Predictably, she begged for food. I just sent her a high-definition photo of the giant Australian lobster I'd just finished. I told her I was stuffed. That manipulative White Lotus girl was so furious she nearly bit through her own lip. She decided to demote me on her list of backup boyfriends, while her devious friend started a scripted She told me to show my sincerity by sending supplies to Wing Yiking's heart, calling me a stingy coward for holding back. I burst out laughing and sent back a single, cold response. It was the ultimate slap in the face. Realizing I wouldn't budge, they targeted simp number 2, a man far below my social and financial standing. He had gone bankrupt just to rent a place near his goddess. He was the most pathetic, devoted dog she had. I'm certain he would have literally ripped out his own ribs to make soup if she asked for it. The moment she called him, he went into a frenzy, dragging every last bit of his own food to her door. She gave him one fake smile before slamming the door in his face, her expression instantly turning to pure disgust inside. That loser actually thinks he has a chance? She sneered. 5 days passed, in this frozen, miserable hell. I knew the real show was about to begin. According to my memories of the past, the entire world suddenly lost power and water, but I just sat in my warm fortress, comfortably playing my games. Little do they know, my home is a sanctuary of warmth. I spent 100 million in loans to forge this ultimate survival fortress. I am the only one who understands the truth. This negative 80-degree apocalypse is far beyond any human power to overcome. Major power grids have already collapsed, and the remaining plants will soon vanish as the workforce disappears into the cold. Electricity is reserved for the elite. Once local reserves bleed dry, total darkness is inevitable for the mass. 3 days was all it took. As the world plunged into shadow, I simply engaged my 2 silent generators. I spent my time gaming and singing. While the rest of the world finally realized the terrifying gravity of this eternal winter, baby formula can no longer be made, and heaters have become useless relics. In this frozen wasteland, indoor temperatures have plummeted to -30 degrees. People are dying, yet many still cling to the false hope of government rescue. They don't realize even the authorities are helpless. Only I, the one who returned from death, was truly prepared for this. The end of days is here, without food, water, or power. Humanity is facing a swift and brutal mass extinction. In the group chat, residents are lashing out at Auntie Lin. She's the one who forbade them from hoarding supplies earlier. Auntie Lin is trembling with more fear than any of them. Through her connections, she has already glimpsed the horrific reality. She knows this isn't just a storm. It's a once-in-100,000-year cataclysm. It is a total biological reset. Most cities have already fallen, and survival now depends entirely on the individual. But Auntie Lin's wicked instincts kicked in. She chose to withhold the grim truth from the desperate residents. Using her usual manipulative tactics, she shamelessly announced that this nightmare was merely temporary. She demanded everyone hand over their supplies for unified management, calling it a collective sacrifice for the common good. She even threatened that anyone who disobeyed would face police interrogation once the crisis passed. This blatant intimidation sparked immediate outrage. Brother Hao, watching the messages, was absolutely seething with rage. That old hag hadn't solved a single problem, yet she dared to bark orders. Meanwhile, Hao's men were suffering even more. Several of them were burning up with fever, huddled together in a desperate attempt to stay alive without medicine. Inside my warm fortress, I just stretched after a long gaming session. Seeing her repeat the same old tricks was nostalgic. I couldn't help but laugh. Since no one was biting, Auntie Lin decided to set her sights on me. She remembered the truckloads of supplies I bought. Now, she was acting sweet, promising me official rewards. I sneered. In my previous life, she used this exact plain-sighting panic to break everyone's will. She would corner the timid in private, using lies and threats to steal their food just to survive a bit longer. In my past life, I was naive and gave her some of my stash. I didn't realize I was inviting a wolf in. That kindness led to my brutal death. But this time, I'm the one who will be playing the games. The world froze by 100 degrees in a single night. Everyone had underestimated how lethal this blizzard would be. Yet here was Auntie Lin, still demanding that the residents surrender their last scraps of food for her so-called management. She claimed that refusal meant opposing the state. Anyone with eyes could see through her pathetic scam. It was a low-tier trick. She simply wanted to hoard everyone's resources to save her own skin. When no one else responded, she came for me. Her message popped up. Little Zhang dear, ... As a Walmart warehouse manager, you must have a massive stockpile. I saw those dozens of trucks you ordered. Hand those supplies over to me. I'll distribute them to our starving neighbors. They'll be so grateful to you. I wasn't that gullible kid anymore. Having just finished a hearty meal, I set my controller down with a smirk. I lazily replied, "Actually, I just ran out. Make sure to save a portion for me when you start distributing food." Auntie Lin was absolutely livid. How could I have predicted her move? In my past life, I was her best source. I used to help the neighbors get discounts. As a result, I always had the best access to inventory. I had priority buying rights. To her, I wasn't a person. I was a walking treasure chest full of supplies. She took 100 deep breaths to keep from screaming, then tried a gentler, more desperate tone to reel me in. Little Zhang, you need to see the bigger picture here. This is about more than just you. We must obey the orders. Your sacrifice will be remembered. We all know how easy it is for you to get more. Be a leader and bring the goods over. I just finished a succulent roasted lamb and picked my teeth. I'm all out of food. Why don't you show some of that community spirit and send a few packs of ramen my way? Auntie Lin's sturdy frame shook as her face twisted into a mask of pure rage, screaming that I was defying official orders. This is open rebellion, she shrieked. I simply leaned back, offering a slow, mocking smirk. And who are you exactly? You're just a temporary errand runner for the neighborhood committee. Stop playing government official, representing the organization, please. Your job is to serve the owners, not act like the king of the complex. How exactly are you going to deal with me, old hag? I sneered, ripping away her facade of false authority. I blocked her instantly, leaving her on the verge of a stroke. The woman who styled herself as a leader was fuming. She had never faced such humiliation, yet she was powerless. With her own survival at stake, she could only swallow her pride. Desperate, Auntie Lin began calling every resident she suspected of having supplies. Over 100 households lived in this building. A few naive, kind-hearted souls actually fell for her trap and handed over their food. I watched it all through my monitors. Slurping my noodles, I laughed at their ignorance. In a few days, they'll be crying tears of blood. Time passed quickly. 2 days later, the group chat exploded. The neighbors who were swindled were now hurling curses at Auntie Lin's entire family. They demanded the promised distribution, but she remained silent. When she first decided to steal those supplies, she had already anticipated this backlash. Idiots, she thought. Why would I ever give back what I worked so hard to steal? Suddenly, her phone rang. It was 𝐀𝐏𝐿𝐄, local thug and bully. Her heart skipped a beat in fear. She didn't dare ignore it. 𝐀𝐏𝐻's voice boomed through the speaker. You old hag. You've got some nerve. How dare you scam the neighbor's food? Auntie Lin trembled, her voice cracking as she tried to maintain her lie. She claimed she was merely managing the community's resources. 𝐀𝐏𝐻 barked back, saying his crew was running low on supplies. Bring it all to me now. Auntie Lin tried to stall, claiming there was no distribution plan yet. She insisted more people needed to hand over their goods first. 𝐀𝐏𝐻's patience had finally reached its limit. You think I'll buy that pathetic excuse? Don't make me ask twice. Hand over everything you've hoarded. Either you deliver it, or I bring 20 men to tear your door down. Meanwhile, the world was plunging into darkness. While the neighbors wailed in the chat about the blackouts, I was relaxing with a steak and playing video games. They had no idea. My home was a hidden fortress stocked like a supermarket, built with 100 million yuan loan. Most neighbors were now starving. Their cupboards bare. Auntie Lin's Petty schemes had left them with nothing. Seizing the opportunity, 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐿 mobilized his gang. Like a pack of hungry wolves, they descended upon Auntie Lin's unit. They smashed through her door without a word, and 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐿 delivered a devastating slap that sent her spinning. "You shameless old witch! Swindling the neighbors out of their food. Today, Brother How is going to deliver justice for the heavens." I watched the entire drama unfold while snacking on a savory sausage. When I built this sanctuary, the security firm installed a state-of-the-art surveillance network. Throughout the entire building, 500 cameras provided a 360-degree view of everything outside my doors. A wicked idea struck me. Day 5 of the frozen apocalypse, and the show was just getting good. Since I hated both parties, why not share the fun? I knew the neighbors would love this. 𝐁𝐏𝐻𝐿 ordered his men to ransack the place. Why let that old hag keep it? Seeing her hoard vanish, Auntie Lin collapsed, begging for even a single scrap. She crawled over and grabbed 𝐁𝐏𝐿's leg, wailing hysterically. "But leave mine. Leave a path of survival for me and my grandson." 𝐁𝐏𝐿, whose injured leg hadn't healed, hissed in pain. He instinctively kicked her away with crushing force. "Shut up and get lost, you old bag." After a blood-curdling scream, Auntie Lin blacked out. Her grandson, seeing his snacks being taken, lost his mind. He grabbed a small knife, screaming, "You robbers! Why are you taking my chocolate?" The kid lunged forward, stabbing one of the thugs right in the backside. The thug turned, stunned to see a child. He unleashed a lightning-fast kick that sent the boy flying 2 meters back. The other thugs cheered his mastery. "Nice legwork, fifth bro." Auntie Lin, who had been faking her unconsciousness, cried out in genuine agony. "How can you be so cruel? He's only 6 years old." 𝐁𝐏𝐿 stood there, looking like a righteous judge. "You brought this on yourselves by lying to the neighbors. Consider this divine retribution." With that, they hauled their loot away. I recorded the entire spectacle and hit send to the group chat. The swindled neighbors, who were already cursing Auntie Lin, erupted in cheers of pure satisfaction at the video. That shameless old hag. Even though the neighbors knew 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐿 wouldn't share a single scrap with them, seeing someone finally punish the liar who tricked them made 𝐀𝐏 look like a hero for a fleeting moment. 𝐁𝐏𝐻𝐿 walked away with both the loot and a hero's reputation. Only I knew the truth of his cruelty. Today, he targeted Auntie Lin, but soon he'd be breaking into everyone's homes. Not that it mattered to me. Before long, a desperate Auntie Lin pleaded for help in the group. "I know I lied, and I'm so sorry, but my grandson is innocent." 𝐁 kicked him into critical condition. "He needs medicine, and a doctor. I'll beg on my knees." But the neighbors were revolted. Instead of helping, they met her with cold, ruthless mockery. Just then, a neighbor named 𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐄 messaged, offering to perform surgery on the boy, Lin. Instantly, her elegant image flashed in my mind. She was a skilled doctor from the city's top hospital. In my previous life, she saved countless souls. One of the few truly decent people in this entire building. Dr. Zhou soon updated the group, stating she had stabilized the boy's injuries for the time being. But it was only a temporary fix. Without proper hospital equipment, his survival was still a gamble. She even told the neighbors they could reach out to her if they fell ill. I admired her nobility, but it was futile. The blizzard was only intensifying. In this frozen hell, even those saved from injury wouldn't survive the cold. 7 days into the apocalypse, the snow had risen so high it was nearly swallowing the entire first floor. The horror of the situation finally dawned on the neighbors. This wasn't just a storm, it was the end of the world. Waiting for government rescue was a pipe dream. Online, the world was a chorus of despair amidst a sea of white. In the north, temperatures plummeted to -200 degrees. Those who didn't escape were buried forever. Auntie Lin was back in the chat, desperate for attention. Her food was gone, stolen by 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐿. Her grandson lay dying beside her. Driven to the brink of insanity, the old woman began to lose her mind. One moment she hallucinated she was a leader demanding supplies. The next, she offered a fortune to buy food. An owner finally broke the silence. "I have a few packs of instant noodles. $1,000 per pack." The atmosphere shifted instantly. Zili, a struggling single mother, desperately cried out that she would buy them. But Su Hao, a wealthy heir, cut her off. "I'll pay $2,000 per pack. I'm taking every single one you have." I watched the chaos unfold with a smirk. The real drama was just beginning. Su Hao's offer set the group ablaze. Some were blinded by greed, others by fear. One neighbor even sent a mocking voice note, laughing at the panic. "It's not a zombie movie, just a bit of snow. Is all this drama really necessary?" They scoffed. I leaned back, biting into a juicy chicken leg and shaking my head. "That would be a vacation compared to this. You can fight monsters, but you are powerless against a planetary disaster." The rich kid realized this. He was using his only to hoard every resource he could find. His strategy was working. Zili, the single mom, "My daughter is only 9 months old. Without food, I have no milk. This is a matter of life and death." I stared at her message, lost in thought. I remembered her from my past life. She wasn't weak. She survived by using her child to farm sympathy for supplies. She was a survivor who knew how to play the game. 10 days into the frozen apocalypse, the stakes were rising. I pulled a steaming plate of spicy chicken and dessert from my cooling down after my workout. When Fang Yuking's name popped up on my phone, I laughed. Were these two goddesses finally ready to beg? I started a video call, aiming the camera at my feast. The two gold diggers looked like they hadn't eaten in years. Their jaws dropped at the sight. They immediately switched to their most seductive, high-pitched voices. "Brother Zhang Yi, you have so much food, and why are you sweating? Is it actually warm in your house?" "Oh, it's nothing special," I replied. "I just have a fireplace. Honestly, it's getting uncomfortably hot in here." Fang Yuking and Lin Caney were speechless. The sight of the food and the warmth shattered their remaining dignity. "Brother Zhang Yi, ... Can we come over? We'll do anything, absolutely. Anything if you let us stay." No one took the snow seriously at first. Then the temperature hit -80. Power and water vanished. Outside, the blizzard buried the world alive. Inside, I was eating fried chicken, when the goddess I had simped for 3 years finally begged for a scrap. I just sent her a photo of my feast. My goddess was practically drooling at the sight. The woman who was always so cold and aloof had finally lowered her pride, just to play nice. But I saw right through her mask. In my previous life, I was blinded by her little games. A fatal mistake that ended in my horrific death. They even stripped the meat from my ribs to make soup. Now that I've been granted a second chance, watch how I tear this white lotus apart. I purposely sent a photo of my fireplace. That fake white lotus and her green tea friend's eyes? To them, this was paradise. Suddenly, her tone changed to a high-pitched, sweet voice, calling me Brother Zhang Yi while blushing and claiming she missed me. She even had the nerve to ask if she could move in. Fang Yukin was a legendary fisherwoman who kept a whole pond of admirers on her hook. In my past life, she used those same charms to make countless simps do her bidding, and back then, I was one of them. She truly believed I'd fall for it again. She was certain that with just a little effort, I'd welcome her with open arms. Instead, I gave her a cold, leisurely response. "I heard it's freezing out there," I replied. "You really shouldn't be wandering around." Just like that, she was ruthlessly rejected. Fang Yuking couldn't maintain her act anymore. "I'm practically throwing myself at you, and you're still playing hard to get. Do I have to be any more blunt? She exploded into a rage, screaming that I was going too far. I just let out a sharp laugh. Dropping the act so soon, are we? You only crawl back when there's something to gain. Where are all those rich heirs you used to hang around? Did you really think I was still that same idiot? Besides, we aren't even related. Why on earth would you stay here? Without another word, I slammed the phone down and cut her off. Fang Yuqing was so livid, she nearly smashed her phone. To her, a mere backup plan like me should have been grateful for even a scrap of her attention. Her best friend, Lin Caning, couldn't help but mock her. If you had hooked this big fish earlier, we'd be living in luxury inside his house right now. Why are we out here starving in the cold? He's a hotter commodity than any rich heir right now. Is your pride really worth more than your life? Fang Yuqing lunged at her in a fury, and the two plastic sisters started a pathetic brawl. Meanwhile, the television broadcasted constant, empty, but unlike previous broadcasts, the news anchor's voice was beginning to tremble. A flicker of genuine terror was visible behind their professional facade. The official notice was grim. Power would only be available from 1 to 2 in the afternoon. Any use of high-power appliances would result in a permanent blacklist from the grid. Hearing this, the neighborhood group chat descended into absolute chaos. The price of a single pack of instant noodles had skyrocketed from $2,000. Watching this madness, I could only sigh in disbelief. People were actually trading life-saving supplies for useless paper money. How incredibly naive could they be? But in this world, survival was the only currency. Life had to go on, even if it was just a desperate struggle to breathe. Some used their medical expertise to barter for food. Others relied on their newly awakened abilities. Meanwhile, the two plastic sisters had finally hit rock bottom and were truly desperate. A dark, murderous plan began to take root in their minds. They decided their only option was to eliminate me and seize my fortified home for themselves. They immediately dialed to Zhou Peng, their most loyal high-level simp. They say the apocalypse isn't scariest. The darkness of human nature, that's truly terrifying. The goddess I had spent 3 years chasing was now throwing away every ounce of her dignity to beg for a few scraps of my supplies, but even her kneeling meant nothing to me. The memories of my agonizing death in the previous life were still fresh, haunting my every thought. I wouldn't be that pathetic fool again. Realizing her charms were useless, Fang Yuqing's mask shattered completely, revealing the monster underneath. She decided to deploy her ultimate weapon, her most brain-dead follower. She picked up the phone and called Zhou Peng once more. Seeing his goddess finally reaching out to him, Zhou Peng was so ecstatic he forgot the biting cold and came running like a loyal dog. The moment he arrived, she turned on the waterwork. That beast Zhang Yi. I only asked for some food, but he demanded I spend the night with him. Seeing her crying like a broken flower, Zhou Peng's ego flared up. He actually believed this was his moment of true love, a chance to be her hero. Fang Yuqing struck while the iron was hot, grabbing his arm tightly. Brother Pang, let's find a way to take his house. He has so many supplies in there. Just imagine, we could live there together, forever. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Zhou Peng was completely intoxicated by her words. He was so far gone he probably already had their future children's names picked out. He grabbed his gear without a second thought. Consider it done, he declared, fueled by his own delusional bravery. The trio soon arrived at my doorstep. Their plan was simple. Zhou Peng would trick me into opening the door, and then they would swarm me. Zhou Peng began pounding on the door. In a frozen world, medicine was worth its weight in gold. He only asked for 2 measly packs of noodles. Little did they know, I was watching their every move on my high-tech surveillance monitors. The 3 of you really think you can take me out? I muttered. Fine, let's have some fun. I initially reached for my high-pressure water spikes, but then I spotted a bucket of disgusting, fermented swill in the corner. I changed my mind It was time to give them a much-needed wake-up call. I aimed the pipe directly at the firing port and yelled out, "All right, fine. 2 packs for the medicine. It's a deal." 𝐀𝐏𝐿 thought he had me hooked. He signaled the 2 women to get ready for the ambush, but instead of an opening door, they were blasted in the face by a torrent of thick, nauseating liquid. The stench of rotting garbage filled the air, leaving the 2 goddesses retching and screaming in rage. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 felt utterly humiliated in front of his goddess, causing his rage to boil over as he pounded frantically on my door. One kept up the verbal assault, mocking his pathetic lack of supplies. "I'll throw you some scraps later, so you'd better thank me," I taunted. Beside himself with fury, 𝐀𝐏𝐿 suddenly raised a heavy cleaver. A deafening clang echoed as he struck my door, but this entrance was built to withstand explosives. It was like slamming a blade against solid reinforced steel. The massive recoil sent the cleaver flying, tearing through 𝐀𝐏𝐿's palm until blood gushed out. He collapsed, howling in agony as he rolled on the floor. Those 2 manipulative white lotuses abandoned him instantly. I laughed at the pathetic sight. What a bunch of overconfident trash. I headed back to the sofa to continue my gaming. As long as I remained inside this fortress, they couldn't lay a finger on me. I'll just wait until every last one of you rots away. It was day 15 of the global apocalypse, and resources were reaching a critical breaking point. A single pack of noodles was now priced at 50,000, while water fetched 10,000 a bottle. The neighborhood chat group exploded into total chaos once more. Ever since Zhang Yi raided her supplies, Old Lady Lin's mind seemed to snap. She began spamming the group with frantic voice notes. She screeched for everyone to surrender their food to her, threatening jail time once the crisis ended, but now, everyone just treated her like a circus act. Not a soul paid her any mind. People were finally waking up to the brutal reality of this frozen new world order. The neighbors rained curses down on her. If she hadn't stopped them from prepping earlier, they would have had weeks of extra survival supplies, fueled by bitterness and hunger. The residents wished nothing more than to see her freeze into a block of solid ice immediately. That afternoon, a thunderous boom shook the entire building. The sound jolted me awake, my heart racing from the sudden vibration. My mind raced towards that a gunshot. I grabbed my tablet to check the surveillance feed, and the scene on the screen made my blood run cold. That bastard Zhang Yi was still alive. Through sheer intimidation and bribery with looted goods, he had forced Dr. Zhou to treat his wounds, and now he was nearly back to full strength. His gang of thugs was on the move. They were currently ransacking a neighbor's home on the 3rd floor. It was the warmest hour of the afternoon, the time everyone usually ventured out. Most people were busy digging for snow to melt into water. The cunning Zhang Yi had timed his strike perfectly. The 3rd floor residents were doomed. Even if the bullet didn't kill them instantly, losing their food meant a slow death. After finishing the raid, Zhang Yi wasn't done yet. To cement his reign of terror, he snapped 2 photos and uploaded a long, menacing voice message to the community group. The city is buried in snow, and no one is coming to save you. So, I've decided to take charge. I am now the leader of Building My word is law. If you want to keep breathing, don't even think about crossing me. Unless you want to end up like this, he added. He then posted the images one of him gripping a handgun. The other showed the 3rd floor neighbor lying in a growing pool of blood. The chat went deathly silent. I brushed my teeth, marveling at his ruthlessness. That guy certainly knew how to play the game. He only had 1 pistol, which meant his ammunition had to be extremely limited. His subordinates were just 5 or 6 low-level thugs. If the desperate neighbors actually banded together, they could easily overwhelm such a ragtag group. This was a classic move to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. The old fox knew exactly how to manufacture fear. Regardless, none of this was my concern. Suddenly, a secret new group popped up. the anti-Zhang resistance group. Neighbors began venting their rage, discussing a unified front against the bully. One man shouted, "So what if he has a gun? We have the numbers." A neighbor named Ma chimed in immediately, boasting about his supposed martial arts skills and how he'd take them down with a single kick. He described a series of strikes, claiming the thugs wouldn't stand a chance. For a moment, the group was filled with fiery, heroic passion. They debated tactics to execute Chun's, sounding as if they were ready to storm downstairs and deliver justice that very second. Then, one person asked the golden question, "When do we start?" The chat went instantly, hauntingly quiet. I burst out laughing. Everyone loves to play the hero behind a screen. But when it comes to staring down a loaded barrel, most of them didn't have the spine for it. Finally, the usually quiet uncle you spoke up. "That dog, 𝐻𝐿, has gone too far. If we keep waiting, we're all dead anyway. I'll lead the 𝐀𝐏𝐎𝐂𝐂 brave enough to follow me." Uncle Yu was a retired veteran, a man of integrity and hot-blooded courage who was widely respected throughout the complex. He was sickened by Chun's atrocities. His declarations sparked a wave of support as neighbors began chiming in one after another. Uncle Yu noted he needed at least a dozen young men to assist him, considering the enemy was armed with a firearm. However, a self-centered young woman suddenly voiced her logic. "Uncle Yu, stop pretending to be a saint," she sneered. "That's exactly how Lady Lin tricked us. If you take all our strongest men to fight, you'll probably just join him and leave us to die." On day 15 of the frozen apocalypse, a single gunshot shattered the neighborhood's silence. The world had become a lawless wasteland. Without rules to restrain them, the predators began to show their true colors, killing for sport and stealing every scrap of survival. Their sights were now set on the young women of the building. As the residents organized a revolt, Uncle Yu prepared to risk everything. During the oath-taking ceremony, a self-proclaimed princess even accusing Uncle Yu of being a traitor. She insisted on taking the remaining elites to join Chunjing, ranting that women were more important in this new world. She claimed men's only purpose was to serve women. He should fight the battle alone. The other men were ordered to stay and protect the women. She even dismissed anyone who disagreed as shrimp-headed losers. Shockingly, many people actually supported her twisted logic. Hearing this, Uncle Yu's heart sank in total disillusionment. In an instant, the community split into two hostile camps. I watched the drama unfold with amusement. Entertainment is rare these days. Watching them vent their hysterical rage in the group chat was fascinating. Perhaps they had been suppressed for far too long. Everyone had finally found an outlet for their frustration. Completely forgetting the original reason they had formed the group, I headed to the kitchen to enjoy some yellow braised chicken and rice. The color looked questionable. Suddenly, a loud gunshot rang out. I rushed to the security monitors to see what was happening outside my door. It appeared that two of 𝐻𝐿 lackeys had finally kicked the bucket. They must have succumbed to the extreme cold. They likely froze to death after I soaked them days ago. But I wondered, why leave the corpses right in the hallway? Why not just toss them out the window? Then, a terrifying thought flashed through my mind about those abandoned bodies. Were they being kept as emergency rations? The thought made my skin crawl. 𝐻𝐿 was already planning something dark. Even his thugs didn't want to resort to cannibalism. But Chun was a seasoned veteran who always kept a backup plan. He even held his men at gunpoint to ensure they obeyed, all for the sake of helping the group survive a bit longer. Chun knew deep down that, without his gun, these lowlifes wouldn't be nearly as obedient or loyal to his commands. He understood they had to suffer together to stay united. Seeing his cold calculation, I couldn't help but feel a chill. Zhang is a truly ruthless man. Even before the food ran out, he was already preparing for the ultimate taboo. Treating his own brothers as reserve livestock is purely inhuman. I told myself to never let that monster provoke me again. Otherwise, I'd do much more than just break his leg. The next day, A desperate cry for help shattered the chat. It was none other than Lu, the very same girl who had challenged Uncle Yu's authority just the day before. Chun Jinhao was smashing down her door. Her previous arrogance vanished as she begged Uncle Yu to risk his life for her. Uncle Yu was a kind man, but he wasn't foolish enough to rush out and face certain death. Someone like her. If they had united yesterday, there might have been hope. Now, the group chat remained chillingly silent in her hour of need. Instead of help, she received only mockery about her supposed strength. Soon, the sound of a door splintering echoed through the hall. After 2 weeks of being trapped, Chun and his men were feral. Liu Tiantian was dragged away, screaming into the frozen dark. Fang Yiking and Lin Kaining were paralyzed with fear. They knew if they couldn't get into my house, they would be next. Desperate, Fang Yiking devised a scheme to reveal my massive stockpile of supplies to all the starving neighbors in the building. She planned to rally the neighbors to seize my home, pretending they would use it as a base to fight. It was now day 18 of the global deep freeze. As resources vanished, the last remnants of human morality began to crumble. Ethics were dead, and the men in the building were no longer satisfied with just surviving. Their primitive desires had returned. They turned their sights on women living alone. Poor Lu Tiantian was the first target to be brutally dragged away. Sending a girl into that den was like throwing a lamb to wolves. Yet, no one forgot her venomous words from yesterday. Instead of pity, the neighbors felt a twisted sense of relief. They watched her fate with a cold, indifferent silence. They figured her sacrifice would keep Chun occupied for a while. This served as a final, grim warning to every resident. Sensing the looming danger, Fang and Lin manipulated their ultimate simp, Zhou Peng. To find them a safer place to hide, through Zhou Peng's connections, they moved to the 18th floor to stay with his cousin, a tough woman named Wang Min. Several of Wang Min's colleagues were already there. They had all decided to band together to survive this freezing nightmare. Wang Min only let them in because they promised to convince me to let the entire group into my fortified home. They immediately started a new chat, attempting to pressure me into letting everyone take refuge inside my safe house. They claimed we should fight Chun together, arguing that my reinforced doors and balcony made my place the perfect strategic base. I let out a cold sneer. I could hear their greedy little schemes loud and clear, even from 18 floors away. I sent back a blunt voice message. I am doing just fine on my own. Stop dreaming and leave me alone. Immediately, Wang Min's colleague, Sun Ji, began to lecture me from his self-righteous moral high ground, condemning my selfishness. Everyone's life is on the line here. You can't just ignore your neighbor's safety. There are 7 or 8 of us. I know these 7 or 8 people well, but remembering how they tortured and killed me in my past life. In my previous life, these neighbors literally tore me apart and ate my flesh. Now, in this apocalypse, they want to talk to me about humanity. Survival is the only absolute law. I sent a cold voice message back. To me, you're all utterly worthless. What does your fight with Chun Jinhao have to do with me? I promptly left the group chat, knowing they were just trying to leech off me. What a delusional pipe dream. Since I've abandoned my morality, they'll never be able to use it to kidnap my conscience again. Fang Yiking screamed, Zhang Yi, you heartless piece of trash! Wang Min glanced at the pair and spoke with a cold indifference. I only let you in because of my cousin, Zhou Quang. If you hadn't promised a way into Zhang Yi's place, I'd never have let you stay. Fearing they'd be kicked out, Fang Yiking and Lin Kaining panicked. They quickly pulled out the photos I'd sent them before. The pictures showed red wine, steaks, and various delicacies, but a luxury fireplace. The sight made everyone's eyes glow with greed. Sun Jika, the fried geek, pushed up his glasses. If he won't cooperate, we take it by force. We need to use special measures against someone that's selfish, he declared. The delinquent next to him immediately chimed in. I used to work for a locksmith company. There isn't a single lock in this world I can't pick. Hearing those words, Fang Yiking nearly jumped with joy. Zhang Yi, once your security door is gone, let's see how smug you can be. Having been drenched in slop before, they came prepared with umbrellas, naively believing they could block my defenses. Fang Yiking was already fantasizing about the moment they'd break in and punish me. Inside, I watched the monitors and burst out laughing. These amateurs really think they can pick my lock. My home is reinforced with 10 layers of defense. Did they think the 10 million I paid that security firm was for nothing? I reached out and lightly tapped the defense system. The locksmith was instantly surged. After a sickening crackle of electricity, smoke began to rise from his body. A burnt smell filled the air as his arm literally fused to the doorknob. Fang Yiking screamed so hard, seeing his brother die such a gruesome death. The glasses-wearing son 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂 exploded in rage. Zhang Yi, you animal! Come out and fight me like a man. Wang Min also barked out a sharp reprimand. We tried to negotiate fairly, yet you commit such a cruel murder. You're even more of a monster than Chun Zhenghao. I picked up my loaded crossbow and replied coldly, you just want to break in, kill me, and steal my sanctuary. You want to live in my master bedroom and have me follow your rules? Think carefully, this is my house. By what right do you act like the masters of my home? If you've got the guts, then come and try your luck. As I spoke, my repeating crossbow was already cocked. I watched their every move on the monitors. If they wanted to play, I'd indulge them. The hunting hour is about to begin. It's day 20 of the global frost. While everyone else is freezing and starving, the neighbors are starting to realize something is wrong. How could I have predicted this icy apocalypse and stockpiled so many supplies? Why would anyone in a southern city like Tianhai install a fireplace? Driven by Fang Yiking's greed, the group prepared for a full-scale assault. The locksmith, who tried to pick the door, was instantly fried to a crisp. His friend, son 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂, went berserk, swinging a metal shovel wildly at the door. But after 2.5 hours, it remained unscathed. Aside from a few paint scratches, there wasn't even a single dent. The crowd was completely stunned and speechless. Who puts a door like this on a regular apartment? The glasses-wearing man roared in utter despair. Every desperate move they made was caught on my cameras. This expensive safe house was proving its worth, though I still hadn't paid the final bill. Thinking of this, I put down my game. It was time to give them a bloody lesson they'd never forget. I grabbed my crossbow and opened the hidden firing port. These bolts were specially treated, each arrowhead covered in thick, jagged rust. Anyone hit by these would either have to amputate to survive or wait for a slow, agonizing death. I flashed a truly demonic grin. Aiming through the port *thwip. A bolt struck Sun Jichao directly in his right arm. Zhou Peng and another man rushed forward to help him. Calmly, I reloaded and fired 2 more shots, striking both of them in their arms as well. They scrambled away in a panic. I purposely avoided their vital organs, because I wanted them to suffer. I want them to die a miserable, lingering death in extreme agony. Like beaten dogs, they retreated. Zhou Peng rushed to help. I calmly reloaded and fired 2 more bolts, piercing their flesh. They fled like cowards. One avoided their vitals on purpose. They deserved a slow, agonizing end. A miserable death awaited them. Like beaten curs, they retreated, trembling with newfound terror. Zhang Yi was playing for keeps. Wang Min noticed with horror that the arrows were rusted. Without antibiotics, infection was a death sentence. The 4-eyed man spiraled into pure panic. The shadow of death loomed over him. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the room. Wang Min had delivered a vicious slap to Fang Yiking's face. You worthless bitch. This is all your fault. You knew he had a crossbow. Were you trying to kill us? Dazed and clutching her stinging cheek, Fang sobbed. I didn't know he had those. Last time, it was just boiling water. Seeing his goddess struck, 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂 limped forward. He shielded her instantly. Cousin? 𝐁𝐏 is just an innocent girl. Wang Min seethed at her cousin's terminal stupidity. She was nearly coughing blood from rage. Get out, both of you. Four Eyes cut in, trying to stabilize the chaotic situation. We're all injured and need care. Let them stay for now. Sensing a chance to stay, the girls quickly began tending to the wounds. Wang Min called Dr. Zhou. Dr. 𝐀𝐏𝐂𝐄 arrived with her kit, stunned. Another arrow wound. This is madness. After a quick exam, she sighed. These are deep. He needs immediate surgery and professional equipment. Otherwise, he won't make it. The iron-willed Wang Min finally broke down in tears. These men were her inner circle. She cursed Zhang Yi, calling him a heartless demon. We only wanted his house. We never intended to take his life. Dr. Zhou remembered Zhang Yi as a handsome, sunny man. His hidden cruelty was chilling. She saw through their lies immediately. These people deserved zero sympathy. Without medicine, they'll die, she stated coldly. Fang Yiking's eyes suddenly widened with a thought. Medicine. Zhang Yi has it. I remember seeing a massive stockpile a month ago. A medical company delivered several large crates right to his front door. Day 20 of the global deep freeze. Paper money was now nothing but kindling. Supplies were non-existent, but medicine was the ultimate luxury. In this cold, a sniffle could kill. An infection was a guaranteed coffin. Fang recalled how Zhang Yi had changed weeks ago. He had transformed his home into a fortress filled with dozens of truckloads of supplies. Four Eyes bolted upright at the mention of medicine, grasping at any hope for survival. Dr. Zhou, if he truly prepared for the apocalypse, antibiotics would be his priority. If those crates were from a pharma company, he's sitting on a goldmine. Racked with agony, Four Eyes screamed, "Go get the meds. He's the one who did this to me. He owes me his life." Wang Min knew it wouldn't be that simple. He had just tried to execute them. Why would he help now? Fang Yiking stood up, radiating a fake sense of justice. We didn't mean him harm. We just wanted to share his resources. We would have left him some. He's the monster who chose violence. Dr. Zhou was left utterly speechless by her twisted logic. This girl was a master of self-delusion. The doctor chose to remain silent. She began basic first aid, but her supplies were nearly exhausted from treating Chun Jinghao earlier. I'll remove the arrows and bandage you, but without real meds. Even now, they felt like the victims. In their minds, they were just trying to survive. They blamed Zhang Yi's selfishness for their pain. Wang Min pointed a finger at Fang. You're going to get those meds. After all, Zhang Yi was your devoted little simp. Four Eyes groaned his approval. 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂, the ultimate lapdog, stepped toward his goddess. Despite his jealousy, the throbbing pain in his arm told him this was their last chance. Please, I need to survive, so I can keep protecting you. Fang Yiking was cornered. She knew she needed 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂's shield to survive this frozen hell. If she failed, she'd be discarded like trash. Trembling, she dialed Zhang Yi's number. Sobbing hysterically, she wailed that Wang Min's colleague, while 3 others were struck by your hidden arrows. Without medicine, they'll face certain death. Can you spare some supplies? Zhang Yi simply gave a cold, indifferent response. Since ancient times, death is inevitable for all. What does it matter if it happens sooner or later? Are you really that naive? Thinking you can actually survive this frozen apocalypse? The snow has already buried the world under 10 meters of ice. Once the resources run dry, freezing or starving to death is your only destiny. Fang Yiking pleaded, trembling through her tears. Brother Zhang Yi, please, just give me one more chance. I was blind back then to reject your pursuit, but now, these three are on the brink of death. The world is so cruel now. We should be helping each other survive. Please, don't be so Does their death really bring you that much joy? Zhang Yi replied with razor-sharp certainty. Hearing this, Wang Min snatched the phone, roaring in a blind fury. Don't push things too far. We were all neighbors. Leave a path for others if you want one for yourself. Give us the medicine now, and I, Wang Min. Zhang Yi sneered with pure disdain. The moment I fired those arrows, I intended for them to rot from infection. Watching them die in agony was always the plan. Besides, the corpse of one of your accomplices is still rotting at my doorstep. We are mortal enemies now. You expect me to hand over medicine just to help my would-be killers recover? How pathetic. As Wang Min tried to explain, they weren't like that. A wicked scheme flashed through Zhang Yi's mind. Knowing the phone was on speaker, he feigned a deep, lingering affection. Since I once truly cared for you, I might consider letting her come over alone. As for the rest of you, I won't take on such useless burdens. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuqing nearly jumped out of her skin with excitement. The thought of escaping this hellish life felt better than any drug. She grabbed the phone instantly. Brother Zhang Yi, I'm coming over right now. Everything will be exactly as you say. Yuqing will do whatever you want. She turned to bolt for the door, but Wang Min lunged forward and grabbed her tight. He unleashed a barrage of 38 slaps across her face. You shameless little viper, you dragged us into this mess. Now, you think you can just walk away? Not a chance. Day 20 of the global deep freeze. Resources have almost vanished. But I anticipated this, taking out $100 million loan to build a super bunker stocked with an entire Walmart's worth of goods. When my goddess begged to move in, I played along. In my past life, you carved out my ribs for soup. In this life, I'll show you how I toy with a fake-hearted lotus. Hearing, I agreed to let her in. Lin Caning begged desperately. Take me to... But I replied with mock seriousness, my heart only has room for you. Everyone else is just dead weight to us. Isn't that right? The moment those words left my lips, the room fell into a deathly silence. They had hoped she would seduce me, so they could all leech off my supplies. But now it was clear she was abandoning them. Fang Yuqing's face flushed with a mocking joy as she imagined her escape. Forgetting the hell the others were in, she didn't care about their lives anymore and sprinted toward the exit. Her best friend, Lin Caning, tried to stop her, but Yuqing slapped her back. Move, you bitch. I'm going to find my happiness. But before she could leave, Wang Min stepped in and delivered 2 brutal strikes to her face. You absolute traitor. You caused our blood to be spilled, and now you want to enjoy paradise alone. Zhou Peng, half drawing his blade, glared with eyes full of bloodshot rage. Yuqing, didn't you say you loved me? Didn't you want to start a family together? Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth, her voice stubborn and cold. I'm just looking out for my own future. Is that a crime? I'd rather cling to Zhang Yi than rot here waiting for death with you losers. You're a good man, Zhou Peng. So try to understand. If you truly love someone, shouldn't you want them to be happy? I know your feelings were sincere, but you're practically a dead man walking now. Just let go, and let me seek a better life. Cold sweat poured down Zhou Peng's face as he collapsed, speechless with grief. Wang Min rushed to comfort his cousin. This White Lotus isn't worth your pain. Focus on your own survival first. Suddenly, her friend Lin Caning lunged at her. Fang Yuqing, you are not leaving me behind. She pinned her to the floor, blocking the doorway with her body. If we suffer, we all suffer together. You won't be tasting luxury while we starve. Dr. Zhou watched this pathetic circus unfold before turning to the group. He warned them that while the bleeding was stopped, the risk of lethal infection was extreme without proper antibiotics. You need to prepare yourselves for the worst. In that grim moment, the man in glasses struggled to sit up. We must get those meds from Zhang Yi, or we're all corpses. And I think I've found a way to make it happen. Their eyes gleamed with desperation. They would try anything now, rather than rot away. It was time for a final gamble. The four-eyed snake adjusted his frames with a sinister grin. If Zhang Yi has food and a fireplace, he must be sitting on a mountain of fuel. But only we know his secret. And in our battered state, we can't breach his fortress. Since we can't break him, let's leak the secret. Let the entire building know the truth. Zhang Yi is loaded. If a few of us can't take him, can a whole mob fail? Especially that mad dog 𝐀𝐏𝐿 has a gun. Once his defenses finally fall, we'll just take the scraps food and medicine. Greed filled the room, as they all agreed, but Fang Yuke erupted shameless. How dare you ruin my future plans? My perfect life with Zhang Yi, she shrieked. Wang Min silenced her with a brutal slap. You little viper? This is all your fault, yet you still have the nerve to scream. Then came the ultimate simp. Zhou Peng, stop. I truly love Yuking with all my heart. If I keep sacrificing, my devotion will eventually win her heart and her love. He comforted the manipulator, while Wang Min stared at her cousin's pathetic stupidity. She was disgusted by his weakness. Even the others were speechless at such pathetic Yuking secretly loathed him. To her, he was nothing but a repulsive, useful tool. Wang Min leaked the videos of my luxury life to the group, swearing they were recent. The chat exploded. Mad Dog Chun practically drooled, seeing my comfortable life in the apocalypse. You took my leg now, I'll take everything. In this hell, supplies are the only law. Even the ice-cold Dr. Zhou sent a desperate plea. Just moments ago, I had just repelled Wang Min's raiding party. Cornered and at a dead end. They leaked my hoard to the entire building. The spark of chaos was finally lit. The group chat went nuclear. While they starved in the cold, I was living in paradise. Neighbors pointed fingers, accusing me of knowing about the blizzard beforehand. So selfish, you left us to die. They blamed me for every ounce of their misery. They demanded I take responsibility. I watched the chaos unfold with a cold, amused smirk. Their true colors were fascinating. Some begged for pity, others tried moral blackmail. From desperate pleas to empty threats, they all just wanted a piece of my hoard. Old Lady Lin piped up, as the committee head and your elder in this building. ... Hand over your stash so I can distribute it. Her audacity was almost laughable. A mere errand girl acting like royalty. Then Zilami claimed her son looked just like me. Be his godfather, or I'll call you daddy. Even the rich 𝐀𝐏𝐿 joined in. He offered his billions just for a warm room. Girls even sent scandalous photos. I took a bored glance, unimpressed. As the notifications flooded in like a tidal wave, I sent 3 simple words. Are we close? In my past life, I was the fool. I took an axe to the head and was butchered. Before I even stopped breathing. Now that I've returned, I'll enjoy crushing these pathetic insects one by one. My silence drove them into a hysterical rage. I tossed the phone aside and stood up. I poured a glass of 80 paired with foie gras. It was absolutely divine. Savoring the vintage, I watched the storm. Half a month of snow. Staying home is getting dull. It's time for a scouting mission. With my snowmobile and ghillie suit ready, I'll wait for the others to perish first. Only then will my safety be guaranteed. Suddenly, a private message pops up. It's the goddess, 𝐀𝐏𝐿. She's the neighborhood's ultimate Batia genius doctor with a stunning, her icy, forbidden charm is captivating. Back then, I couldn't help but stare whenever we met. I admire her composure. No begging or pity, just a cold, rational proposal for an equal exchange. In this frozen apocalypse, having a female doctor by my side is the ultimate insurance policy. Keeping her sounds perfect, but a beautiful face often hides a deadly, poisonous sting. I once died helping others, but that sacrifice only taught me how cruel humans truly are. Without absolute loyalty, she stays outside. I'm not keen on dying a second time. I sent a cold reply. If you want to survive, show me some real sincerity. The once aloof Dr. Zhou pleaded desperately. She was breaking down. I offered food, but in this world, everything has a price. One condition, I stated. As she asked, what? A dark smirk crossed my face. The neighbors are losing it. I need you to be my mole, inside their ranks. Betray them for me, or rot in the cold. The choice is yours, Doctor. The clock is ticking, my brilliant beauty. Choose your path very wisely. She eventually surrendered. Her face was shy, but her survival instinct was far stronger. My life-saving supplies trumped her morals. Besides, she knew those neighbors were no heroes. Valuable intel for food, I told her. You're smart enough to understand the deal. She knew her worth. I didn't need to teach a genius how to stay alive. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 understood perfectly. She had to cling to me to survive this hell. I checked the group chat. The neighbors were still hurling desperate, pathetic insults at me. I threw back a petty remark, and the chaotic chat suddenly went dead silent. They've started a private group. A rush of nervous excitement washed over me. My home is a fortress, but facing 10,000 enemies is still a thrill. Right on cue, 𝐀𝐏𝐿 sent me an urgent update on their secret plans. Four Eyes invited everyone but me into a new group, including the thug 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂 took charge. Our common enemy is Zhang Yi. He declared to the crowd. He has a mountain of supplies. If we breach his door, we all live. But listen up, he added. I'm taking half of everything we find in there. Surprisingly, no one protested. His small gang was enough to silence the desperate cowards. They actually thought he was kind for leaving them half. How absolutely pathetic. Four Eyes kept the momentum going, manipulating the starving crowd into a violent frenzy. Forget the past. We must seize Zhang Yi's hoard for the collective good. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 reported every word of their treacherous plan back to me instantly. Uncle, you warned me to run, shouting that the neighbors had finally gone mad. I told him to stay put and watch. Just stay out of the crossfire. Suddenly, the building shook. The neighbors were charging up the stairs like rabid animals. They swarmed toward the 24th floor, driven by Zhang Yi's manipulative lies. Dozens of them began hammering at my door. I watched it all through my cameras. The real leaders were hiding safely in the back, using the neighbors as fodder. I slammed the high voltage switch, instantly trapping the man with the heavy hammer. Electricity crackled through the hall. In seconds, several bodies fell lifeless and charred. The stench of burnt meat lingered as the terrified survivors tried to retreat. But Zhang Yi blocked the exit with his gun. Get back there and smash. The narrow hallway was their only exit, and he was guarding it like a demon. He wanted them to die so he could play the role of the righteous leader. He was sacrificing them just to justify stealing my supplies for himself. Day 30 of the freeze. Starving neighbors are pounding frantically on my steel door. 9 people died in a flash of voltage. They want to run, but Chun won't let them. Their plan was clear. Use the neighbors as cannon fodder to drain my defenses. But as the bodies piled up, the crowd began to waver. The man in glasses rushed forward, his voice a panicked shriek. Look at this monster. He's murdering our friends with electricity. He's a demon in human skin. He doesn't deserve this luxury while we freeze. We are the hand of justice. Today, we take our revenge. A mountain of supplies is waiting for us, just behind that door. Smash it open. We're just taking back what rightfully belongs to the people. Driven by hunger and brainwashed by his lies. The neighbors had long since lost their grip on morality. Desperation acted like a drug. In this frozen hellscape, they figured they were dead men walking anyway. If death was certain, they'd rather die fighting for a meal. Suddenly, someone dragged a massive timber beam forward. A dozen men hoisted the log, slamming it against the door with bone-shattering force. Asterisk. Boom! The noise was deafening. Inside, I casually sipped a glass of fine Leffert. Need some mood music. I chuckled, cranking the speakers. The crowd erupted in fury. It was pure, cold-blooded provocation. Their faces contorted with primal rage. They battered the door for 2 straight hours. Despite the assault from a 5-ton battering ram, my entrance remained an immovable, silent fortress. Dozens of men had poured every ounce of strength into the strike. Yet the surface bore only faint scratches. No dents, no weakness. Hope began to wither. Everyone collapsed into the snow, gasping for air. What kind of person installs a door like this? Why won't it break? One sobbed. At this pathetic rate, it would take 2.5 years just to leave a mark. Just then, a bank teller stepped forward, his eyes widening as he recognized the high-grade craftsmanship. This is a vault door from a central bank. He stuttered. A wooden log won't do a damn thing against this. Even explosives wouldn't scratch it. Without the key, not even the world's best locksmith could dream of getting in. While he rambled, I was already at the door, sliding a cold, steel crossbow bolt into its chamber. I didn't hesitate. I aimed through the firing port and loosed the bolt, piercing the teller's throat. Terror shattered the crowd once more. Run? He's got a weapon? The narrow hallway turned into a scene of chaotic carnage. I didn't even bother aiming. I fired blindly through the murder hole, dropping a dozen attackers in a heartbeat. The hallway was a graveyard. You heartless bastard! They screamed from the shadows. You're a goddamn murderer! I ignored their cries, rhythmically reloading as my music played on. Then, the glasses guy yelled, "Don't panic. Listen to me." He adjusted his frames with a sinister, desperate smirk. I've got it. If the door is invincible, ... then we tear down the walls. They're just brick and mortar. There's no way they're as strong as the door. In an apocalypse of -70 degrees, men become beasts. These neighbors had finally crossed the line into madness. Blinded by the thought of my supplies, they had found a common enemy to point their blood-stained fingers at. They tried everything to breach my multi-ton steel sanctuary. But my fortress laughed at their collective justice. After watching a dozen of their own die, their grief had been entirely swallowed by a vengeful, murderous rage. Amidst the despair, the glasses guy had a brilliant revelation. The wall. Forget the door and smash the wall. He looked smug, convinced of his own superior intellect. To the starving crowd, his words were a gospel of hope. Reinvigorated by a fresh surge of adrenaline, the glasses guy was already celebrating his victory. Zhang Yi, you piece of trash. Prepare to die. Little did they know, I was watching their every move on CCTV. Their sudden excitement didn't move me. I felt nothing. Even if they found a flaw, I accepted it as my fate. If this fortress fell, then it was simply my time to pay the price. Soon, a hulking brute made the first breakthrough. A layer of concrete shattered and fell away under his blow. He roared, swinging with every ounce of his remaining strength. A massive metallic ring echoed through the hall. The hammer rebounded violently, shattering the man's grip as blood sprayed. The glasses guy rushed over, eyes bulging. His jaw hit the floor. Beneath the plaster lay solid, reinforced alloy, the exact same steel as the vault door. Refusing to accept reality, they grew frantic, hacking at the corners and every inch of the wall. They searched for a single weak point, but found only a cage of cold steel. Inside, I sipped my wine and enjoyed the show. The constant banging was starting to get annoying. Did they really think a professional security firm was that stupid? This is a 360-degree armored box. Even a tank shell would struggle to dent this masterpiece. I have zero fear of their scrap metal. I activated the noise cancellation, drowned them out with Mozart. Why would anyone build a house like this? There's only one chilling answer. He knew the blizzard was coming. He didn't just build a home. He built a fortress to keep us out. As those words echoed, the neighbors erupted in fury. You selfish piece of trash. Why didn't you warn us? Have you no soul left? Does our death mean nothing to you? Some broke completely, collapsing into the snow, wailing in utter despair. You'll pay for this with your life. Just then, Chun Janhua man, who'd seen it, all stepped forward. Pull yourselves together, he barked, silencing the pathetic weeping. Focus on the prize. You think a few steel plates can stop us? I'll tear 'em apart myself. The walls are tough. Then try the floor. Pick up your tools and keep swinging. There's no way this brat turned his house into an impenetrable iron box. Inside, I watched the monitors. Old Man Chun actually had some spine. But I wasn't a fool. For 2.5 hours, they threw everything they had at my sanctuary. But their efforts only brought them a deeper, darker despair. The crushing realization finally hit them. My home was indeed an airtight iron tomb for their hopes. Exhausted, many simply collapsed right there in the hallway. Their stomachs began to roar with hunger. Their only hope for survival had been the food they imagined was inside. They had burned their final ounce of strength to break in. Now, that hope was dead. A primal, gnawing hunger took hold. As they looked at the neighbor who'd just died, a terrifying thought took root. Isn't that ... just fresh meat? After 3 days without a meal. Their humanity was hanging by a thread. After failing to find a single crack in my fortress, their world had narrowed down to one thing. Survival at any cost. The man in glasses began to panic. He knew that without medicine, his mangled arm was a death sentence. He wouldn't last 3 days. Already, the sickening stench of rot was wafting from his own flesh. I refuse to die like this. He screamed at the sky. There has to be a way, 𝐀𝐏𝐿, Zhang Yi. Why couldn't you just open the door? Why not sacrifice yourself for your dear neighbors? His mind was fracturing. The neighbors exchanged glances. A shared horrific thought passed between them. Those neighbors who were electrocuted earlier. They smelled surprisingly good. If only we had some seasoning. They tried to push the thought away, but hunger was winning the war against sanity. Deep down, they knew. Once that thought crossed their minds, it was only a matter of time before it became their only option. Just as they hit rock bottom, a young couple from next door spoke up. What about the balcony windows? We can see their place from ours. It's just one giant floor-to-ceiling window. Glass shouldn't be hard to break. It was like a lifeline tossed to drowning men. Their eyes lit up with renewed, desperate greed. As the snow piled higher, they used it to their advantage, bridging the gap to my balcony with a single wooden plank. I sipped my freshly brewed coffee, watching the chaos unfold. Honestly, they looked exactly like a horde of mindless zombies. They began to bash against the glass, screaming like demons possessed. You selfish devil, open this window right now, and maybe we'll show you some mercy. I slowly stood up from the sofa, a smirk playing on my lips. Who told you this was just ordinary glass? This is custom-made, military-grade bulletproof shielding. Even world leaders don't have it this thick. It's 3 times the thickness of a presidential limo. This isn't just bulletproof. It can withstand an explosion. Look closely, you fools. This is top-tier dragon country craftsmanship. I calmly walked to the kitchen and grabbed an empty bottle of expensive Lafite. filling it to the brim with gasoline. Time to give my freezing neighbors a little warmth. The Molotov fell perfectly. They thought it was a mistake, until the glass shattered with a deafening crack. Gasoline sprayed everywhere. In 70-degree below weather, the balcony erupted into a literal hell on earth. The tiny space was instantly swallowed by the inferno. In a panic, one person chose the long drop to the snow below. I watched the beautiful carnage with delight. Suddenly, a man with a middle part pressed his face against the glass. "Save me, please, help me," he shrieked. I just chuckled. "Weren't you the one screaming the loudest just now?" I lit the next bottle, my eyes cold. "Then do us all a favor and just die, you useless trash." The survivors tried to retreat across the plank, but the man in glasses was already blocking their only path to safety. "You're already walking corpses. Even if the flames die out, the infection will finish you off. Don't you dare drag us into your grave." The fire had barely singed their clothes, yet the man in glasses didn't budge. He swung his hammer wildly, a wall of cold steel blocking any hope of escape. Trapped behind him, neighbors consumed by the agonizing heat chose a plummeting death over the fire. Those left trembling on my balcony could only watch in terror. They were incinerated, reduced to nothing but blackened husks. Yet, in a twisted irony, the neighbor still clutching those burning planks. A long-awaited heat in this frozen hell. They huddled around the dying embers. Wearing haunting smiles, they desperately tried to hide from one another. In this dying world, a single pack of noodles can buy a goddess's soul, but a cheap bowl of spicy snails? That's enough to make a man like Liang Ming charge a loaded gun with nothing but a kitchen knife. It's madness, but it proves one thing. Darwin's theories don't mean a damn thing here. At 70 degrees below zero, survival isn't about evil. They spent all day clawing at my life, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. And yet, my reinforced windows hadn't even suffered a single scratch. Not a single seam gave way. My neighbors were trapped in a vicious cycle, bouncing between desperate hope and crushing despair. Their spirits were shattered, their strength spent. Since brute force had failed, it was time for a change in tactics. Pure, pathetic desperation. Discarding their useless weapons, they crawled back to my window on bleeding knees. Collapsing into a heap of broken pride, they groveled like stray dogs, tears and filth. Have mercy. I don't want to die like this. The infection of desperation spread. One after another, they began to cower until their foreheads cracked, while others frantically slapped their own faces in penance. Their pathetic wails filled the air, blood pooling on the cold ground from their repeated It was a scene of utter, soul-crushing misery. I watched them with a look of mock pity. "Oh, stop it, everyone! Seeing you like this, it truly breaks my heart. And when my heart aches, I get hungry." I picked up a steaming bowl of spicy noodles and let out a long, loud slurp. To those starving wretches, that simple sound was more beautiful than any symphony. It was the heavenly melody of life itself. I set the bowl down, the aroma haunting their senses. "Tell you what. I'll give you all one chance. Prove your worth, and you'll eat like kings for a week. The task, bring 𝐀𝐏𝐿𝐄𝐻𝐿's head." The air suddenly went deathly still. Shock washed over the crowd. Zhang Yi wasn't just a man. He was a warlord, with a gun and a pack of loyal dogs at his heels. Taking him down seemed impossible. But then they looked at my impenetrable fortress and realized Chun was the easier target. Their eyes turned hollow, fixed on Chun like starving wolves. Sensing the shift, Chun barked at the rising crowd. "Why are you stopping? Get back down there and keep acting pathetic." He was oblivious to the price I'd put on his head. But suddenly, a primal instinct flared a cold shiver racing down his spine. He whipped around, only to meet dozens of pairs of eyes. They weren't neighbors anymore. They were empty, predatory, and utterly terrifying. Sensing the threat, he scrambled into a corner. The crowd hesitated, the barrel of the weapon keeping the hunger at bay. Then, he saw it. That bastard Zhang Yi had posted the bounty in the group chat, offering a king's ransom for his life. Faced with a sea of mindless, zombie-like faces. But the hunt had only just begun. By the next morning, Chun forced his goons out into the frost to gather snow. He gripped his pistol tight, barking orders to mask his own trembling. He was no amateur. He knew the patterns of the hunt. If he could ambush others at the water source, those starving vultures would surely do the same. The bounty had turned his neighbors into assassins. He had to stay moving, or the snow would become his shroud. Shadows stirred in the white void. A neighbor, driven mad by hunger, lunged from his hiding spot with a rusted blade held high. One of the goons caught a glimpse of movement. He spun around, his eyes widening as the cold reality hit him. Two crazed men were already upon them, blades gleaming. Look out, behind you. In this wasteland, food is the only god. Even the icy, untouchable doctor. Zhou was willing to sell her soul for a single meal. She had become my eyes in the enemy camp. Then, the silence of the frozen afternoon was shattered by the thunder of 2 gunshots. 2 more bodies slumped into the crimson snow. The assassination had failed. Chun stood over them, his chest heaving with ragged breath and terror. Panic still flickered in his eyes. You pathetic worms. You really thought you could take me? You're tired of living. He signaled his goons to photograph the carnage and post it for everyone to see. A grim warning to the rest of the flock. Try me again, and this will be you. Suddenly, his lackey let out a strangled cry. Boss, you're back. You've been hit. A jagged half-meter wound ripped through his coat. Adrenaline had masked the trauma, but the steel had found its mark during the chaos. As the rush faded, the agony came crashing in. Cold sweat broke across his brow as the world began to spin in a blur of pain. He collapsed, howling like a wounded animal. Those cowardly bastards. They stabbed me in the back. They cheated. With trembling hands, he dialed the doctor's number, leaning heavily on his men as they reached. Soon, 𝐀𝐏𝐿 arrived. With her medical bag in hand, the doctor enters the devil's den. To survive this monster, she has no other choice. Dr. 𝐀𝐏 makes it clear treatment isn't free. Last time, her price for patching him up was a single pack of biscuits. Suddenly, a minion brings out a bowl of meat soup. Hey doc, want me to save a bowl for you? As a doctor, she realizes the horrific truth of that meat instantly. Suppressing her urge to vomit, she replies coldly. Forget it. I'd rather starve to death. You people. Zhang Yi knows all too well that in this apocalypse, having a doctor by his side is a literal lifeline. He stares at her with a creepy, lingering gaze. You can't die. If someone must be sacrificed, you'll be the last. Chun has wanted to make a move on her for a long time. If she weren't so useful, he would have pounced already. Once the wound is dressed, Dr. 𝐀𝐏 slaps his wandering hand away and prepares to make her exit. But the thugs block her path. Chun growls, until my wound is fully healed. You aren't going anywhere. Panic sets in. With hungry neighbors eyeing her outside, she realizes she's stuck in this den of wolves. Helpless, Dr. 𝐀𝐏 huddles in the corner. Meanwhile, Chun keeps his pistol gripped tight, 24 hours a day. He plots his next move with his subordinates. The situation is dire, and my house remains an unbreakable fortress. Finally, they decide to move into the apartment right next to mine, waiting for a chance to strike from above. Dr. 𝐀𝐏 hears every word of their plan. Faking a bathroom break, she quickly sends me a warning message. I couldn't care less. They want to lure me out? I'll just watch them rot. Soon Zhang Yi arrives. He leads his crew into a young couple's home. Terrified, the couple submissively hands over their entire living space. They hide their last scraps of food on their bodies and tremble as they try to leave. But they barely take a step. 2 muffled bangs ring out. The couple collapses instantly. The thugs finish them off, while Dr. Joe watches, paralyzed with fear. Despite being a doctor, she's never witnessed cold-blooded murder. Chun, however, just wears a look of absolute triumph. Why let fresh meat walk away? The murderous Chun has completely lost his reverence for human life. He gives Dr. Joe a sinister look. In these desperate times, he believes only the most brutal methods will work. He must instill absolute terror in the neighbors. Or, every desperate thug with a cleaver will come for his head. Over the next few days, constant banging and scratching echo through the walls of my reinforced home. I know those thugs are desperately searching for a single flaw. They're watching my door like hawks around the clock. They think I'll eventually come out for snow or trash. Little do they know, I have a massive subspace in my pocket. Staying inside is a bit boring, but thankfully, I downloaded hundreds of terabytes of study materials beforehand. The blizzard has raged for 30 days. While my neighbors have missed 99 meals, I'm live streaming a luxury feast. I love watching them seethe with rage while they can't touch me. Their desperate anger makes my food taste even better. To seize my fortress, Chun's entire gang has officially moved in next door. Days pass, yet they find no weakness. Through my surveillance cameras, I see Chun plotting something even more desperate. He's nearly out of bullets, and his food supplies have hit rock bottom. Under my bounty, he's facing total collapse. Trapped by internal and external threats, he's now forcing neighbors to join his gang through fear. It's a desperate move to stop them from killing him for the bounty. I just laugh. It's like drinking poison to quench thirst. In this apocalypse, everyone is only out for themselves. More mouths means the food will vanish faster. He won't last. I decide to dial Dr. Joe's number. I ask what Chun is up to. Her voice trembles as she explains that they've completely lost their minds. Their supplies are gone. Now, Chun is recruiting thugs to raid and pillage the weak throughout the building. They aren't just stealing. They're slaughtering everyone in their path. Joe breaks down in tears, unable to continue. I haven't had a drop of water in 2 days, she sobs. I'm going to die. Please, ... I fall into deep thought. The once aloof, high-class doctor is now begging me for her life with such humility. She clearly didn't expect much. In a world where no one is safe, helping others is a luxury no one can afford. Ultimately, I decide she's worth keeping. A top-tier surgeon is a rare and precious resource in this health. I know her background, but I need to be sure. She must provide a blood offering to prove her loyalty. I give Dr. Joe 2 tasks. Her survival depends entirely on whether she can complete them. I had to be swift and ruthless. This was the main course for 𝐀𝐏𝐿, his final, brutal trial. Survive, and he'd live. Fail, and he was finished. Meanwhile, their desperate siege on my home had utterly failed. Their hope for antibiotics had vanished. Now, the sword wounds on the 3 men began to itch. Peeling back the bandages, they found rotting, festering flesh. I don't want to die. The man screamed in terror. I'm still a virgin, he wailed. Joe Peng snapped at the sight. You think you're the only one? He begged his cousin to plead with me again, but Wang Min was out of supplies and left him to fate. Driven mad, Joe Peng pounded on my door like a lunatic. Zhang Yi, come out, you cowardly turtle. Fight me like a man, I laughed. The fool could barely speak, let alone hold a weapon. Did he think cheap taunts would work? I walked to the door. So ... How does that infection taste? Your rotting wounds are a paradise for tetanus. Bacteria are literally devouring your flesh right now. Soon, the poison will reach your heart. You're going to die a slow, agonizing death. My vivid description made his skin crawl. Exhausted and broken, Joe Peng collapsed against the cold floor. I whispered through the door. Even medicine won't save you now. Why not use your last breath to fulfill your deepest desire? Zhou Peng's eyes went hollow and dark. My wish, ... he muttered. I have to have her before I die. The dying fool wanted one last thrill. My little nudge had pushed him right over the edge. He realized if he couldn't have her heart, he'd take her body. He limped back to his cousin's house. He stormed into Fang Yiking's room, his bloodshot eyes locked on her. She gasped, Zhou Peng, what are you doing? Before she could scream, the pathetic man fell to his knees with a heavy thud. He grabbed her hand, sounding desperate. Will you marry me? Let's be together. She pinched her nose in pure disgust and recoiled. No, get your filthy hands off me. You're disgusting. Get out. She threw a stinging slap across his face. I belong to Zhang Yi. You're just a pathetic simp. You aren't even a backup option. You're nothing to me. Zhou Peng burst into tears. Realizing all his sacrifices meant absolutely. He had thrown away his life for her, yet she hadn't felt a single spark of affection. Rage exploded. He grabbed her throat. Say it. Tell me you love me. Another slap rang out. You're a rotting corpse. Why would I ever love a loser like you? You can't even compare to my brother Zhang Yi. That name was the final straw. He lost all reason, his hands tightening around her neck. All his devotion, outshined by the selfish Zhang Yi. If I can't have you, no one will. I'm taking what's mine before I rot. But after 30 minutes of struggling, reality hit him. In this sub-zero cold and his dying state, he was physically incapable. Meanwhile, 𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐄 prepared to gamble everything to join my side. She decided to strike. She knew this was her first real test. It was do or die. While Chun's henchman was cooking, 𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐄 stood up and offered to help in the kitchen. Jun Zhenhao laughed coldly. The doctor finally wised up. Anything to stay alive, right, Doc? In the kitchen, she was ordered to chop furniture for the fire. She obeyed like a servant. With power gone, they were burning chairs just to cook. Don't let that fire die, the thug warned. They were careless, leaving her alone. Quickly, she pulled a small vial from her clothes. She dumped a massive dose of sedatives into the soup, stirring frantically to hide the bitter smell. The hungry men gulped the soup down instantly. To gain their trust, she even ate a bowl herself. Jun smirked between gulps. I didn't think our beautiful doctor would bow to us so easily. She retreated silently. That much sedative could put an entire army to sleep for days. Even an elephant would be out for months. As a professional, she knew the dose was lethal. The effect was nearly instant. One by one, Chun and his men began to slump over. Moments later, 𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐄 peeked out. Every single one of them was out cold on the floor. A message arrived from 𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐄. My heavy dose of sedatives had finally worked. What should my next move be? After much thought, I decided to make her my pawn. Drag them to the balcony, I ordered. I'm giving them a cold shower. She obeyed immediately. She actually succeeded. After passing my trials, I finally decided to let 𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐄 ... enter my cell. But first, a thorough search was required to ensure she was harmless. Every inch had to be checked. Just moments ago, 𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐄 had ... slipped half a pound of pills into Chun Zhanghao's soup. She reported the success instantly. I donned my polar suit, latest 2050 technology. Even the Arctic is no match for this. Shivering, she asked if I intended to freeze them to death. I only gave a cold smirk. I won't do it myself, I told her chillingly. This task belongs to you. I tossed her a rope. Use this to tie them all up, I commanded. And find Chun's gun. She groaned, exhausted from dragging grown men while starving for days. Is this caution necessary? Can't you help? I simply aimed my weapon at the fallen villains. I shifted my aim to her. Caution ensures survival. I don't take risks with my life, she complied, finding the pistol on Chun's waist. Following my strict instructions, she ejected the magazine. She feared a betrayal, but she had no other choice left. She had to trust me unconditionally. She tossed the handgun over to my side. It was indeed his service weapon. I swiftly stored it away inside my pocket dimension. I pulled out a high-pressure hose and blasted the opposite balcony with freezing water. Watching from inside, she realized how efficient this cruel method was for an execution. The icy blast woke Chun. He realized too late that they had been drugged. His screams woke the others. That's when he spotted me, watching from the opposite balcony. "Zhang Yi, I'll tear you apart," he roared. I just looked at him with icy eyes. "Worry about yourselves," I replied, as the freezing spray soaked them to the bone. In this extreme cold, they turned into ice sculptures in just 2.5 seconds. This they were already dead. More water was a waste. I called 𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐄. "You passed the test. It's time to come to my room." Relief finally washed over her. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor. "I'm coming," she whispered. "Take a shower first," I told her, my voice dead serious. After days without washing, she definitely needed to clean up before entering my sanctuary. Her face turned bright red as she scrambled toward the bathroom in a shy panic. Under my absolute command, she had effectively neutralized Chun Jinghao. "First trial complete," I declared. I began unlocking the heavy, reinforced doors of the safe house. I stepped back, gun raised, while checking the monitors for any sign of a trap. I triggered the final electronic lock. Enter she, pushed the heavy door. As the gap opened, a wave of warmth surged out, wrapping around her frozen body. This long-lost heat felt like paradise. She collapsed, overwhelmed by the sensation of life returning. It felt like a hot spring. Subconsciously, she began to shed her outer layers of clothing. Suddenly, I pressed my gun against her lower back. "Dr. Joe, I whispered. "Don't forget where you are. To stay here, you must prove you aren't a threat." Reality snapped back. She was alone with a dangerous man. "What else do you want? Are you hiding weapons?" I asked. "We're partners now. You need to be completely honest." She understood the law of equivalent exchange in this wasteland. She didn't hesitate for long. She stripped down to her underwear. "Is this enough?" I swallowed hard, watching her. Yet, the danger remained. I couldn't shake the feeling she might still be hiding something. "Keep going. Aren't there 2 items left? I'm doing this for safety. I'm a true gentleman, after all. No ulterior motives here." She reluctantly complies. I like her attitude. Smart people are easier to manage. Dealing with her is seamless. "Now, I suggest, go take a bath." I hand her a fresh towel from my subspace and lead her straight to the bathroom door. I've already picked out her new clothes. My years in the warehouse gave me a sharp eye for this. One glance is all I need to determine any woman's exact size, with perfect precision. After a month without washing, she scrubs meticulously. 2.5 hours pass. Finally, the click of the lock echoes as the door opens. She emerges in a dress, looking like a radiant lotus. Struck by her beauty, I gesture for her to sit and produce a hairdryer. As I dry her hair, I begin my psychological play. "You must remember one thing," I whisper. "Living here is my mercy. You are only here because you have value. My commands are absolute. One wrong move, and I will kill you." She shudders, realizing how ruthless I truly am. Understanding the stakes, she nods like a loyal puppet. I point to the back bedroom. "That's yours. But be warned. There is 360-degree surveillance. You have zero privacy here. Only I can unlock that door. Every exit requires my permission." You're free to voice your complaints, but no. If you find these terms too ruthless, you can walk out that door right now. But how could 𝐀𝐏𝐿 possibly leave? Outside those walls lies a frozen hell. She nodded frantically, promising to obey my every word. Seeing her so submissive and eager to please brought a surge of cold satisfaction. Communicating with an intelligent woman is such a relief. If this were the White Lotus Zhang Yi, she'd already be on the floor throwing a pathetic tantrum. I began to toy with her long, dark hair, my voice dropping to a deceptively gentle and intimate whisper. You need to understand your reality, right? Your very existence depends entirely on your loyalty to me. There is no other path for you. You've seen the purgatory waiting outside. You know deep down that you have no other choice. That is why I've decided to let you in on a secret. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 froze in shock. She knew a man as cautious as me wouldn't share something trivial. A secret icily spoken is never a simple thing. To prove her innocence, the beautiful doctor had already exposed her every vulnerability to me. Yet, I still hadn't lowered my guard. I was about to share a world-shaking secret. The ultimate insurance to bind her loyalty to me. I knew all too well that human nature is far too fragile to trust. To control the board, you must hold your opponent's life in your hands. I spoke with chilling.com. You saw it yourself, didn't you? Anyone who dared to threaten my sanctuary, I've already wiped every single one of them from this earth. As for the cause of this eternal winter, you likely saw the reports. It was triggered by a massive supernova explosion far out in the cosmos. That explosion unleashed a devastating burst of gamma radiation. While it turned some into monsters, it granted me something else, a unique superpower. I've gained access to an isolated, infinite dimension. To demonstrate, I reached into thin air and pulled out a fresh loaf of bread. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 stared, her eyes wide with pure, staggering disbelief. I tossed the bread toward her and kept speaking, my voice steady and cold. The only reason I can live this life of luxury while the rest of the world freezes is the massive hoard of supplies stored within my personal space. As long as I draw breath, you can share in these endless resources. But understand, this: if I die, every single resource will vanish along with me. This fortress will become just another freezing tomb. And you will eventually starve to death in the dark. I knew she was kind by nature, but after living through that nightmare once before and being reborn, I am no longer the man I was. The naive fool I once was died long ago. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 watched me conjure food from nothing. But hunger overrode her shock as she grabbed it with trembling hands. She began to gorge herself, tears of relief streaming down her face. But now, it was time for the real performance to begin. You haven't fully earned my trust yet, so you'd better learn your place. Don't wait for orders to do chores. Since the pipes are frozen, you must bag all waste. Toss it out the secret hatch. From now on, you are nothing but my maid. You'll trade your labor for food and shelter. I have no room for useless parasites. Besides that, what else do you have to offer me? Dr. Zhou understood his meaning instantly. Understood, master, she whispered. Let's skip the next 2.5 hours. Early the next morning, I brought food to wake 𝐀𝐏𝐿. Exhausted, she whispered. I'm coming. Our eyes met, and she blushed. As a brilliant medical doctor, once proud and chaste, she'd surrendered to me just to survive. In this apocalypse, I was her only sanctuary. She eyed the burger, devouring it ravenously. This once despised junk food now tasted like a miracle. I tossed her winter gear. Good time to get to work. She bundled up, confused. What are we doing? I led her outside. Pointing at the frozen thugs next door, I commanded. I needed everyone to know. Zhang Yi isn't to be crossed. She stood stunned. Despite our intimacy, I still didn't fully trust her. She hesitated. Go out there, I ordered, gesturing to the human ice sculptures. Smash them to pieces. She stared at me, completely speechless. I'd killed the gang alone, yet now I wanted a girl's help. "Are you a coward?" she grumbled. I smirked. Freezing was too merciful. The neighbors think I'm a hiding turtle. It's time for a message. They must realize Zhang Yi is no saint. I'm a predator. I'm vengeful. Don't touch my supplies. Now, prove your loyalty. And remember, I added, this isn't cowardice. It's being cautious. She grabbed the bat and swung. As a doctor, corpses didn't bother her. The frozen bodies shattered like glass under her brutal blows. "This ice is rock solid," she gasped. "Why are you filming this?" "To show I'm ruthless," I replied. She sighed. "But I'm the one swinging." I posted the video. The group chat exploded. Neighbors cheered the thug's demise. Their hatred ran deep. Many had lost families to those monsters. I sent a voice note. "Chun is dead. I run this building now. Pleas for mercy flooded in." Kia curled up against me like a kitten, watching the chaos unfold. "Zhang Yi, please, give me food." "I'll do anything. I'm a man, but I can work for you." Suddenly, my phone rang. A survivor. Kia tensed, sensing arrival. She clung tighter. It was Fang Yiking, her voice thick with tears. "Chun is dead. ... Can I move in? You promised to marry me? And stay away from other women. You're mine." She was delusional. "Why aren't you dead yet?" I spat. She gasped, having a realization. "He thinks I died. That's why he's with that vixen 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂𝐀𝐋. He'll kick her out now," she cried joyfully. "Yi, I'm still alive. Come get me. Only I truly love you." But then, others joined in. Wang Min and Lin Caning pounced, fighting over the phone to speak. "I'm better than that green tea bitch," Lin screamed. "I'll do anything." "I'll be loyal," Wang Min shoved her. "I might be older. You ... but I know things those girls don't. Give me a chance." I listened to the desperate squabbling like it was a cheap comedy. Kia's anxiety spiked. She vowed to prove her worth and keep me. She had to hold on tight. Meanwhile, a darker idea crossed my mind. "Don't call again. I don't want Kia to misunderstand." I sent a photo. Her hope shattered. Staring at our intimate selfie, she read, "You're a good girl. I've found someone far more worthy. You'll bless our happiness, won't you? Especially while watching us together." Fury erupted within Fang Yi. This low-tier college girl only knew how to use her face, but standing next to a goddess like 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂, who possessed both peerless beauty and talent. It was clear. There wasn't a single soul in this complex who could compete. Sensing her total defeat, she shrieked in desperation at her phone. "He can't be serious. Please. I'll prove it to you. We're a match made in heaven." I scoffed coldly. "Kia is my true love. You don't even belong in the same sentence as her. Now, get lost." She still couldn't fathom how the man who'd been her loyal lapdog for 3 years could simply stop caring. Her venomous rage shifted entirely onto 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂. Why did that vixen have to steal what belonged to me? Her best friend, Lin Qianing, sneered nearby. "You, delusional White Lotus. You brought this pathetic ruin upon yourself." The mood was right. It was time to block her for good. Besides, she probably doesn't have much time left in this world. I set my phone down and took Kia's hand, locking eyes with her. "Tell me, was I a bit too heartless just now?" A soft blush crept across her cheeks. "You must have your reasons, brother. I trust you implicitly." Soon, the meal was ready, yet I stayed glued to my screen. "You cooked it, so you should be the first to taste it," she complained silently. "He's still so guarded. ... Is he actually worried that I'd try to poison him? Was I not enough for him last night?" Just then, a familiar face popped up in the building's group chat. That old hag Lin is still kicking? After all, the chaos she caused, her survival is nothing short of a miracle. She brazenly claimed to have high-level connections, insisting the blizzard was ending and declaring herself the leader of the building. Hand over your supplies now, or face execution when this is over. Naturally, the group chat met her with dead silence. Dinchun Jinhao, stripper of everything already. I noticed Kia, looking down, lost in thought. When I checked her grandson's wounds, I felt sorry for them. I ended up giving them some of my own food. I gave her a sharp, questioning look. You did what? Panic fled in her eyes, fearing I'd judge her for being too soft. Back then, I thought we had enough to last the winter. I don't feel that way anymore. I swear. I poured her a glass of Lafite. I'm just saying. Her supplies should have run dry ages ago. How is she still breathing? Kia's face paled. Her grandson. He didn't get treatment. He died a week ago. I nodded slowly. So the old hag finally crossed that line. She always said that boy was her life's blood. She claimed she'd do anything to keep him with her. It seems she meant that literally. Suddenly, a scream shattered the silence. I looked out to see a man leaping from the opposite building, screaming for a superhero transformation as he plunged. The endless winter had finally snapped his mind. Watching him fall, I couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Humans are so fragile against nature's wrath. We must cherish every breath. Kia nodded fervently, agreeing with every word. Her admiration for me reached new heights. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. It was Uncle Yu calling. Based on my past life's memories, there are only two people I trust in this world. Kia and Uncle Yu. In the previous timeline, they both sacrificed themselves for others. They were the last bastions of true human decency. Uncle Yu actually listened to my warnings and hoarded supplies. Even now, his pantry should still be. But he sounded hesitant, greeting me with a forced, awkward laugh. If he's running low, I wouldn't mind helping him out. As a veteran, he'd be a powerful ally later. Finally, Uncle Yu managed to choke out the words. Zili Mei's daughter has a fever of 45 degrees. We're desperate. Do you have any medicine left? My eyes widened in disbelief. Wow. That woman, Zili Mei, truly has the predatory instincts of a hawk. Out of all the men in this building, she managed to snag Uncle Yu to play the savior. Uncle, your stash is second only to mine. Just how calculating can a single mother be in order to survive? She didn't just hook the king of ramen. She's using her child as bait to worm her way into my safe house. Knowing she'd ensnared, Uncle Yu sent a chill down my spine. In my past life, she outlived even me. And now, she's successfully tricked this poor soul into being her personal provider and babysitter. She is clearly far more dangerous than her innocent act suggests. Uncle Yu's voice crackled through the phone again. The sound of his heavy, panicked breathing told me everything. He had fallen headfirst into her honeyed trap. The laws of the apocalypse are proving to be far more brutal and twisted. Uncle 𝐀𝐏𝐿𝐼's daughter is burning with fever. He needs medicine. It turns out he's been their silent guardian. I weighed his desperate plea carefully. A veteran, soldier honest, loyal, and built like a mountain. A rare asset in this hell. Perhaps even a perfect human shield. Even in this apocalypse, his heart remains untainted. Pure kindness. That rare spark of humanity moved me. I won't let it vanish. But Zili, she's dangerous. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Beneath that fragile, curvaceous beauty lies a calculating mind. A lifelong bachelor like him. He's helpless against her charms. He acted shy, calling it a partnership. He knew his place before. Now, a few noodles make him a hero. He's her willing servant. I claimed my stock was low, but offered him one precious box. He was speechless with gratitude. My sacrifice bought his absolute loyalty. My inventory is overflowing, but now he'd die for me. He swore a blood oath. Zhang Yi, mark my words. I'll go through hell for you. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 watched my cold manipulation. She marveled at the ruthlessness behind my mask, pouring the wine. Is he reliable? I drank. In this world, profit is the only truth. A favor to the kind is a wise investment. Suddenly, a knock. Uncle Yu's voice. I checked the monitors. There she was. 𝐁? Why did she come? I tossed the meds through the slot. Save the child. Uncle Yu clutched the medicine, overwhelmed with gratitude. Suddenly, she lunged forward, sobbing. The baby is sick, please. Let her stay with you. You have warmth and space. Uncle Yu froze, paralyzed by her greed. Calculating woman. Using a sick child as a ticket to paradise. Not happening. Sorry, my fuel is running dangerously low. Coming in is pointless. Uncle Yu tried to pull her back, ashamed. But she exploded into dramatic soul-piercing tears. He's not your blood, you don't care. She screamed at him. Then she wailed at my reinforced door like a banshee. My baby is suffering. I know you're a good man. I'll obey everything. For a moment, a flicker of pity stirred. No. Guests are easy to welcome, but impossible to evict. She's a master of manipulation. A true psychological predator. She tried the foot-in-the-door trick. She underestimated my resolve. I shut her down. No mercy. No openings for her schemes. Uncle Yu is the ideal soldier for my future plans. But with her whispering poison, she's eyeing my sanctuary. She has to go. It's official, the announcement we've been waiting for. He finally claimed 𝐀𝐏𝐿. Her face flushed a deep crimson. After taking the meds, 𝐁 tried to exploit my pity. Aiming for my safe house, I leaned against the door, voice cold. In the old world, I might have helped you instantly. But after the mob's betrayal, I trust no one. Especially strangers. I hope you can understand. Brother Zhang has already been more than generous. In this world, that medicine is worth millions. We should know when to stop. But 𝐁 just looked at him with a pitiful, defiant gaze. He let Dr. Zhou move in, so why can't we? Hearing that, I could only manage a cold, disdainful smirk. Kia is my girlfriend. Of course, she stays with me. Beside me, 𝐀𝐏𝐿 froze as she heard those words. A wave of emotion surged through her heart. She knew I was likely using it as an excuse, but hearing me claim her publicly felt different. Even if it wasn't entirely sincere, a sweetness blossomed within her. It seemed she would have to step up her game tonight. Uncle Yu stood awkwardly, trapped in the middle. Before coming here, 𝐁 had intentionally kept him in the dark about her plans. Seeing me put in a difficult spot, Uncle Yu grabbed her arm. Stop pushing your luck. Don't make things difficult for them. Seeing Uncle Yu truly angry, 𝐁 instantly shifted into her wronged victim persona. She looked down at the baby, her brow furrowed in distress. Do you think I want this? I'm just terrified for our child. As I watched them walk away, I sighed inwardly. This woman, 𝐁, her manipulative skills were truly on another level. If I wanted to use Uncle Yu in the future, I realized I would have to deal with her first. Back inside their room, Uncle Yu began to argue with 𝐁. He demanded to know why she acted without consulting him. If it wasn't for Brother Zhang's warning, I never would have stockpiled so many supplies. We wouldn't even be alive. We have to show some gratitude. 𝐁 suddenly leaned softly against his shoulder. Actually, you don't need to be so indebted to him. I don't think he trusts you at all. If he really thought you were reliable, he would have invited us in for a seat. Or at least, offered a cup of tea. Those words instantly ignited Uncle Yu's temper. You're crossing the line. He gave you incredibly rare medicine out of kindness. And you talk like it's worth nothing. But 𝐁 refused to back down. Maybe he's just throwing you small favors to keep you on a leash. In the end, he'll expect you to die for him. Remember, he killed many of our neighbors that day. He was incredibly brutal. That's not how a kind-hearted person acts. It's just not right. Besides, his house has plenty of room. Uncle Yu stood up in a rage. That's enough. Do you really take me for a fool? I don't need you to teach me how to tell good from evil. Realizing Uncle Yu was genuinely furious, she decided to retreat for now. Shifting back to her fragile act, she sobbed quietly. I'm overthinking because I want what's best for you. In times like these, isn't it better to be cautious? Uncle Yu stormed out of the room, but Z-Lighting wasn't giving up. That 28-degree sanctuary was her ultimate dream. She vowed that no matter the cost, she would get inside. Later that night, a deafening explosion suddenly rocked the entire apartment complex. I rushed to the monitors. It was the construction workers from the neighboring unit. How did they get across? They actually had explosives. They were launching a full-scale assault. Yet I didn't feel a single spark of panic. In fact, I decided to send them a white phosphorus grenade. Just moments ago, on the snow-buried first floor, a massive hole had been dug through the drifts. Several burly men armed with sledgehammers and shovels. The snow was now 5 stories deep. No one expected them to infiltrate the building through a tunnel like that. A neighbor named 𝐀𝐏𝐎𝐂𝐄𝐏, who was out collecting snow for water, saw them and tried to run for his life. He didn't get far. They caught him instantly, slamming a heavy shovel into him and leaving him in a pool of blood. The leader told his men to bag him for later use. Clearly, they had a much darker objective in mind for this trip. 2 minutes later, they reached the 24th floor. Their target was my home. They gathered at my door, looking like demons. At the leader's command, a man in a grey hat stepped forward from the group and knelt by the door. He pulled a bundle of dynamite from his pack, lit the fuse, and sprinted for cover. A massive blast then echoed through the district. Jolted awake, I grabbed the pistol by my pillow and checked the security system. Thankfully, everything was still green. I breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the cameras, I realized these were all unfamiliar faces, armed with shovels, steel bars, and axes. They had to be the construction workers living in Building 26. They were all huge men. Their combat power was something I couldn't afford to underestimate. As the smoke cleared, the group rushed back to the door to see the results of their demolition. They had done their homework, but the next sight left them stunned. Aside from some black soot, the door was completely unscathed. Old donkey, what's wrong with you? That blast had no power. The man in the grey hat stared in disbelief. These caps can blow through solid granite. Could the gunpowder be damp? Even if my alloy door held, the floor tiles shouldn't be unscathed. I watched the commotion outside. Rage surged through me instantly. My neighbors must have sold me out to the next building. Since you're here to kill me, don't expect any mercy. I sparked a Molotov and hurled it. A simple firebomb wasn't enough to quench my fury. I pulled white phosphorus vials from my These makeshift white phosphorus bombs burn at over 1,000 degrees Celsius in an instant. Combined with the Molotov's blast, the corridor became a hellish sea of fire. Of the dozen attackers, only a few managed to crawl away, but this was a chilling wake-up call for me. If those workers were professional demolitionists, my safe house might have actually collapsed. In this apocalypse, those who can organize and survive are definitely not to be underestimated. They'll return with more explosives. Yesterday, neighbors called me selfish. Today, they hail me as a hero, all because the thugs from Building 26 attacked and ruthlessly murdered our neighbor. Middle part guy. Using a tunnel dug through the snow, they bypassed everything to reach my 24th floor home. They even used crude explosives to breach my door, but luckily, the noise was loud, but the impact was weak. My sanctuary stood firm. I retaliated with white phosphorus. Flames instantly swallowed the hallway. I pulled out my rifle and sprayed the corridor with lead. Out of the dozen who came, only a few escaped with their lives. I realized then, I need more heavy firepower. I never imagined my neighbors would resort to professional demolition tactics. If a true expert arrives with enough high explosives, this entire building will be leveled. But first, I must deal with those construction workers. I headed over to 𝐀𝐏𝐿𝐄𝐄's room. She was trembling in the corner, sobbing quietly, clearly traumatized by the explosions. Seeing her so vulnerable, my protective instincts flared. I held her, promising safety. Finally, she gripped my hand, shivering. She asked, "What happened?" We sat together for hours, as I explained everything about the attack. It was the workers from Building 26. Many from a nearby construction project rent in our complex. 𝐀𝐏𝐿𝐄 was confused. This is a high-end area. How could they afford to live here? I told her 100 men to one apartment makes it cheap. Her expression turned grim. They are far more dangerous than Chunjing. I couldn't help but agree with her assessment. Chun is just a thug with a gun. Without it, he's nothing. But these workers are different. They possess immense physical strength, endurance, and are a loyal group of long-time associates. That unity makes them lethal. I breathed a sigh of relief that I killed their demolition expert. Otherwise, he would have returned with something much bigger. 𝐀𝐏𝐿𝐄 suddenly leaned in close. "Will you take revenge?" she asked. "I always settle scores, but I won't charge in blindly. Even with my arsenal, risking a shovel to the head for a total wipeout." 𝐀𝐏𝐿𝐄 rolled her eyes at my caution. "Aren't you being a bit too careful?" "Perhaps. It seems it's time for me to recruit some expendable cannon fodder of my own." I opened the owner's chat group. The massive explosion had already jolted the entire building awake. The group was in total chaos. Some feared an earthquake. Others thought a meteor had struck. I posted coldly. Building 26. I've already neutralized most of them. I informed them that Zhongmeng was dead and the enemy used snow tunnels. Panic spread instantly. Those laborers are desperate killers. Our building's young men are gone. Only the weak remain. We can't fight them. Thank God we have Zhang Yi. With you, we might actually be safe. You're our hero, they cheered. I immediately poured cold water on their desperate hopes. My ammo is nearly gone, and I can barely protect myself. You're on your own, I warned. Then Uncle Yu called. Zhang Yi, are you okay? I know their leader Huang Tian. He has dozens of workers and has already killed many. Now, he's coming for your home. If you need it, I can help you deal with them. His offer sparked a new plan. Since Uncle Yu knows the enemy's situation, spill their secrets. I have a plan to crush them. My neighbors tried to bomb my door, but I just laughed. I even served them a barbecue. Beer and peanuts were on the house. Turns out, these strangers are from Building 26. Once I broke them, the neighbors suddenly hailed me as the hero of Building 26. They know I am their only hope against the desperate monsters of Building 26. I told Uncle Yu that facing those Building 26 outlaws requires a different strategy. We must unite the neighbors, while I stay safe within my own steel fortress. I am not stepping outside for anyone. Uncle Yu wanted to rally the crowd in the group chat. I shut him down. Asking them for help makes us look weak and suspicious. Let them beg us. We have the food, and the Tian gang is coming back for blood. They will crawl to us soon enough. I sent 𝐀𝐏𝐿𝐄 and Uncle Yu to scout the area. I need to know every threat lurking in the 30 buildings of this frozen hell. A guard and a doctor, the perfect duo for intel. She really is incredibly efficient. In mere hours, she was back. Professional as ever, the doctor began her briefing. The biggest threat? The Tiana gang. They are all former construction thugs. They are brutal. I already killed 8 of them, and the rest froze to death in the snow. Only 20 left. Then there is the Mantis gang, in Building 21. At least, their names aren't to cringe. They are mostly young, fit, and full of energy. They are strong and ready for war. A dozen men who are not to be underestimated. Their leaders are Wong Kong and Zhao Lu. Everyone else is just harmless survivors. 2 days later, the Tiant leader, Huang Tianfeng, vowed to wash our building in blood. He wants my head for his dead brothers. They hate me, but they are absolutely terrified. Realizing my home is impenetrable, they decided to slaughter my neighbors instead. Come out, or I will kill your precious neighbors, they screamed. Live with the guilt. I laughed out loud. Do I look like a saint? This plays right into my hands. Let them die. The more the neighbors suffer, the more they will beg for my protection. 2 days was all it took. Yesterday's hero is today's selfish villain in the chat. They say it is my fault, that I should suffer for them. I just gave them a cold response. I acted in. If you are too weak to survive, that is your own problem. If it is so dangerous out there, I am definitely staying inside. The moral blackmail began. You provoked them. Why should we die for you? Have you no heart at all? You are just a coward hiding at home. I snapped back. Die if you want. I don't care. Don't talk to me about conscience. You all tried to raid me when this nightmare started. Then I dropped the hammer. Don't think for a second, I won't kill you all myself. Silence. They finally remembered who I was. The man who ended Chun Jinghao. The rich kid, Su Hao, watched the snow fall in a state of total despair. The Tiana gang is a nightmare. The snow won't stop. Is this where it all ends for me? The atmosphere was perfect. I called Uncle Yu. It is your time to shine. The ice-cold doctor had become my loyal little cat, doing whatever it takes to please me. Her intel gathering was flawless. She presented everything with surgical precision and care. Combined with Uncle Yu's data, she laid out the state of the coming war. Only 2 gangs left. Good. I need every bit of information. Find out if they have guns. I have no interest in catching a bullet today. After checking with Uncle Yu, I exploded in the group chat. The neighbors were broken. Their moral traps were useless against a man with no heart. The neighbors knew their fate. The Tiane gang was coming to slaughter them one by one. Just as despair took hold, Uncle Yu appeared in the group chat. Don't be afraid, everyone. They only have 20 men, while we have over 50. If we stand united, we can win. Hope flickered in their eyes. As a veteran, Uncle Yu had always been their pillar of reliability. But then he dropped a bombshell. His supplies were gone. Only Zhang Yi could lead them now. Join him or die, he warned. The neighbors fell silent, remembering how they had just insulted him. Zhang Yi had told them to rot. Uncle Yu sighed. I'm the only one he might still listen to. I'll try to persuade him. In an instant, the neighbors pinned all their hopes on the old veteran. Privately, Uncle Yu asked me for the next move. I smiled. The trap was set perfectly. We played good cop, bad cop to break them. Even if we failed, they'd make excellent cannon fodder. I sent a voice note to the group. For Uncle Yu's sake, I'm willing to talk to you. Desperate for a lifeline, the neighbors immediately began showering me with hollow flattery. Brother Zhang Yi has such a noble heart. Just tell us what to do, and we'll obey. I sneered. Is that so? Then grab your weapons and fight the gang. Do you have the guts? The chat went dead silent. I laughed. You want me to die while you watch? In that case, just stretch out your necks and wait for the blade. Uncle Yu played his part brilliantly. Wait. Stop. We'll listen. Everyone will follow your lead. It's either fight or die. We need this chance. He then turned his fury on the neighbors. What are you waiting for? Death. Follow him before the blade is at your throats. Driven by terror, they surrendered. I finally held absolute control over the entire building. From now on, I command. No one hides. No one slacks off. Do you understand? Traitors and cowards will be eliminated. But if you obey, I have a reward for you. I won't let you starve. I'm going out to find supplies. The chat exploded with frantic joy. After how we treated you, you're still risking the frozen wasteland for us? You're a saint. Some even wept with shame. I smirked. I had them exactly where I wanted them. Going out served many purposes. First, it made me their sole provider, their literal god of survival. They wouldn't dare betray me now. If I die, they starve. My life is their only hope. Second, though my floor is a fortress, I can't risk the floors below me. I needed meat shields to defend the perimeter. They would bleed, so I wouldn't have to. To keep them loyal, I needed food. To make them useful, I needed better weapons. With my snowmobiles and thermal gear from the portal space, I knew every secret warehouse in the city. But my first stop was the police station. 30 days into the apocalypse, a man's first trip out. Safety first, after all. Then, I needed real firepower. Fear is simply the result of insufficient firepower. In this world, the one with guns is king. As I prepared to leave, 𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐄 watched me with eyes full of worry and lingering guilt. She felt like a burden, thinking her presence was draining my precious resources faster. Meanwhile, the neighbors treated me like a deity. Their messages were filled with divine reverence. 𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐄 teased, "You could start a cult right now. You'd be their supreme grand master." In times of catastrophe, people cling to religion faster than anything else. I laughed coldly. They're just cannon fodder. No need for fancy titles or complex rituals. Today they worship me for a moldy crust. Tomorrow they'd kill me for a single steamed bun. I have to stay sharp. Human nature is a swamp. Only resources and weapons mean anything. The engine roared to life. I charged into the blizzard, heading straight for the police station. 𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐄's worried gaze followed me. She feared she was a weight around my neck, consuming resources while we burned through energy. Little did she know, the neighbors now worshipped me as a god. I told her that those who bow for bread today will bite for a bun tomorrow. In this apocalypse, I trust nothing but my own strength and the cold steel in my hand. I layered on 18 bulletproof vests. This was the perfect chance to scout the frozen wasteland outside. He knew I didn't trust him completely, so he insisted on joining me. I just gave his cheek a playful pinch. We're past that now. Just be a good boy and wait for me. I turned and walked away. In an instant, I swept every resource in the room into my subs. 𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐄 was utterly speechless. Typical Manhwa talk and no walk. With 4 floors buried in snow, I leaped from the 5th-story window. The soft powder swallowed me to my knees. Walking was impossible. Seeing no one, I summoned my snowmobile. A thunderous roar shattered the silence, echoing through the complex. I knew this machine would spark a wildfire of greed in the hearts of my desperate neighbors. At 70 miles per hour, I tore through the frost toward police headquarters. The station was a tomb of silence. I used my flashlight to sweep the rooms until I reached the 2nd floor. A heartbreaking sight met me. 5 officers, huddled together, had frozen to death at their posts. Caught without winter gear, they died as guardians. I silently covered them with curtains to honor their sacrifice. A final salute to these heroes. Just then, a ring of keys on the floor caught my eye. My heart raced with joy. Whatever they died protecting had to be the Holy Grail, the police armory. I breached the vault and claimed a heavy sniper rifle before raiding the entire cache in this frozen hell. I knew all fear stemmed from a lack of firepower. I needed to build a squad of loyal pawns to stand guard. On my first trek out of the sanctuary, I headed straight for the keys found on those fallen officers. It took 2.5 hours of searching that dark maze to finally locate the armory doors. I was stunned by the haul. Rifles, vests, helmets, and batons. It was everything I needed, and more. I even found a heavy sniper. With this, I'd be the ultimate shadow, ruling the battlefield from afar. My focus had sharpened since my rebirth. In my last fight, I didn't miss a single shot. Was this a hidden awakening? It seemed I was a natural-born marksman in this new life. With this legendary gear, I could build a formidable army. I didn't hesitate for even a second. I emptied the armory into my subspace, certain now that the world was still full of hidden treasures. The frost had struck in the dead of night, leaving people no time to react to the catastrophe. By the time they realized the end had come, it was too late. Now, to find bait for my pawns. Guided by memory, I reached a distant mall and shattered the glass to force my way inside. The former Temple of Commerce was now a graveyard. I salvaged what was useful before heading to the basement to raid the food court. This remote spot was untouched, its shelves still heavy with goods. The quality was tragic, desiccated, frozen solid, and barely resembling anything edible at all. The fish were a nightmare, but for my starving neighbors, I packed 2 heavy bags. I had to make it back to the complex before the shadows grew long. The engine's scream was a jagged blade in the silence as I raced through the dead streets. Crossing bridges and boulevards, I finally rolled back into my complex, the engine drawing every eye. The survivors swarmed to their windows. Huang Tianfeng, the gang leader, watched the snowmobile like a predator. A rare treasure like that in the south meant they could finally leave to scavenge for themselves. No more eating rotting meat. He turned to his men, his eyes burning with a lethal greed. Get that machine. Whatever the cost. I knew they were all watching me like hungry wolves. But I had the guns now. Uncle Yu was already waiting at the window, watching for my return. His eyes widened in total disbelief at the sight of the 2 massive bags of food. Just then, the Tiani gang prepared to strike. They knew once I was inside, their chance was gone. While my neighbors waited for death in despair, I was thriving in the frost. To turn them into loyal shields, I had plundered the law and the markets alike. I hauled out 2 massive bags of supplies and called for the neighbors. Within moments, the hallway was packed. Before handing out a single scrap, it was time to brainwash these cannon fodder. I told them I'd risked my life. I claimed I'd scoured all of Tianhai City for these goods. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 played her part, unzipping the bags for all to see. Suddenly, a mountain of long-awaited food appeared before their eyes. There was even piles of expired meat. I showed them moldy bread and even a whole watermelon. In the old world, the quality of this food was something even a dog wouldn't touch. But now, these starving neighbors looked on, with eyes gleaming in pure desperation. Seizing the moment, Uncle Yu raised his fist and began a dramatic chant. Zhang Yi is our hero. The others joined in, screaming that I was their savior and their sole provider. They shouted as if terrified I wouldn't hear them. I knew then, if I told them to crawl like dogs, they would. They would obey without question. The lure of food was simply too great. I stood before them and issued my command. I will provide food, and you will eat your fill, but I, Zhang Yi, have one absolute rule. I don't feed leeches. If you eat, you must fight. Just as I was about to distribute the rations, the Tiani gang arrived, armed and aggressive. They roared at us to hand over the supplies or prepare to die. I signaled with a wave of my hand. Anyone who takes them down gets 5 times the rations. Their eyes went wide. Facing a group of hulking construction workers, my neighbors charged forward with suicidal fury. The gang was caught completely off guard. They expected these weaklings to flee in terror at the mere sight of them. Instead, They were like rabid animals, swarming over them. In an instant, the hallway descended into a chaotic bloodbath. For a single bite of food, everyone lost their humanity. In 70-degree below zero weather, pain was a foreign concept to them. The gang members were hardened thugs, but even they were overwhelmed. Numbers 1, the day. Seeing the tide turn, Uncle Yu let out a war cry and lunged into the fray. With a few swings of his axe, he cut them down. Panic finally struck the Tiana gang as their men fell. They turned tail and fled. My neighbors cheered. We won. We drove off the bandits and saved our food. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 looked at the severely wounded. She knew that with immediate treatment, they might actually survive. But medicine was too precious to waste on them. In this hellscape, using resources on the dying was a tragedy. She let out a helpless sigh. I called everyone to the main hall. You all did an amazing job today. As you've seen, as long as we stand united, that rabble from the Tian gang is nothing to fear. Then, I beckoned the two men who had fought with the most savage. You two were impressive. Keep up this spirit, and I promise you'll never go hungry or cold again. I piled their arms high with supplies. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they swore to be my loyal brothers. We'd laid down our lives for you, boss. Their eyes shone with devotion, while the other neighbors watched in envy. They bit their lips in regret. Why hadn't they fought harder? Those riches could have been theirs. I smirked. Everything was going exactly according to plan. I've raised dogs before. And I know the secret. To make a dog truly obey you, you have to master a delicate balance. Keep them just between starving and full. These cannon fodder were no different. Take this, former billionaire. Now, he'd endure any humiliation for a piece of candy. In this frozen apocalypse, gold was only good for propping up tables. As everyone received their share, the rich kid, Su Hao, stepped forward. I looked at him like he was trash. Reaching into the bag, I pulled out a single candy and kicked it to his feet. That's your ration. Su Hao knelt and grabbed it, a wave of intense humiliation washing over him. Are you mocking me? Even a beggar wouldn't take this garbage. He hissed through gritted teeth. I sneered. Don't think I didn't see. While others bled, you were hiding in the back, doing absolutely nothing. You think you can just coast? Giving you that candy was an act of mercy. The neighbors listened closely. They had felt their portions were small, but seeing Su Hao's single candy, they suddenly felt much better. Su Hao scrambled for an excuse. I wanted to fight, but everyone was in the way. I couldn't get through. Not my problem. All I saw was you loitering and shouting empty words from the safety of the rear. Su Hao exploded in rage. This isn't fair. You're clearly targeting me on purpose. You think you're in any position to demand fairness from me? Even if I am targeting you, what exactly are you going to do about it? Do I look like I'm here to reason with you? Logic has no place in this apocalypse. Don't be so incredibly naive. I gave a subtle nod to the two young men behind me, and they understood exactly what to do. They instantly slammed Su Hao to the frozen ground. I make the rules here, and you have no choice but to submit. I fired 2 warning shots right next to his head, leaving him sobbing in absolute terror. Then, I let my cold warning echo. If any of you think I'm being a tyrant, I won't stop you. Feel free to drop your food and walk out of my sight. The neighbors exchanged frantic glances. In this wasteland, food is their only hope. Who would be stupid enough to leave? Suddenly, Su Hao struggled to rise again, shouting, Zhang Yi. But I didn't let him finish his sentence. I ground my boot into the back of his hand and grabbed his hair. I hope this helps you remember your place next time. I, Zhang Yi, am no philanthropist. Remember this. If you want to eat, you must fight for it yourself. That is the price for trying to play games. Once the supplies were distributed, a sickly sweet voice, Brother Zhang Yi, What about me? I turned my gaze toward the source of that annoying sound. It was Fang Yiking, that manipulative White Lotus. I wondered how these fake friends were still alive. Right now, she looked pathetic. She was like a stray dog, begging for scraps. I crouched down, a predatory smirk playing on my lips, as I watched them grovel. How could I ever forget you two? Their faces lit up with joy, foolishly thinking I had saved a special portion for them. They truly believed they were being given special treatment. But in the next heartbeat, their hope turned to pure ash. Why would I give you anything? You didn't lift a finger. The goddess I had chased for 3 years, in my past life, was now kneeling before me like a dog. To get a single scrap of food, she had discarded every ounce of her dignity. Hearing that I had no intention of sharing, Fang Yiking couldn't believe her ears. Her heart sank into a dark abyss. Beside her, Lin Caning shrieked, "That's not fair. Everyone else got theirs. Why are we being left out?" Fang Yiking pulled out her best green tea act, sobbing uncontrollably. "Didn't you once say you'd only marry me?" I crouched down and delivered a sharp slap to her face. Did I really? I must have forgotten. We're all adults, did. You actually take my casual lies seriously. I've said things like that to plenty of girls. Besides, I have a girlfriend now. How could you ever compare to my 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂𝐀𝐋? I intentionally pulled 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂𝐀𝐋 into my arms. Fang Yiking completely broke down. The difference between them was now like heaven and earth. One is a brilliant surgeon with a prestigious degree, a woman of undeniable beauty and grace. The other is a lowly clerk who spends her nights hunting for rich targets in clubs. Just a cheap gold digger. It was like comparing a goddess to a beggar. Fang Yiking knew she had lost. Did this used-up toy really think she was a fairy? She's nothing but a vulgar materialist. Su-Hao, tell me, in your circle of rich heirs, what do you call girls like her? Su-Hao scrambled to answer, she's a universal charger, a public bus. Just a low-tier gold digger. The neighbors exploded into mocking laughter. So that's what she really is. And to think, I actually admired her. In an instant, a tidal wave of insults and mockery surrounded her. Fang Yiking let out a piercing scream and she ran from the hall like a mad woman. Meanwhile, I pulled out a pack of moldy biscuits and tossed them to Su-Hao. Good answer. This is your reward. Su-Hao's eyes filled with pure, unadulterated joy at the sight of food. After nearly losing everything, he suddenly felt he was in the wrong. You're right, Brother Zhang. Thank you for the lesson. I'll be your most loyal follower from now on. With that drama over, the priority was fortifying our building's defenses. The Tiana gang could strike back at any time. Excluding the children, we had 47 survivors left in this building. Aside from myself, Kia, Uncle, Yu, and Zilai. The remaining 43 were split into 6 patrol groups. If anything happens, signal everyone by striking the metal railings. Also, every enemy killed earns you 5 extra rations. This rule is permanent. Those on watch will be fed. But you'll have to settle for the leftovers others didn't want. I left the group organization to Uncle Yu and retreated home to research how to operate various firearms. Even 1 month into this frozen apocalypse, some major corporate servers were miraculously still running. Humanity had not given up on rebuilding. They were desperately trying to preserve the last embers of human civilization. Luckily, I was once a member of a shooting association, so the basics were familiar. Just then, Kia asked about the situation. The snow had already piled up, over 10 meters high. Even if the blizzard stopped today, this massive snowfall won't melt for months. With winter fast approaching, our situation is only getting worse. But in this frozen apocalypse, the environment isn't the deadliest threat we face. It is the darkness of human nature. With a thought, I manifest today's weapon haul from my true favorite is this heavy sniper. A high-caliber rifle is every man's romance, and I can't put it down. I step onto the balcony and peer through the scope. I need the perfect opportunity to test the lethal power of this legendary assassin's tool. Suddenly, two shadows flicker in my sights. My life with 𝐀𝐏𝐿 has become quite comfortable ever since I showed her the new reality. She's been desperate to prove her worth, terrified that I might feel even a hint of dissatisfaction. But with a fresh arsenal to admire, I have no time for her games tonight. I head out to the balcony. Two figures appear in my scope. It seems these rats are trying to steal my I intentionally left it in the garage as bait. Little do they know, it's already safe in my sight. Their petty theft is a lost cause. Suddenly, Uncle Yu calls to confirm he's taken the instant noodles. His voice wavers with emotion. That single crate of noodles is enough to sustain them for half a month. He chuckles awkwardly, telling me not to take Z lightings. I'm not that petty, but I have to ask Uncle Yu. Are you really prepared to raise someone else's child? He laughs, saying, as a 40-year-old bachelor, he's just happy to have a woman by his side. Don't sell yourself short. In this hellish environment, those pretty boy idols and rappers are absolutely useless. A hardened man with your skills, you're a hot commodity now. Honestly, even a famous star would feel like she's winning if she stayed with you. I shift the tone. Still, Z is a good woman. You two could even have your own child someday. I know exactly when to stop. A few seeds of doubt are all I need to plant. Uncle Yu is clearly considering it. Despite the child, she's fit and technically skilled. How could a lifelong bachelor like him resist such a calculated temptation? While I talk, 𝐀𝐏𝐿 presses herself against me. One look is all it takes to understand her intent. Suddenly, the Tiana gang returns to the lobby, fueled by a desperate thirst for revenge. Driven by hunger and rage, they charge. The lookout immediately alerts the building by banging the rails. They rain down bricks on the invaders. My food bounty has turned my neighbors into fierce hunters. To them, the elite Tiana gang is now just a walking meal. They swarm out to join the fray. It's a brutal struggle for survival. The neighbors show no mercy, fighting desperately for their rations. 3 gang members fall instantly. The rest flee in terror, all while I watch through my monitors. I step onto the balcony, watching the cowards run. If I use the heavy sniper now, could I take them out one by one? Time to see how satisfying it is to be a long-range reaper. I shoulder the Barrett. The 32 times magnification is breathtakingly clear. Even miles away, they look close enough to touch. I steady my breath and pull the trigger. A thunderous crack shatters the silent night. I'm stunned by my own precision. I only wanted to test the rifle, but it was a perfect one-shot. Am I a natural-born sniper? Just moments ago, the gang tried to storm building 2, but my bloodthirsty neighbors drove them back. The chaos woke me from my slumber. Looking down at the scurrying shadows below, a dangerous idea begins to take root. I pull the police-grade sniper from my space. I've been dying for a proper field test. My first casual shot finds its mark with deadly accuracy. A strange sensation washes over me. The moment I pulled the trigger, something shifted. I chamber, another round, and aim. Bang, another perfect hit. This isn't just luck, anymore it is a hidden talent. A special ability has finally awakened. My powers aren't limited to just spatial storage. I never noticed it with pistols or crossbows, but with this rifle, my potential is undeniable. It seems I'm a natural-born marksman. I quickly reloaded and fired 7 rapid shots. My mood was excellent. With this new skill, I can stay home and play the role of the ultimate hidden sniper. The neighbors downstairs were shocked by the gunfire, watching in horror as the 7 Tiana gang members collapsed into blood. Everyone stood frozen in terror. No one ever expected that Zhang Yi would turn out to be such a deadly sharpshooter. They realized they couldn't afford to cross him. Surviving this long was nothing but a merciful gift from Zhang Yi himself. The next morning, I had 𝐀𝐏𝐿 prepare noodles for me. I no longer had any fear of her trying to betray me. With daily, thorough searches, I had completely eliminated any possibility of her hiding weapons or attempting to drug my food. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 asked if I was the one firing from the balcony last night. I proudly shared the story like a hunter boasting of his prey. 7 shots, 7 kills. Upon hearing this, 𝐀𝐏𝐿 looked at me with eyes filled with pure, intense admiration. I asked if she was curious why I knew how to use a sniper rifle, but she simply shook her head. Uninterested. She vowed to follow me, no matter who I was. I finished my meal and told her she was a truly intelligent woman, unlike those who annoy me with endless questions. Still, I wondered if she was genuinely simple or just highly intelligent. In Building 26, the Tiani gang leader, Huang Tianfeng, stared at the corpses of his men, consumed by a silent, boiling rage. But his fear was 100 times greater than his anger. With only 9 men left, their power was fading fast. Looking at his fallen brothers, Huang Tianfeng remained silent for a long time before finally speaking in a low, heavy voice. Raiding Building 25 was no longer an option. He ordered his men to drag the bodies back under the cover of night. In this apocalypse, luxury cars were just scrap metal. I began collecting them into my spatial storage, like I was picking up rare treasures. My space was massive, so I treated them like 1-to-1 scale models. After all, a love for fine cars is a man's nature. The defeated Tiana gang finally faced the cold reality. Zhang Yi was armed with a gun and was incredibly dangerous. His home was a fortress, and with neighbors acting as meat shields, they realized they stood absolutely no chance of winning. He ordered his men to retrieve the corpses. They all looked at each other, knowing exactly what those bodies would be used for. Meanwhile, I decided to head out again. Now, I could walk out of the building with total, unshakable confidence. The neighbors viewed me with godlike awe. I pretended to visit the garage to retrieve my hidden snowmobile. Under the watchful gaze of the entire neighborhood, I drove off. Wang Kong, leader of the Mantis gang, was completely baffled. He had sent men to search the garage all night, but found nothing. Where on earth could Zhang Yi have hidden that bike? Regardless, he was determined to steal it. With that vehicle, the Mantis gang's rise to power would be unstoppable. His second-in-command, Zhao Lu, agreed. In this chaotic new world, opportunity belongs to the bold and the ruthless. But their first priority was to get some cigarettes. Wang Kong watched the snowmobile disappear with bloodshot, envious eyes. I checked the nearby supermarkets first, but the results were all the same. The small shops were completely buried deep under the snow. It seemed my only hope was to locate the large, independent warehouse-style supermarkets to find anything useful. Then I remembered the South City warehouse district. Even if the Walmart stash was gone, other companies still had stock there. After a grueling 2.5-hour journey, I finally arrived at the massive industrial warehouse zone. Fortunately, the rooftops were still visible. I was overjoyed. The city's entire supply of goods was concentrated right here, with supplies from thousands of companies. I could easily sustain 10,000 people for a very long time if I wanted to, but when I smashed through the roof of the 𝐼𝐸 warehouse, I was shocked to find the massive space completely empty. The supplies had clearly been moved early. After searching hundreds of buildings, I finally found a vehicle storage warehouse. It was filled with construction equipment and luxury cars. I stashed them all into my spatial storage as part of my collection. With so many vehicles, fuel became my top priority. My current stock was only enough for basic power generation. With frequent snowmobile use, my reserves were going to run dangerously low in a very short amount of time. I rushed to the city's largest gas station, but the sight that met me left me absolutely speechless. The Larias station was buried under 15 meters of snow, making it impossible to reach the underground fuel pumps. Was I really going to run out of fuel? Suddenly, a brilliant flash of inspiration struck my mind. I had just collected those massive excavators. They were meant for a collection, but now, they were about to become my salvation. A month of blizzards had buried the city under 15 meters of snow, hiding almost every low-rise building from sight. To get to those supplies, I first had to find a way to clear away that massive mountain of heavy snow. While others wait for death in despair, I am racing through the snow on my motorcycle. But this frequent riding, requires massive amounts of fuel. My pocket dimension's current reserves won't last much longer at this rate. I race toward the city's largest gas station. The massive station is completely buried. I collapse into the deepening snow, feeling a sudden surge of despair. Must I ration my fuel forever? I reach for the falling flakes. Human strength is truly so fragile. Without heavy machinery, I'm powerless. But then, a brilliant spark of inspiration flashes through my mind. I stored several engineering vehicles earlier. Fortunately, the thick snow hasn't hardened into solid ice layers yet. Digging it out with an excavator is possible. I immediately summon the massive machine from my pocket dimension. My experience with cranes and forklifts makes the excavator easy to master. I'm a natural at this. The controls feel right. After 2.5 hours of relentless digging through the white abyss, I finally uncover the windows. I quickly stow the excavator back into my space and prepare to enter. I break through a window. My priority is locating the underground fuel depot. The real treasure of this place. Following the stairs down, I find the entrance and pry it open. 4 massive fuel tanks appear before me. 3 are filled with gasoline and 1 with high-grade diesel. I disconnect the pipes and move all 4 tanks into my dimension. Then, another genius idea strikes me. If I can excavate a gas station, I can dig out any buried location in the entire city. Does this mean all the resources in 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂 City now belong solely to me? I can't believe it. My heart races with joy. I'll rest here tonight before scouting the military defense camp tomorrow morning. There must be heavy weapons or even tanks there. Meanwhile, a different kind of drama unfolds back home. 𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐄 is treating a sick child, but the little girl's persistent fever is becoming dangerously critical. Zhang Yi took the emergency meds with him. Suddenly, Uncle Yu enters the room with a miracle. He brings fever, medicine, and comforts. The mother? He promises that Zhang Yi will return with even more. He says everyone will survive. But elsewhere, a dark and twisted madness is finally beginning to boil over. The insane Grandma Lin emerges, clutching a sharp kitchen knife and targeting 𝐀𝐏𝐄 with murderous eyes. Just moments ago, 𝐾 was treating the child using the medicine that Zhang Yi had provided earlier. The child's condition improves. The grateful mother says goodbye, but 𝐾 humbly redirects all the heartfelt thanks. Thank Zhang Yi instead, she says. As she turns to leave, a sudden, icy chill strikes her spine. A filthy, crazed woman lunges from the shadows, her eyes filled with a terrifying and primal rage. She stabs the mother's neck, screaming, "My grandson died. So your children must also perish with him." With her final breath, the mother begs 𝐾 to take her son and run as fast as possible. 𝐾 is paralyzed with shock. She tries to reason with the woman she once tried to help. Why should your kids live when mine didn't? The madwoman lunges forward with surprising inhuman agility. She grabs 𝐾's ankle with a death grip. You failed to save him. You deserve to die too. The blade descends toward the doctor and child. At that exact second, a savior finally intervenes. Uncle Yu blocks the strike and throws the hag aside. Thankfully, the child and 𝐾 are unharmed. Relief washes over him. He had promised Zhang Yi that he would protect her while he was away. The crisis is averted for now, but the fallen woman continues to shriek horrifying curses at them. You all owe my grandson his life. Her mind had snapped completely after the recent family tragedy. To survive the famine, she had committed the ultimate taboo, consuming the one she supposedly loved most. She is now a hollow shell of madness. Uncle Yu roars, "You monster! Thugs killed your grandson. Zhang Yi took revenge for you. Without his help, we would all be dead by now. How can you be so ungrateful? 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂 adds, her voice trembling with a mix of anger and pity. Zhang Yi actually sent medicine for your grandson back then. I was the one who pleaded for him. He agreed to help, but by the time it arrived, you had already murdered the poor boy yourself. He could have been saved. 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂 cries, using a small lie to shatter the woman's final delusions. It felt like a sudden bolt from the blue, filling Auntie Lin with such overwhelming guilt that she truly believed she had killed her own grandson. It was a soul-crushing blow to her heart. And the neighbors watching the drama didn't hesitate to shower her with cold mockery. To strike out against one's own flesh and blood, she had no moral compass left. An old witch like her is just a waste of oxygen. Looking at her state, she'll probably freeze to death soon. Since she's got so much fat on her, maybe we should help her out, brother. The next morning, I woke up in my tent after roughing it outside for the night. It was time to head to the defense camp. Uncle, you mentioned. That place houses an entire armory. They say in the apocalypse, all fear stems from a source of insufficient firepower. Once word of my snowmobile spread through the residential area, every faction began watching me like a pack of hungry wolves. It is currently the only viable transport available. But my supply of ammunition is running dangerously low. I'd struggle to fight off a coordinated assault. Uncle, you saw my concern and suggested that if we had enough weapons, we could protect Building 25 and our precious snowmobile. Hearing those words made my eyes light up with hope instantly. Do you actually know where to find weapons? Uncle Yu gave a sly grin, reminding me that he was a seasoned veteran. Though he didn't serve in Tianhai City, he had old connections and was intimately familiar with the local military installations. Following Uncle Yu's directions, I drove 80 kilometers to the Western Army camp and summoned my excavator from the void. Armed with my previous snow digging experience, I found the barracks in just 2.5 hours and jumped down to find the armory. Upon entering the dorms, I noticed something incredibly eerie. This camp is in a remote suburb, and the blizzard had struck suddenly. Why wasn't there even a ghost of a person here? The dorms were completely empty, and the blankets were folded with military precision. Everything was perfectly neat, and not a single frozen soldier was found. Could it be they predicted everything in advance? Did they all evacuate in an organized fashion? Perhaps certain high-level officials obtained precise data and knew the apocalypse was coming. They must have moved these soldiers to ensure their own protection. This group definitely plans to resurface after the snow disaster, relying on their hidden weapons and supplies to rule the world once again. Thinking back to those empty warehouses, everything was clearly connected by 1,000 threads. I hurried back to the excavator and used the dorms as a guide. Combining Uncle Yu's description with the layout, I quickly located the armory and used the excavator to smash through the wall. The sight before me was enough to make any man's blood boil with excitement. Racks were filled with every weapon imaginable. There were various models of rifles, endless rounds of ammunition, several military sniper rifles, and even crates of hand grenades. While there were no heavy weapons likely moved beforehand, the arsenal in front of me was more than enough for my needs. With this level of military hardware, no one in Tianhai City would ever be able to pose a threat to me again. I worked until nightfall before returning to the complex. The starving neighbors saw me return empty-handed and began to question me. Why did you go away for 2 days and bring back 0 food? I simply held out my empty hands in a shrug. I told them I searched many places but truly couldn't find any food. Hearing this, the neighbors immediately began to grumble. The outside world is so huge, couldn't you look a bit harder? We waited so long only to get absolutely nothing. I fixed the chattering crowd with a deathly stare. Are you quite finished? Everyone felt a chill and immediately shut their mouths. Are you all getting cocky now? Don't push your luck with me, or we can just end this whole arrangement right here. Don't expect help from anyone later. I brought you food a few times, and now you think it's my obligation to serve you. Don't be ungrateful. The crowd was startled. and the guy with the middle part hair hurried forward to explain. Brother Zhang, everyone is just hungry and talking nonsense. We know how hard you work to find food. However, I have a small suggestion. Your snowmobile can easily fit 3 people. Why not take a few brothers with you next time? More hands make light work. I let out a cold laugh. I almost forgot that these people would be eyeing my snowmobile as well. Without a word, I pulled out my pistol and clicked off the safety. While the neighbors shivered, I enjoyed my nights in a warm, safe house. Yet, I still had to go out daily to find food for these cannon fodder neighbors. Over time, they actually felt entitled to it. After getting food the day before, some even started demanding clothes. It seems you really can't feed people too well. Once their bellies are full, they start having wicked thoughts. Since it was dark after the armory raid, I brought back no food at all. I was prepared to give them a little training. Seeing me empty-handed, these neighbors, whose attitudes had grown arrogant, immediately began their whispering and complaining. Once they finished their chatter, I spoke up. Don't you dare test me. Never forget who actually calls the shots in this building. The neighbors felt a surge of terror in their hearts. They still hadn't forgotten the fear of being ruled by Chunjing. And the Zhang Yi before them was 100 times more ruthless. I shrugged dismissively. That's it for today. Everyone, get lost. But just then, a man in a red hat stepped out from the crowd. Big brother, Zhang Yi, you always scavenge alone. Why not take a few of us next time? That bike can easily fit 3. I noticed his hand twitching, and his eyes were filled with a strange malice. Suddenly, several neighbors behind him began chiming in. We're happy to help carry supplies. Just say the word, and we'll risk our lives for you, Brother Zhang. Sensing the shift in the air, I gripped the pistol hidden in my pocket. I almost forgot. These vultures were actually eyeing my snowmobile. Fine then, it's time to show my hand. Before they could blink, I pulled the trigger. Bang, Red Hat was finished. Did you think I was negotiating? Your only choice is absolute submission. It seems you've forgotten your place in this world. A few scraps of food made you forget who I am. I roared, emptying the entire magazine into them. 4 bodies hit the snow instantly. Screams erupted as the remaining neighbors fled. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 rushed forward, her eyes filled with worry. Brother Zhang Yi, are you hurt? I told her I was fine and walked toward the house with a cold, dominant stride. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 followed closely, sensing my mood. After a few minutes, I asked her if anything new had happened in the complex. As she massaged my feet, she began her report. Old Lady Lin went mad after her grandson died. She stabbed someone, and the neighbors dealt with her. Also, the new leader of Building 9 was actually an old patient of mine. Her name is Chunling. She wants me to bridge the gap, so you'll accept her friend request. My brows furrowed at the name. Chunling. What could a woman like her want with me? Honestly, the thought of facing tens of thousands of enemies in this complex, if they truly united, what were the chances they could actually tear down Building 12? I had to consider the possibility of a total siege, but with only 1 hour of low power daily. They couldn't use power tools or heavy machinery, toppling a skyscraper with just human hands. In this frozen hellscape, that was practically impossible. Just then, 𝐀𝐏𝐿 reminded me that Chunling wanted to collaborate. I let out a cold, sharp laugh. Who has anything worth my time? They're all either starving or freezing to death. Collaborate. They aren't worthy. Tell her to get lost. But then I reconsidered. Wait, find out their situation first. It doesn't hurt to have intel. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 quickly organized the data. Chunling was a ruthless businesswoman, controlling a beauty firm worth 200 million, likely just a hollow pyramid scheme. She's nearly 40, sharp-featured, extremely aggressive, and rules her people with an iron fist. We weren't close, she was just a patient, Joe explained. But currently, she and her thugs have built in 9 under total control. I was impressed. A woman ruling an entire building. She definitely has some tricks up her sleeve. But in the apocalypse, these MLM types are the most dangerous of all. I couldn't afford to be careless. A small plan began to form in my mind. I wanted to see exactly what she was plotting. I accepted her request, along with a corporate leader's. Chen replied almost instantly, demanding a voice call right away. I rejected it immediately. There was no way I'd let a professional manipulator talk circles around me. Everyone knows. Their tongues are like machine guns. Speak plainly. I hate wasting breath. Chen Lingyu was stunned. This man was even more difficult than the rumors suggested. They said he'd wiped out half his building and owned a snowmobile and a sniper rifle. The thought sent a chill through her. She quickly messaged back. I know you have the snowmobile. You can get supplies. I believe we can form a powerful alliance. And what's your leverage? I asked. Chen Lingyu responded desperately. Building 9 is stable and harmonious under my command. We have the manpower, and you have the arsenal. My army of hundreds is ready to work. If we combine my influence with your firepower, we can easily dominate this entire neighborhood. We could even rule Tianhai City. Hearing such delusions, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her MLM pitch was impressive, but she's barely surviving while dreaming of conquering new lands. I rejected her immediately. Chen Lingyu panicked, warning me that I was now a marked man. Join me, and I'll pacify the mob. You don't want 10,000 starving enemies, do you? You're smart enough to know that wealth attracts danger. While everyone else is freezing and starving, you ride your bike for food while they watch. Don't you think they're burning with envy? I scoffed at her words. Are you threatening me? Is this how you negotiate a partnership? I didn't shut her down completely. I told her I'd consider it, then promptly closed the chat. From my window, I pondered. If the whole complex swarmed me, could they actually demolish this building? Could I hold the line? Meanwhile, 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂 and I explored even more intimate ways to connect. My brilliant strategist was more than just a companion. Building 9's leader, Chen Lingyu, had just begged for alliance. She wanted my bike to scavenge for the masses, using survival as a mask for her threats. If I refused to play along, Building 25 would become the entire community's public enemy. Number 1. A total war was looming, a fight to the bitter end. I wasn't afraid, just calculating. If 29 buildings united for a siege, could I truly eliminate every single one of them? What were the odds they'd actually try to tear the building down? I weighed the risks carefully. I chose to stay in my fortress. In this sub-zero hell, demolition is impossible without heavy machinery. Tearing down a skyscraper by hand is pure fantasy. As long as I'm inside, I'm untouchable. Then, another leader reached out. Lejian, a former CFO and high-ranking executive from my old firm. He proposed a rational partnership, presenting the stable condition of his building as his primary leverage. Under his strict management, Building 18 only lost 5 residents. He was a master of resource allocation. His building was a sanctuary of order. He claimed to be protecting the final sparks of civilization. He offered to mediate between the buildings to ensure post-disaster reconstruction and maintain a fragile peace. His professional pitch was a breath of fresh air compared to Chen Lingyu's clumsy threats. His emotional intelligence was far superior, presenting clear logic and a mutually beneficial path forward. His tone was perfectly balanced. I turned to 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂, who stopped her chores to attend to me. As she massaged my feet, she confirmed his reputation as a charismatic leader with absolute authority. I respected his management style, but I knew his methods couldn't sustain them in the long run. His plea was just like the others filling my inbox. Every building was reaching their breaking point. Embracing 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂 from behind, I asked her, what should I do? Declare war, or accept their peace? 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂 felt a wave of relief. She was safe within these walls while the world burned outside. The lives of thousands hung on Zhang Yi's next move. She began to analyze the tactical situation. If victory is certain, we fight. If we choose peace, we become the neighborhood's permanent pantry. Feeding thousands of mouths is a burden that will eventually drain even your vast resources. Zhang Yi. Once they are fed and warm, they will inevitably betray you. It's simply not worth the risk. I considered finding a new stronghold to escape these pests. I wouldn't abandon this masterpiece. We discussed our options until we finished getting dressed. I sent a signal to Building 25's group chat, inciting my neighbors to prepare for a siege. These people were recruited to be my cannon fodder. At everyone. The other buildings are threatening to seize our food and bike. They're planning a combined assault. The group chat exploded in a frenzy. My neighbors knew their survival depended entirely on my If anyone tried to steal their hope, it was do or die now. If they want a war, we'll give them one. I watched as their fear turned into righteous rage. Perfect. This is exactly the outcome I was looking for. Suddenly, a notification pings Lingyu has just started a massive group chat. It's titled, Building Leaders Negotiation Group. My brow furrows. Have they already conspired to corner me? Day 35 of the global deep freeze. It seems my neighbors have finally set their greedy sights on my snowmobile. The other 29 buildings have formed a united front, plotting to force me into surrendering my only vehicle. Their plan? To seize my snowmobile for public use and demand I hand over all my remaining supplies. For the community, if I refuse, I'll become public enemy number 1, facing the wrath of thousands of starving residents. What a total joke. If they want war, I'll give it to them. As long as I'm inside my safe house, they can't touch me. But then I reconsider facing a siege from thousands of people might not be the most foolproof strategy after all. The sheer scale of this opposition is on a completely different level. Faced before, 𝐀𝐏𝐿 senses my tension and steps closer. Her soft hands begin to gently massage my aching shoulders. The instant relief is incredible. I never realized 𝐀𝐏𝐿's massage techniques were this professional. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 blushes, a shy smile playing on her lips as she whispers that she's still learning and just wants me to be happy. Between her touch and her soothing words, my stress melts away. And my mind begins to sharpen with a new plan. Since 29 buildings are teaming up against me, I'll simply cut off the head of the snake. First, I'll lure their leaders to a negotiation. Once they're all in one place, I'll wipe them out. Without their leaders, the mob will crumble, and I can pick them off one by one. The next day, I gear up fully. These fools have no idea just how badly they've underestimated true combat power. I'll play along with their peace talks to lure the prey out of hiding and straight into the trap I've set. Once all the building leaders are gathered, a single grenade should be enough to turn them all into history. Meanwhile, I have Uncle Yu distribute some basic supplies. The neighbors stare at the food in their hands, stunned. They're moved to tears instantly, suddenly viewing me as their divine savior and second father. I'm not doing this out of the goodness of my heart. These pawns need to be well fed to have the strength to fight my battles. I begin assigning their tasks. Today's negotiation requires order. If this goes smoothly, we can all go back to normal lives. Stay sharp, don't let anyone disrupt these talks. A better tomorrow is finally within our reach. My arousing speech works perfectly. The neighbors are fired up, their eyes glistening with desperate, newfound hope. Escorted by my loyal neighbors, I head to the courtyard. But the enemy crowd is growing larger by the second. Seeing the massive numbers, I immediately retreat behind my wall of people to stay in the shadows. I pull out my phone and shout into the chat, "What's with this army? Are you trying to pull something? Don't play games with me. Tell your people to back off right now, or this entire negotiation is cancelled." I order Uncle Yu to hold the front while I retreat 50 feet back, setting up my Barrett sniper rifle and hiding. Even the veteran Uncle Yu is shaken by the sight. This looks more like an execution squad. Bringing this many people isn't a talk, it's an outright declaration of war to wipe us all out. As thousands close in to kill me, I'm already positioned as a hidden sniper, tossing a grenade right into the center of the mob. Boom! A deafening explosion rocks the area, vaporizing over a dozen people in a single heartbeat. I had invited 29 leaders for a talk, but they decided to bring their entire armies to my doorstep instead. They've completely surrounded Building 12. I signal, Uncle Yu, our ultimate shield. While I remain hidden with my Barrett, the neighbors begin to panic. But Uncle Yu's calm voice anchors them. His steady presence keeps them from breaking. With Uncle Yu there, the enemy hesitates to make a move. After all, Uncle Yu's terrifying combat record is legendary. What are you afraid of? You've got nothing left to lose anyway. Their only target is Zhang Yi. They're just trying to bully us into a slave contract. Suddenly, the crowd parts. 5 figures emerge, flanked by their top These are the high-ranking representatives of the building alliances. There's Huang Tianfeng of the Sky River Gang, Wang Kong of the Mantis Gang, and Li Jian from Harmy Gardens, along with Chen Yuling and Zhang Yi. They look smug, confident that they hold all the cards even on my home turf. With thousands of men against our 20, they can't fathom losing. They think they could drown us with sheer numbers alone. Li Jian adjusts his glasses. His expression is polite, yet his eyes radiate the arrogance of a man who thinks he's already won. In this moment, they all feel like grand generals of old, commanding a vast army toward an easy victory. Chun Lingyu's face was dripping with arrogance. Huang Tianfeng bellowed loudly, "Tell Zhang Yi to get out here now." Did he piss himself and run home to change? These 5 had a united front, but each held a hidden agenda. Uncle Yu stepped forward with calm dignity. "Our boss is waiting." But weren't all 29 leaders supposed to show up? "Why only 5 of you?" Li Jian replied coldly that they had been chosen as the sole representatives. "For today?" Uncle Yu gestured for them to enter. "Fine, but only the 5 leaders. And you must submit to a search." Chun Lingyu flared up instantly. "A search? Is this his idea of sincerity?" Beside her, Wang Kong burst into laughter. "Can't you see the situation? You actually dare to set conditions? Are you tired of living?" I watched from above and told Uncle Liu to retreat and maintain distance. He immediately followed my orders. As his team backed away, I let out a sharp whistle and yanked the pin from a grenade. Time for an appetizer. The mob thought someone had tossed a rock, until a pillar of fire erupted in the snow. Boom! A thunderous explosion sent dozens flying. Pure white snow was instantly stained with a gruesome spray of blood. A massive crater gaped in the frozen ground. I signaled Uncle Liu to put the phone on speaker immediately. Holding it before the trembling leaders, I let out a mocking sneer. "Really now? What century is this? Human wave tactics, how primitive. You all came here brandishing nothing but simple cold steel. But I have a sniper rifle and grenades." One toss just erased nearly 20 of your people. The neighbors were delusional enough to think numbers could pressure me. They were about to learn a terrifying lesson. I would show them the meaning of a total dimensional strike. I ordered Uncle Liu to keep that speakerphone loud. "Tell them, what good are numbers now?" The crowd stared in paralyzed horror, their eyes filled with pure shock. Uncle Louis's worry turned to triumph. "A search is mandatory. If you have an objection, the deal is dead." Wang Kong gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. "We came to negotiate. There's no need for this, right?" I chuckled darkly. Who brings thousands of people to a negotiation? They were just an eyesore to me. I just helped clear them out. "The meeting is on the 13th floor. You have 2 minutes before I start. Show up now, or it's war." Chun Lingyu? Legs shaking in terror. "Wait. We're coming with total sincerity. We'll be right there." From the 13th floor, I gazed at the charred blast. One grenade took out over 20 people. The carnage exceeded my expectations. I briefly considered throwing more, but they had already scattered like rats. I only had a few thousand grenades left. I needed to be efficient. Got to save them. Minutes later, they arrived panting. But not all 29 leaders had the guts to show up. Wiping them all out wasn't an option. Time for plan B. Seeing my weapons, their arrogance completely vanished. They didn't dare get close to me. Their previous bravado had been replaced by a pathetic. Legion spoke first. You know the situation. Our supplies are gone. We're all just trying to survive. If you'd just agreed to provide food, or let us share your motorcycle, we would truly thank you. I listened to his nonsense with a stone face, then slammed my gun onto the table. So, you expect me to feed the entire neighborhood? You guys really have a vivid imagination. The group paled and recoiled. Don't be impulsive. Let's talk slowly. Wong Kong, nearly wetting himself, forced out a shaky, desperate plea for peace. Don't push it. Even if you kill us, thousands of people outside will never let you get away. I shrugged. The gun was just uncomfortable in my pocket. I'm just airing it out. Don't overreact. But your demands, impossible. Expecting me to provide supplies for 30 buildings is a joke. One bike can't do that. Besides, you're the leaders. Shouldn't you care about your own survival first? Why worry about the neighbors? Here are my terms. First, I will provide food, but there are limits. 10 portions per building. Who gets to eat and who starves? That's your problem. I don't care. Feeding hundreds every day is my absolute. This is the best you're going to get. Silence fell as the 5 leaders began to think. They never truly cared about the masses anyway. They only wanted their own bellies full. Chun Lingyu was the first to break the silence with an objection. But I have dozens of people. My staff alone is over 20. I let out a cold laugh. Not my problem. Figure it out yourselves. This is an ultimatum, not a negotiation. I toyed with my cult as the snow reached the 4th floor. They relied on my snowmobile to live, yet they still had guns. Thousands tried to pressure me. One grenade taught them a deadly lesson. I flashed my handgun. I originally planned to execute every building leader. Only 5 reps arrived. Plan B, 10 rations for each building instead. Let them cannibalize each other for scraps. Accepted, or it's war, Chun Lingyu protested. Her building had 8 people. Mine had She called it unfair. I gave her a look that silenced her. No deal then? Let's fight. Legion's face paled with pure dread. His leadership relied on fairness. Now, without food, his harmonious home would turn into a blood-soaked nightmare. They hesitated. I didn't. I clicked the safety off my handgun right then. One provide 300 portions daily. Is that still not enough? Panic seized them. We'll consider it. Now, let's discuss my price. I pulled a packet from my pocket. It was time to grow. Corn seeds. Scavenging is temporary. We must be self-sufficient to survive. With these, we can secure a permanent source of life-saving food. They were stunned. In this frost? I sneered. Siberia grows corn. We have 300 men to dig. Dig through the ice. This is the only way to stay alive. I'm not feeding. Everyone works, or nobody eats in this cold. I'll provide supplies. I can even find you cigarettes and fine wine. Clothes, medicine. No, every warehouse. I was the king of logistics. At the mention of cigarettes, Huang and Wang's eyes lit up. For heavy smokers, a month without a puff is worse than death. I tossed them a pack of premium smokes and lit them up. Terms were forgotten. They drifted into a blissful cloud of nicotine euphoria. Legion watched, speechless. His unified front crumbled over a few smokes. 2 packs a day. I countered. 1 pack. Take it or leave. They agreed instantly. The others watched in horror as their alliance dissolved, sold out for a smoke. The whole complex wanted me dead. My grenade killed 20. Chunling Yu was shivering in her boots. She literally pissed herself. They sent 5 reps to steal my gear. The gun didn't break them, but the premium cigarettes did. After 1 puff, they surrendered everything for a daily pack of tobacco. What are you waiting for? Wang barked at the hesitant leaders. Zhang Yi is being generous. Providing for 300 people is grueling. Li Jian cursed these idiots. 1 smoke destroyed their will to fight. We need to consult the others, Li stalled. Wang snapped back. We 5 decide. I'd like to see who dares to disagree. Wang was a brainless thug. His fear of losing smokes exposed him. As they argued, I noticed something wrong outside, in the snow. The crowd that fled was regrouping. They were closing in on me. I raised my gun at the 5 leaders. The game just changed. Playing tricks, are we? Planning a fake peace talk just to ambush me? Wong Kong sneered. We aren't fools. We know you have a gun. We wouldn't gamble with our lives like that. I realized he was right. They didn't have the guts. Someone else sent those attackers. Then watch your backs. You've been played as pawns. Just then, Li Jian realized the assault had begun. What happened to our alliance? I had Uncle Yu detained them while I headed to the balcony with my sniper rifle. Idiots! I locked onto the lead vanguard. Bang! A perfect headshot. Then another. The roar of the rifle echoed through the complex. The stunned crowd broke into a panicked sprint. Some dove into the snow. I grinned, feeling like the Grim Reaper himself. 1 hand on the rifle, I began the harvest. Below, screams filled the air. The reps watched in horror. They literally wet themselves in fear. Finally, they saw just how ruthless I could be. I wiped my rifle clean. How much longer will you consider? They all agreed instantly. Li Jian sighed, forced to raise his hand in surrender. Now that we have a deal, why wait? Work starts today. I will notify you when the supplies are ready tomorrow. Meeting adjourned. But do not get clever, or you will end up like those corpses down there. In this hellscape, a single cigarette is enough to shatter a man's resolve. The moment I produced the smokes, Huang and Wang defected. Combined with my sniping display, the group had no choice. The 5 reps left, building 25. My neighbors exhaled in relief. I told them the good news: a consensus was reached. To maintain peace, I promised to provide 300 rations a day. However, everyone receiving food must work. We are starting an agricultural project. Sustainable development. The neighbors showered me with praise. That sniping was legendary. You scared hundreds off. But is 300 rations too much? Will we go hungry? I shot them a cold look. Would you rather hold off thousands of attackers yourself? They cannot touch me, but can you survive them? Besides, this is not your concern. I won't let my own people starve for them. Tears of gratitude welled in their eyes. They choked up, believing I was carrying the entire burden for their sake. We can never repay this debt. We were wrong about you. Those neighbors you killed. ... They deserved it. You only acted in... You are our true leader. I smirked inwardly. This little performance had maxed out the cannon fodder's loyalty. Uncle, you looked at me with suspicion. This feels different. It is not your usual style. I saw his doubts. I explained that this was merely an expedient measure. My original plan was to wipe out every leader and let the factions descend into chaos. But since only 5 showed up, killing them would not stop the 20+ other blocks. So, I suppressed my killing intent. I will make a deal now, and wait for the perfect moment. Uncle Yu was baffled, but gave a thumbs up. I trust you, even if I do not get it. It sounds smart at least. I explained the logic one more time. Keep them all hungry. Let internal conflicts brew until they start tearing each other apart. Then, I will finish them without lifting a finger. Uncle Yu was hooked. Is this that soft power stuff? I cleared my throat, looking at the bodies outside. I have the supplies, the fortress, and the guns. I do not fear a mob. But they are different. Once they realize there are only 10 rations per floor, they will go to war just to survive. The coming show will be magnificent. Uncle Yu felt a chill run down his spine. This psychological warfare made him feel both admiration and a deep-seated dread. I looked at him with icy eyes. This is not a hidden plot, it is an open trap they cannot avoid. Still, I cannot afford to be careless. Among that crowd, snakes like 𝐀𝐏𝐿𝐿 and 𝐀𝐏𝐿𝐿 𝐂𝐏𝐿𝐄𝐄 finally saw the light. She was driven by a desperate need to see a look of pure satisfaction on my face. She pushed herself to master every difficult and enticing move possible, while I simply gave a wicked smirk and swept her onto the bed. Gently stroking her cheek, I delivered the cold truth. And she was to remain in this room until further notice. 𝐂𝐏𝐿𝐄 was a sharp woman who knew exactly when to keep her mouth shut. Once she understood the gist of the negotiations, she suddenly felt as if I was carrying a heavy burden alone. Frustrated that she could only offer brief moments of relief for my stress. Just moments ago, despite my detailed explanation of the plan, Uncle Yu was still standing there in a total fog of confusion. His lack of education made my complex strategy sound like gibberish, leaving him to just stare at me with a bewildered, goofy grin. But deep down, I knew the truth. Connived bastards like 𝐀𝐏𝐿𝐿 and 𝐁𝐿𝐿. It didn't matter though, between the overwhelming threat of my power and the irresistible lure. Profit. They were already trapped. Most were already deeply submissive. The few who remained rational were powerless, knowing that sticking their necks out meant certain death. These concepts were a total blind spot for Uncle Yu. He could only flash an awkward smile to hide his embarrassment. But still, farming in this frozen hut. Impossible. The act of farming was merely a tool to ignite the fuse of their internal conflicts. It was a war of attrition. In their current state, the only currency these desperate souls had left to spend was their own physical exhaustion. Furthermore, everything I've told you today must remain a total secret. For now, just focus on following my every command to the letter. I chose to remain a silent observer. The next day, an eerie sense of peace and harmony. Thousands gathered in the square to begin the grueling labor. Clearly, the building leaders hadn't revealed the true meager food rations to them. If they knew the truth, that enthusiasm would have vanished instantly. Instead, every face was beaming with a hopeful, ignorant smile. They truly believed that after a month of bloodshed, life was finally back on track. Wang Kong and Huang Tianfeng supervised nearby. The moment I stepped out, fully armed, the two of them hurried over to greet me, gesturing greedily for more of those premium cigarettes. They even offered to back me up if things got heavy. I just shot them a polished, professional fake smile. In response, everyone is working, so I can't be idle either, I said. Just wait, here I'll be returning with a massive haul for everyone. Don't slack off on your end. The harder they work, the more disputes will arise. I'll be checking your progress when I get back. Those words acted like a shot of adrenaline for the neighbors. I made a show of heading to the garage before roaring off. Wang Kong and Hong Tianfeng were left scratching their heads. They had searched every corner of that garage. Where had I hidden that thing? Leaving the complex, I looked back at the harmonious scene. It felt incredibly ironic, a peaceful facade built on a mountain of lies. I had no personal vendetta against them, but the moment they became a threat to my survival, their fate was sealed. But right now, the priority was finding the rat in my own building. The mole had already begun to strike from the shadows. The Mantis gang's ambush was all the proof I needed. I had to drag the traitor into the light, and make a brutal example of them. I would make everyone understand one simple rule: never play games with me. I am Zhang Yi, and I repay every slight tenfold. Outside, it was 80 degrees below zero, but inside, a hot shower helped clear my mind and sharpen my deadly resolve. Risking my life daily for supplies was becoming too dangerous. I couldn't allow this precarious situation to continue for much longer. My immediate task was to eliminate these foolish neighbors, then find a way to leave this place for good. I needed to find a more reliable stronghold to start over. And so, with that mission in mind, I went straight to the city's largest veterinary pharmacy and quickly located a full crate of potent rat poison. Once diluted, this toxin is colorless and odorless. It's enough to kill 300 people, or at least cause agonizing organ failure. In the end, the result is always certain death. Staring at the little blue bottle, I let out a low, chilling laugh. I stored it all in my with a 30-minute activation window. Wiping them all out in one go would be child's play. But there was no need to rush the poison. I'd let them wear each other down first while building up their absolute trust in me. When they finally lower their guard and feel safe, I'll take them all out at once. That is the perfect ending to this farce. After securing the poison, I packed several large bags with food. I had to maintain the charade of having struggled for these supplies. I soon drove back to the complex. I knew that after a day of labor with no food, their physical energy would be completely spent. Every one of them would be starving, desperate, and waiting for me like hungry wolves. I could already envision the chaotic scramble for these rations. Carrying 3 heavy bags, I made my way back to building. I put on my best performance, looking utterly drained and battered. The crowd gasped, in shock. They had never seen such a massive haul. 10 times the amount this time. They wondered if the previous scarcity was just a marketing ploy. Were they being starved on purpose? Bitter resentment bubbled as I offered a nonchalant explanation. I signaled the other buildings for pickup, claiming I had ventured much further this time. I told them I was scouring distant dangerous lands just to ensure the neighborhood's survival. But the risks were lethal. A single breakdown out there meant a frozen grave. Awe filled their eyes. Soon, the representatives from the other buildings began to arrive. Only low-level pawns showed up, no leaders. It seems the big shots are finally being cautious. They knew I was a walking disaster. I tossed the rations at them like dog food. They grabbed the food and fled in silence. I then rallied the building 25 residents. With a smirk, I told them to keep their weapons ready despite this temporary peace. Dawn is coming. The neighbors roared in approval, their excitement reaching a fever pitch. Life felt normal again. I dismissed them, reminding everyone to start the harvest work tomorrow. A sinister grin crossed my face as they left. Building 25 got a full share each. But the other blocks? Only 10 rations total. Tonight, they'll tear each other apart for scraps. A bloodbath was inevitable. Meanwhile, I enjoyed a shameless, cozy life with 𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐄. She's the perfect wife, easing my stress and cooking warm meals in this frozen hell. While I basked in domestic bliss, work for food was promised, but some leaders had already stolen it all. The elite had hoarded everything. The Mantis Gang lackeys returned, but Wong Kong shoved them aside. He ripped the bags open desperately until he found a pack of premium red cigarettes. He clutched the tobacco like a holy relic, laughing hysterically. Zhang Yi actually kept his word. His men stared with predatory hunger. They hadn't had a smoke in an entire month. Give us one, boss. The withdrawal was more agonizing than the threat of death. Wong Kang's brow furrowed. If he shared with everyone, his precious stash would be gone instantly. But the bloodshot, terrifying desperation in his men's eyes made his blood run cold. Sensing the danger, he begrudgingly handed them out. His hands shook as he distributed them. yet he played the role of the generous leader. I risked everything to force Zhang Yi to get these. We're brothers. We share the burden. He preached about loyalty, but the men were already lost in a haze of nicotine. They inhaled with tearful joy. Only a true addict understands the euphoria of that first puff. In that moment, they felt complete like a parched traveler. Then came the food. The men dove in like starving wolves, ignoring any potential danger. Wong Kong watched from the sidelines, too suspicious to eat. Seeing no one drop dead, perhaps Zhang Yi was actually a loyal ally. Living like this forever felt possible. Meanwhile, things turned dark elsewhere. Ordinary residents waited in the cold, foolishly believing there was enough food for everyone. We just have to work hard. Honey, a husband whispered. Let's have 3 kids, she replied. 1 like you, 1 like me, 1 like the neighbor. It was a long night. The building leaders had already devoured the meager 10-man rations. The commoners slept on empty stomachs, dreaming of food. By morning, the desperate toil resumed. The complex buzzed with activity. I prepared to head out, searching for my next haul. Be careful, Uncle Yu, I warned. Hunger breeds resentment, and resentment breeds violence. I roared off on my motorcycle, returning only as the shadows of dusk reclaimed the complex. I signaled for the pickup. The same greedy gatekeepers appeared, their faces full of hidden hunger. That night, everything changed. Madness had finally consumed the residents. The complex erupted into chaos as screams of slaughter echoed through the halls. I watched as people were hurled from the heights like discarded dolls. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 and I emptied our clips while I hummed a tune, calmly reloading. A massive bloodbath was inevitable tonight. I had to stay sharp, for every starving neighbor had officially lost their minds. Shrieks of rage and agonizing despair shook the buildings. Only then did the leaders realize the gravity of the situation. They witnessed just how terrifying ordinary cowards become when unlike me, they didn't have an impregnable fortress for protection, lacking both firepower and defense. Many were defenseless as they were shoved into the freezing abyss below. The next morning, I headed out for supplies, as usual. But the moment I stepped outside, the scene made my blood run cold. The courtyard was a graveyard of twisted limbs. Most had been forced into a fatal leap from the heights. Some lay curled in frozen shells. They survived the initial fall, only to be claimed by the merciless frost. Looking up at the surrounding units, I saw windows stained with massive sprays of crimson. The sheer brutality of last night's carnage was undeniable. The neighbors of Building 25 felt a wave of profound relief. Without me as their leader, they knew they'd be among the dead. Uncle Yu approached tentatively, asking if we were still clearing snow. I shot a cold glance at the crowd. If you want your rations, you work. It's that simple. Unless, of course, you'd rather end up like them. The crowd shivered in terror, staring at the corpses in the snow. They realized they were living in paradise. At the very least, they no longer had to kill just to survive. Just clearing snow. They'd take that deal any day. Everyone grabbed their tools and began working with desperate fervor. No one from the other buildings appeared this morning. When Uncle Yu suggested checking on them, I gave him a dismissive look. They spent the whole night killing. They have no strength left. Besides, last night was merely the opening act. The friction between the leaders and the masses will eventually ignite. Without a real solution, a total war for survival is coming. But they won't wipe each other out in a single night. Uncle, you just stared at me, looking completely dazed by my words. What's our move then? He asked. I mounted my snowmobile and replied, we do absolutely nothing. We'll just let them thin their own ranks. A day later, I sent a final warning to the leaders' group chat. No results, no food or smokes. Sure enough, when I stepped out the next day, the workers had returned. They were out in force again, but the numbers had dwindled significantly. Nearly half of them were gone. Uncle, you couldn't wrap his head around the sight. 10 rations per building. Most of them will never even see a bite. Why don't they revolt? Why keep working? I gave a playful smirk and patted his shoulder. It's not that they have a choice. They haven't hit their absolute breaking point, or they've simply accepted their fate. It's the piece of the numb. Humanity is a mystery. Just as I turned to leave, a woman emerged from the blizzard. A disheveled figure staggered through the deep drifts. Wait, stop. I want to talk about a partnership. Her clothes were drenched in blood. She'd clearly survived a night of pure slaughter. She managed to live through that. Impressive. I let out a faint, amused smile. My expression turned dismissive. And what could you possibly offer me? Are you even worth the effort? In this dying world, how does one survive the longest on such meager scraps? Another leader, Legion, had established a harmonious home. Every resource was pooled and shared equally under his rule. In his building of 92 people, only 4 elderly died from illness. Elsewhere, the casualties had already surpassed 50%. Legion's community remained untouched by the violence, his people still working together in desperate unity. There was a strange flicker of hope in their eyes. Intrigued, I approached Legion to satisfy my curiosity. I'm curious, how did you pull this off? I only provide 10 rations, yet the other buildings are tearing themselves apart. Are you hiding something from your neighbors? Legion's face lit up with a surge of misplaced pride. I hide nothing. From the very first day, I laid out our survival pact for everyone to see. We are a community of shared destiny. But they all knew 10 rations couldn't possibly sustain them all. So why no rebellion? Legion seemed to expect the question, his voice eerily calm. None of us want to turn into beasts. We decided that no matter how little we have, we share it all. I let out a mocking, cynical laugh. And how incredibly foolish. You're all just going to die together. No one survives that way. Legion fell into a deep silence. The cold weight of my words finally sinking in. Human nature versus animal instinct in this hell. I turned to leave. Mere curiosity brought me here. Their lives meant nothing. Legion rushed over, pleading, Zhang Yi. We don't want to die. I refused instantly. No room for negotiation. I cast a cold glance back. You have the heart of a leader, but you lack the power to protect. Ditch the weak, take the survivors, and you might actually endure this apocalypse. But you chose your path, and there is no turning back now. Chunlingyu warned me the community would collapse as internal tensions reached a boil. Even with food, the bodies would pile up. Exactly the outcome I desired. So, what is your point? I asked, as she continued her desperate pitch. I can manage this place with science. We could even expand and thrive. Order has crumbled. In this chaos, we could build our own kingdom. You could be our king, and we would serve you. Your thoughts? I nearly burst out laughing. As a university graduate, I knew her game. I wouldn't be conned by a dropout's pyramid scheme. Her words were hollow. Chunlingyu spoke despondently. If this continues, we will all perish together. I shoulder through her. Correction, you will die. Then, I walked away. I ran into those 2 lackeys, who treated me like their own father. Zhongjae, you're the hero here, unlike those useless snow shovelers. I stopped them. It's fine. If you need anything, I'll do my best. Unbeknownst to them, Death's scythe was swinging. I would poison them all. I grabbed rat poison, gathered food, and donned my gas mask in secret. I carefully laced every bite. 2 hours later, the lethal feast was ready. Yesterday, while distributing rations, if they get premium smokes, why can't we? The others joined the clamor. Don't play favorites. Their faces were twisted with a greedy, indignant rage. I waved them off. Then, the non-smokers began demanding their own special shares. Wine, snacks, supplies. I agreed to every single demand they threw at me. The neighbors hissed, "They're overstepping. Are you really just taking this, Zhang?" Without a word, I turned and headed back toward my fortified Their requests are fair. They follow orders, I said, shocking the onlookers. We starve while they live like kings. The neighbors felt utterly betrayed. They stared why I was the once ruthless man now acting so pathetically weak. Inside, I plotted. Their numbers had dwindled by half. The trap was set. The infighting had paused. Tomorrow, I would finally end this pathetic game. The next day, I spiked the food and wine with lethal rat poison. As I smoked, a chill hit me. Everything was going far too perfectly. Their cooperation was eerily precise. It felt fake. This harmony was a lie. Those snakes were hiding, waiting for their moment. The spy in Building 25 remained hidden. I had to stay extremely vigilant. Yet it mattered not, as long as my fortress and guns remained mine. No matter their schemes, they stood no chance against my absolute, overwhelming power. Returning to the compound, I summoned Uncle Yu to maintain the order. I called the leaders forward. A dark smile played across my lips. The plan was complete. Their final supper, but death was closer than expected. The crowd turned in an instant. Wong Kong drew steel. In that split second, Uncle Yu took 3 rounds for me. Just moments before, business was as usual. I was handing out food, laced with lethal toxins. I kept my distance, watching them take the bait. But at Building 21, the trap was finally sprung. I ignored his approach and reached down. Just as I stood up, a shout rang out. Now. Wong Kong pulled a pistol. My world slowed. 3 thunderous cracks echoed. The lead moved faster than I could blink. That sudden ambush made every millisecond feel like a grueling hour. I realized Uncle Yu had shielded me. I caught his falling body. As ice filled my veins, betrayed, I dove behind the snowmobile's heavy frame. Summoning an SMG from the void, I held the trigger down. Pure carnage. I didn't care who was guilty. Everyone had to die. They stood frozen. Stunned by the weapon Their numbers meant nothing now. My aim was perfect. Each shot claimed a soul. Headshot after headshot. Magazine dry. I discarded the gun and drew twin pistols. No time to reload. Drowned in bloodlust, I cleared the field in seconds. No one was spared. Trapped by the drifts, the survivors crawled and begged through their terror. Huang Tianfeng pleaded for his life, swearing he wasn't part of it. He hadn't moved ... yet, but in this apocalypse, hesitation is a death sentence. I didn't hesitate. I turned the barrel toward the last one. Chunling. She was a mess of tears and filth, begging to see her daughter again. I gave her a cold, 2-second stare. Then, the final crack of gunfire. The white landscape was stained deep red. Hundreds of bodies lay cold. My first mass execution. Most were innocent, but innocence is a luxury. I wouldn't let a single threat breathe. Survival knows no mercy. A faint groan came from Uncle Yu. I rushed over to check for life. He's alive. Meanwhile, that new mother, Z Lighting, had invited herself in. She treated my sanctuary like a hotel, even drinking from my personal cup. Kia and I were stunned. Then, with a smile, she asked for milk powder. My expression darkened instantly. Are you out of your mind? Flashback, Uncle Yu had jumped in front of the bullets. Amidst my rage, I found a spark of life. I slammed adrenaline straight into his chest. We carried him in. Suddenly, Z Lighting was there, wailing like a banshee. Uncle Yu, stay with us. She clutched her baby, sobbing hysterically. Her performance was top tier. "What will become of us if you're gone?" She leaned in close to me, her tears a calculated weapon of manipulation. "You promised to marry me? To be a father to my child. We were supposed to be a family. Why did you have to be a hero?" It was revolting. I knew exactly what this woman was doing. She wasn't mourning him. She was auditioning for a new provider. Then she looked at me. "Brother Zhang, will my husband survive?" Husband. Her shamelessness was truly breathtaking. Such a venomous snake. I told her we'd try. With 𝐀𝐏𝐿 skills, there was a chance. Her cries grew louder as she thrust the infant toward my chest. "If he dies, I'm next. Please, save my child, even if you can't save me." I fixed a solemn gaze on Uncle Yu. "He's still alive. Why are you so eager to arrange his funeral already?" 𝐁 was left utterly speechless, reduced to sobbing awkwardly while clutching her child as she followed us to the 24th floor. I intended to get rid of this woman immediately. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 and I needed to operate on Uncle Yu, and a bystander like her would only be a hindrance. "Go back for now," I ordered. But 𝐁 hesitated. She had spent far too much effort securing this meal ticket. Since he had taken a bullet for me, she felt I owed her and the child for life. Driven by greed, she collapsed at Uncle Yu's feet. She gripped his hand tightly, wailing, "No. He needs me now more than ever." I refused to leave his side. As I watched Uncle Yu's agony seem to lessen slightly, a dark urge to just end his suffering with a bullet crossed my mind. However, out of respect for the man, I held back. Saving him was the priority. I reached out and threw the door open. To 𝐁, that door was the entrance to a paradise. They had endured over 30 days in this frozen wasteland. If Uncle Yu hadn't used his own body heat to keep them warm every night, they would have frozen or starved long ago. She basked in the warmth of the room, completely ignoring the fact that 𝐀𝐏𝐿 and I were struggling to carry the heavy men. Swept away by her, the shameless woman actually wandered into the kitchen all on her own. She grabbed my private cup and gulped down hot water. After finishing, she turned to me with a satisfied grin and asked, "I had milk powder." Rage surged through me instantly. My expression darkened, radiating an aura of pure menace. I spoke to her with biting coldness. This parasite had finally managed to worm her way into my sanctuary. The moment she felt the heavenly temperature inside, she completely cast the dying Uncle Yu out of her mind. Ignoring everything else, she ran to the kitchen, even using my personal cup to satisfy her. She actually had the nerve to ask for milk powder while 𝐀𝐏𝐿 and I were desperately trying to move a dying man. I wanted to pull out my submachine gun and end her right there, but she might still be of some use for Uncle Yu's recovery. Suppressing my fury, I growled, "Get over here and help us." Fearing my wrath, we quickly made our way to the study. I reached into my subspace and pulled out a medical bed along with a pile of surgical supplies. The sight left 𝐁 completely stunned. What kind of magic trick is that?" I looked at 𝐀𝐏𝐿 and gave a stern command. "Save him, no matter what it takes. Tell me exactly what medicine or equipment you need. I will find it for you, whatever the cost." 𝐀𝐏𝐿 remained calm in the face of crises. She immediately began working, coolly listing every item she required for the surgery. After a brief examination, her face fell. "The situation is grim. The bullet likely damaged his internal organs. Under these conditions, the odds of survival were nearly zero." Right then, 𝐁 started her performance again, wailing at the top of her lungs. "My husband. How can you be so cruel as to leave us all alone like this?" The sound gave me goosebumps. "Shut your mouth. Don't you dare interfere with this operation. If anything happens to him because of you, I'll kill you myself." Her wailing stopped instantly at my threat. She immediately reverted to a fragile, fake persona. Maybe I should wait outside. I don't want to get in the way. She claimed she was useless for medical aid, but her mind was already fixed on the food in the living room. She was desperate to leave this bloody room just to feast on snacks and warm herself by the fireplace. I stepped in front of her, staring her down with eyes as cold as death. You stay right here. You'll stay and assist Kia. This is your husband's life, even if you have no skills. ... Your present might give him the strength to hold on. My voice was a command that allowed no refusal. Don't even think about playing tricks. I'm going out to handle those bastards who did this. Watch him carefully. I headed to the living room, grabbing every weapon I had and loading them to the brim with ammunition. I arrived at the 4th floor hall and summoned the remaining cannon fodder. They were all trembling with fear. We knew nothing about their plans. We had nothing to do with those guys attacking you. We are your most loyal followers. I raised my hand for silence. Those who betrayed me ... will pay a heavy price. Tonight, we launch our I will make them understand ... that Zhang Yi is not a man to be trifled with. The neighbors looked at each other in panic. Only 20 men remained. Truth be told, the enemy had enough people that they could probably crush us just by throwing stones. I pointed to the fuel and tools nearby. Keep watch down here. If anyone jumps, make sure they don't get back up. I'll handle the trash inside. Wong Kong drew first blood, so today, Building 21 burns to the ground. Only this will satisfy my rage. Anyone who's had smoked duck knows that the smoky flavor is truly unique. Today, you'll taste what it's like to be Since Wong Kong was brave enough to fire that first shot, ... I, Zhang Yi, will erase your entire building. After settling Uncle Yu, I gathered the remaining neighbors. It's time for blood to pay for blood. I had the 18 survivors surround Building 21 completely. The neighbors were confused by this loose circle, but the Mantis gang was already paralyzed with fear. Having seen hundreds gunned down, the thugs were pale as ghosts. One yellowhead punk broke down in tears. He was spiraling into a total mental breakdown. Zhao Liu, the second in command, silenced him with 2 sharp slaps. What are you cowards afraid of? This is our fortress. So what if he has a gun? Grit your teeth and fight him. They dug in, expecting me to charge in for a bloody frontal assault, but I told the neighbors to just watch the windows. Then, I walked straight into the 4th floor entrance. Seeing no one around, I immediately pulled piles of firewood out from my dimensional space. I added heaps of cheap synthetic clothes and drenched it all in oil. Once the fuel was set, I poured a long trail of gasoline to act as a fuse. It's freezing out here. Let me give you all a little warmth. My lighter flicked, igniting the trail instantly. I turned and walked away. Soon, thick black smoke from the burning clothes and wood billowed upward. Like a black dragon, the smoke swallowed Building 21. That bastard Zhang Yi. He's setting us on fire. In this sub-zero hell, every window in the building had been sealed tight to keep out the cold. Encased in ice and lacking ventilation, they were just ducks in a roaster. I stood outside with my rifle, admiring the beautiful scenery. It reminded me of a college bond for everyone, dancing and laughing. Truly, a nostalgic and happy memory. But tonight's fire was far more intense. The neighbors finally realized my true, ruthless objective. The building was now a death trap. Desperate souls smashed through glass and leaped from the heights, who would jump from 10 stories up unless death was at their heels. Bodies began falling like rain. Some from the lower floors survived the fall, but before they could celebrate, they met a new nightmare. My female neighbors were waiting with blades. I'd promised them food for every kill they confirmed. The men watched in shock. Women who once feared killing a chicken were now acting like total savages. Smoked duck really does have the most unique flavor. To settle the score, I let the fire do the work. Building 21 was a giant roaster, and everyone inside was a sitting duck waiting to be cooked. Choking on smoke, they leaped to their deaths, straight into the blades of my neighbors. The girls went berserk. One girl took down 5 people instantly. The others were speechless. I never saw this side of her. Lejeune used to be too scared to gut a fish. Now, she wiped blood from her face with a smile. I'm a creature that bleeds 7 days a month and lives. Don't underestimate me. Another body hit the ground. Lejeune lunged forward, plunging her blade into his chest. I watched the roaring flames and sighed. What a magnificent bonfire. I should make this a regular ritual. The other buildings watched in absolute horror. The echoes of desperate screams filled their hearts with terror. Everyone feared the name Zhang Yi. Now, will he do that to us next? We can't just sit here and wait to be roasted alive. Should we fight? But he has a submachine gun. Choose your death bullets, or the flame. They hoped I'd show mercy, since they weren't part of Wang Qiang's original betrayal. Instead of fighting, they prayed for my pity. The fire raged on for 2.5 hours. I led the neighbors toward building. By now, the group from building 25 was It was their first time feeling the thrill of the hunt. The rush of power was becoming addictive. As we reached the next building, voices screamed from above. We swear. We had nothing to do with them. Our leader, Huang Tianfeng, is already dead. Take your revenge on the right people. We beg you. You can't just keep slaughtering the innocent. I burst into laughter at those words. Innocent? Look at the people in this building who have managed to survive this long. Which one of you doesn't have the blood of several lives on your hands? Besides, even if you truly were good people, what does that have to do with me? I don't have time to investigate the truth of this incident. If you harbor even a fraction of suspicion in my heart, then death is your only path. I didn't waste another breath on them and immediately gave the order to set building 26 ablaze. Some tried to charge out and resist. I didn't slow my pace for even a second. Using the same ruthless methods, I proceeded to set 5 more apartment blocks on fire. All of these were confirmed targets. These units housed the leaders who orchestrated the earlier attack. In an instant, the 5 towers were swallowed by a sea of flames, illuminating the entire neighborhood. I realized that wiping out the entire community at once was a bit too much for now. I would call it a day. I was starting to feel the exhaustion. It was also time to head back and check on Uncle Yu's condition. I pulled out a megaphone and shouted a final warning to the surviving neighbors. I, Zhang Yi, never harm the innocent. Today's purge was strictly for the units involved in this afternoon's ambush. Hearing this, the terrified residents in those buildings clung to his words like a lifeline. Even though they knew their ultimate doom was likely unavoidable. But at this point, all they could do was lie to themselves. They chose to be like ostriches, burying their heads in the sand to pretend the danger had passed. I gave the command to withdraw. Today's activities were officially over, yet the neighbors seemed to want even more. They stayed behind to bask in the warmth of the blaze, occasionally tossing corpses into the fire like extra logs to keep the flames roaring. On the way back, I looked at my 2 former top subordinates, and a flicker of curiosity crossed my mind. I had kept them well fed and provided for, so why would they suddenly turn on me? I reached into their coats and pulled out a hidden cell phone. I scrolled through their chat history, and my expression slowly turned into a smirk. So, it turns out, you were the mole all along. How interesting. My safe house finally has a second woman. Yet she happens to be my good brother's mistress, and she even brought along a literal deadbeat. Having finished burning the 5 buildings, I rushed back without a moment's rest. I needed to check on Uncle Yu's injuries. Seeing the heart monitors steady, It seemed Uncle Yu's life was spared. I didn't have to carry the weight of guilt anymore. I turned to the exhausted 𝐀𝐏𝐿 to comfort her. "You've worked so hard." 𝐀𝐏𝐿 shook her head with a look of pure accomplishment. "To solve problems for her." "Dear Zhang Yi." Just as the mood was getting right, 𝐁 suddenly approached us. Putting on a pathetic, tearful act, she pleaded, "Brother Zhang Yi, could you find something for us to eat?" I looked at the woman with nothing but pure disgust, my eyes filled with mockery. If I wasn't taking Uncle Yu into account, I would have thrown this troublesome woman out into the snowdrifts a long time ago. I reached into my spatial dimension, pulled out a box of instant noodles, and tossed it onto the floor. "Take this, and eat. After all, you're one of Uncle Yu's people. I won't let you starve to death just yet." 𝐁 stared at the scene, completely dumbfounded. What kind of magic trick was that? I didn't even bother acknowledging that disgusting woman, turning instead to wrap my arm around 𝐀𝐏𝐿. I planned to head back to the room to study human anatomy together. Yet, that shameless woman actually chased after us with a question. I just saw eggs and leftover chicken bones in the kitchen. "Is this all you're giving us, mother and child?" I turned back to 𝐁 with an expression of pure annoyance. "If you don't want it, then forget it." Seeing my sudden change in temper, she froze. She didn't dare utter another word. After 𝐀𝐏𝐿 and I had finished washing up, she looked at me with a smile and asked a question. "Is Big Sister 𝐁 going to be a major headache for you?" I knelt down and answered her calmly. "She can't stir up any real trouble." As I spoke, I began to massage 𝐀𝐏𝐿's feet. Her face immediately flushed a soft shade of crimson. "I've been standing all day, my feet might smell a bit." "Please don't." 𝐀𝐏𝐿 trailed off, feeling embarrassed. My grin turned slightly wicked as I teased her, but seeing the exhaustion etched on her face, I decided to let her off the hook for today. I asked about Uncle Yu again. His injuries were severe, and he had lost a massive amount of blood. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 admitted she was almost ready to give up on him. His body underwent a subtle, mysterious transformation. His heart rate miraculously stabilized, and even the bleeding began to slow down rapidly. Hearing this, my heart skipped a beat. I was no stranger to such supernatural phenomena. It was highly likely that Uncle Yu had awakened an ability. I had considered this possibility long ago. If gamma rays could grant me powers, then besides myself, there were bound to be others who would also be affected. Others would gain extraordinary abilities as well. At that thought, I bolted upright. Uncle Yu's current state was identical to my own. It was exactly how I felt right before my own awakening. Could a near-death experience be the prerequisite for unlocking an ability? But if one doesn't have the power to heal their wounds after awakening, they will just end up dying anyway. If that's the case, awakening an ability is brutal. Without me, Uncle Yu would have surely died during the process. I immediately warned 𝐀𝐏𝐿 to monitor every change in his vitals from now on. She must administer daily muscle relaxants and sedatives. We must limit his mobility. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 looked shocked. Did he awaken a special ability? I gave a bitter shrug. It's just a gut feeling for now. Think of the Hulk. He was a mutation caused by massive gamma radiation exposure. If Uncle Yu transforms and loses control, finally, the mole is exposed. I already have a plan to deal with this traitor. Uncle Yu's body is surging with power. For everyone's safety, we must act carefully. I told 𝐀𝐏𝐿 to watch him closely. His mutation must stay within our control. I assigned 𝐁 to care for him, despite how much I despise that woman. She isn't stupid. She knows Uncle Yu is her only lifeline in this hell. If he dies, she's gone. I left the room and caught her snooping around. Planning to steal something, I called her out. Stay in his room from now on. She had no choice but to obey. With home matters settled, it was time. Now, time to purge the traitor. I armed myself and stepped into the empty hall. Everyone's out. I headed to the 18th floor, where the girls were hiding. I blasted the lock with my pistol and kicked the door wide open. Suddenly, a scream rang out. A disheveled woman lunged at me with a cleaver. I casually raised my riot shield. Her strike was pathetic and held no real danger. The impact sent her flying. Long time no see. You fake White Lotus. Still alive, Zhang Yi. I see you've been eating your best friend to survive. She glared with murderous rage. Zhang Yi, why aren't you dead? Those losers failed. What kind of monster are you? I grabbed a bat, staring at her ghostly form. Did you think teaming up with Wong Kong would actually work? How incredibly naive. She shrieked hysterically. I chased you for years. I was finally going to say yes. Why did you choose that bitch over me? You were supposed to be my dog. Was that your test? I chuckled coldly and stepped forward with the baseball bat. I shattered her emaciated leg with one swing. Then, I grabbed her by the hair. I dragged her to the window. She begged for mercy, her survival instinct finally kicking in. Zhang Yi, please save me. I don't want to die. Her cries fell on deaf ears. I hoisted her up like a broken doll. Then, I simply let go. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the complex, ending in a deep hole in the snow. I sighed softly. I'm too kind. A quick death was far too good for her. The next day, Kia checked Uncle Yu. The results were absolutely staggering. His recovery speed is insanely 10 times faster than a normal human being. My suspicions were right. He's definitely awakened. Is he becoming some kind of Hulk? Word is the Wanda heir, Wang Ximing, spent $1 billion on a secret bunker. Eager to be my lackey, Su Hao leaked this classified intel to me in secret. He claims to know the exact location and offered to help me seize it. Imagine ... a super bunker of our own. But back to the present moment. Kia noticed his muscles were undergoing a rapid, terrifying transformation right before her eyes. This confirms it. Uncle Yu is a true awakened. After sedating him, suddenly, Z Lighting approached me, acting as if she still owned the place. I need my charger and some diapers for the baby. She really has no shame. It seems she intends to stay forever, convinced that I owe her husband a life debt. She expects me to provide for her entire family. I glanced at Uncle Yu, knowing the comatose can often hear. To secure his absolute loyalty later, I maintained a friendly facade for Z Lighting. I have other matters to attend to, I said. I'll fetch your things once I'm finished. I left them rations. I locked them back in the small room. A dark plan was already forming to eliminate this nuisance. Fully armed, I rallied the neighbors to purge the remaining units. My intel had already pinpointed the targets. There were 30 units in this entire residential complex. 12 had been cleared out completely. The rest were weak and posed no real threat to us. Continuing the purge seemed like a waste. But as I turned to leave, a figure broke from the crowd. It was Su Hao, the neighborhood's former wealthy playboy. He scrambled toward me, desperate to speak. He claimed to have vital intel. I scoffed with the complex under my thumb. What could possibly be important? Su Hao lowered his voice to a whisper. Brother Zhong, have you heard of the heir, Wang Ximing? The one who spent $1 billion on a secret. This caught my attention instantly. I remembered the gossip. A decade ago, when Doomsday cipher was at its peak. Social elites began building private bunkers. The most famous was the billionaire's son, Wang Ximing. He allegedly spent $1 billion on a fortress capable of surviving a nuclear strike. Do you know the location? I asked. Su Hao gestured toward Unit 25. Once inside Unit 25, out with it. Knowing my temper, Su Hao didn't dare stall. Wang Ximing's sanctuary is right here in Skylark Manor. That was one of the foremost prestigious villa districts in the city. I'd certainly heard of it. I gave him a dangerous, mocking look. No one offers a golden goose for free. What's your real angle? I pressed. Su Hao beat his chest, swearing he only wanted to serve. I'll help you take it, he pleaded. In exchange, I just want to stay fed and warm. I burst out laughing. The prize was tempting, but did he really take me for a fool? A top-tier fortress? You think a few guns are enough to breach $1 billion bunker? Su Hao panicked at my caution, and finally blurted out a crucial piece of information. Word of my snowmobile had leaked. A few days ago, Wang Siming had actually contacted him. The plan was for Su Hao to lure me there, so they could ambush me and steal my supplies. I glared at him with cold, murderous intent, my hand reaching for my weapon. I'd never actually agreed to it, he cried, trembling. I let out a dark, predatory chuckle. How do I know you aren't the bait for a trap? I jammed my pistol against his forehead. Lie once, and I'll kill you. Meanwhile, the shameless Z lighting was finally reaching her end. I couldn't kill her directly because of Uncle Yu, so I decided to use a borrowed blade. Coincidentally, Su Hao was desperate enough to offer me the ultimate bargaining chip. He knew the location of the super bunker, and claimed he could help me seize the fortress. I wasn't about to be swayed by pretty words. I kept the gun barrel pressed against his skull. Brother Zhang, it's the truth, he screamed. Suddenly, bang. A deafening shot rang out. Su Hao's pupils constricted as he collapsed, his legs turning to jelly. I hadn't hit his head. The bullet grazed past his ear. As he trembled on the verge of fainting, I knelt down. I stared deep into his eyes. Give me a reason to believe you. Convince me this isn't a setup, and you might live. Su Hao gasped, trying to stay conscious. With your skills, taking down a brat like Wang Siming should be easy. Besides, I have no reason to hate you. But that bastard? I want him dead more than anything. My interest was piqued. Weren't you two friends? Su Hao's teeth ground together in rage. My father's company was worth billions, until he ruined us. By all rights, I should have been a top-tier elite in Tian, but my family's business held me back. The Wang family was our ultimate benefactor in other words, in his presence, I had to grovel. If he wanted my woman, I had to hand her over to his bed. Eventually, I became his lowly pimp, nothing more than a pathetic joke to the city's rich elite. Humiliation burned in Su Hao's eyes. After hearing his tragic tale, I met his gaze with cold indifference. How do you intend to cooperate? Sensing my interest, Su Hao perked up. We stage a play. I'll lure you there as bait. Once Wang Siming opens that door, your skills will do the rest. Eliminating that brat will be easy. But a fortress like that must be rigged with high-tech defenses. Details on the weapons now. Suddenly, Su Hao went silent. Not until you agree to our alliance. Let me serve you. Guarantee my survival and food, or I take these secrets to my grave. Su Hao knew his info was his only leverage. If you have nothing to say, I began coldly. Then, I'll just end you right here. Trembling, Su Hao sputtered out, wait. I know your plan. You're going to purge this entire district. This intel is my only ticket to staying alive. Impressed that this brat saw through my intentions, I paused to weigh the risks and rewards. You've got a bit of wit. I'll let you join me, but first, you must survive my trials. Hearing that, Su Hao's tension finally snapped. He knew he had just won the ultimate gamble. Had Zhang Yi refused, his life would have ended then and there. He nodded his head frantically. Any test, anything. First, I stated, give me a full breakdown of that fortress. Every trap and every gun. Su Hao nodded eagerly. He knew every inch of that sanctuary. Second, I continued, you'll eliminate someone for me, someone I'd rather not get my hands dirty with. For the final test, wait here. Just how deep did the scheming Z Lighting's malice go? The moment Uncle Yu woke, she was whispering in his ear. I watched her every move through the cameras. Meanwhile, Su-hao had readily accepted my terms. With the hidden Z lighting confirmed, I retreated to my room and returned with a heavy briefcase. Su-hao stared, frozen in place. Was this some kind of high-tech spy equipment? Opening the case, I decided to heighten the intimidation. I'm sure you've realized I'm no ordinary man. Years ago, I was an undefeated fighter in Southeast Asia. I served with the French Foreign Legion under the alias Half-Fox. Underworld. I retired to be a simple manager. Su-hao's skin crawled as he recalled my godlike marksmanship. Witnessing my cold efficiency firsthand, he was convinced. He felt incredibly lucky to be on my side. Following a true powerhouse like me was far better than serving that pathetic brat. I pulled the syringe from the case. Back in my mercenary days, we had ways of handling difficult captives. I held the needle up to his eyes, the shimmering blue liquid catching the dim light. Su-hao's face went pale. Brother John, what is that? Relax, I said. I won't kill you. It's a slow-acting toxin. If you want my trust, you'll let me administer this dose. The effects kick in after 1 week. Once the shelter is mine, you'll receive the antidote. I plunged the needle into his neck. Su-hao gripped his throat, his vision beginning to spin. Don't panic, I said coldly. This is merely to ensure our partnership remains. ... If I fall, you die with me. Play your part, and the cure is yours. Do this, and you'll never go hungry again. Now, there's no time to lose. Go back and contact Wang Siming. We'll coordinate via phone. I watched as he stumbled away. As he descended the stairs in a panic, I let out a soft exhale. The toxin was actually just a supplement. It merely triggered a psychosomatic reaction. The wheels were in motion. The game had begun. Wang Siming's judgment day was approaching. All I had to do was wait for the prey to bite. In this merciless apocalypse, the weaker prey, and only the strongest can rewrite the rules. This ensured the man wouldn't dare harbor any treacherous thoughts. Back at the safe house, I checked the ward surveillance. Uncle Yu had finally regained consciousness. Z Lighting was whispering something in his ear. That troublesome woman was clearly plotting another scheme. The moment I opened the door, she bolted upright. Still looking frail, Uncle Yu croaked out, "Thanks for everything. I'd be dead without you." "What's the situation outside?" I offered a reassuring smile. "Just focus on recovering. That mindless rabble outside is no threat to me at all." Z Lighting suddenly cut in with a sharp tone. "Don't forget that debt. Our family's survival rests on your shoulders now." This manipulative viper was about to meet her end. Even as I comforted Uncle Yu, she leaned in, demanding I take full responsibility for them. I nodded agreeably in front of Uncle Yu. "Don't worry, I won't forget his sacrifice. I'll ensure your family is taken care of from now on." Her eyes lit up with predatory joy. "You said it yourself. No going back on your word." I saw right through her greed. Sensing an opening, she immediately pushed her luck further. "We have no supplies, and the baby needs a diaper change. Could you go fetch them for me?" I played along, feigning exhaustion. "I'm drained after today. Besides, I don't know your place. I'd never find anything." "Why don't you go yourself?" She hesitated, weighing the risks. Finally, she forced a playful laugh. "Fine, but don't you dare lock me out when I return." "I'll be right back." I smiled warmly. "Why would I lock you out?" With a cunning smirk, she threw on a coat and suddenly shoved the baby into my arms. "Hold him. It's too cold and cumbersome to carry supplies." While holding a child, she knew that Dr. Zhou and I couldn't handle an infant. With the baby here, I'd have to let her in. I accepted the child without protest. A flicker of rare emotion stirred in my heart. I intended to eliminate them both, but I couldn't bring myself to kill an innocent child. I'll find a woman to adopt him later. Simultaneously, I signaled Su Hao. Find your opening and strike. Z Lighting arrived at her doorstep. As she turned the key, Su Hao lunged with a cleaver. She never stood a chance. With a sickening thud, blood sprayed out like a crimson fountain. Her eyes filled with pure terror and confusion, grieving for her life, and the child she left behind. To ensure the job was done, Su Hao delivered 23 more brutal strikes before standing up. He immediately messaged me for his reward. Putting on my best poker face, I turned to Uncle Yu. Just stay here and recover, I said kindly. Once you're healed, and the baby is older, go home. Overwhelmed, he stammered. I can, quotes, T. 3 people will drain your supplies so fast. I'll move out soon. Little did he know, according to Dr. Zhou's secret report, his injuries were mostly healed. His current weakness was merely the effect of muscle relaxants I'd administered. I patted his shoulder. Just focus on getting better. I've already arranged everything else for you. Suddenly, the infant in my arms let out a deafening. The piercing cry sent me into a panic. This was Zhang Yi's biggest headache yet. To avoid suspicion, I had stayed by Uncle Yu's side. At the exact moment Su Hao ended Z Lighting, the baby seemingly felt the bond shatter and screamed. I was utterly helpless. I had zero experience with kids, and Uncle Yu was just as useless. He wasn't the father, after all. Z Lighting had always handled the child. In desperation, I found Dr. Zhou. I shoved the crying baby into her arms. You're the doctor. Make him stop. Try a sedative or some sleeping pills, I urged. Dr. Zhou stared at me in utter disbelief. That would destroy his system, she snapped, holding the screaming infant with a look of pure dread. Suddenly, I realized. Does he need a diaper change? His mother likely went back for supplies. I pulled a pack from subspace and tossed it to 𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐄𝐏. The kid is all yours. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 was left speechless. I turned to Uncle Yu, asking if he felt any strange changes. Little did he know, the injection I ordered wasn't medicine, it was a powerful muscle relaxer. I feel weak. And my wounds itch, he groaned. Perfect. It meant he was healing. And more importantly, his new powers weren't immune to my drugs. He's definitely a strength type. I chatted with him a bit longer, to lower his guard completely. With Z Lighting still missing, Uncle Yu grew restless. Why isn't she back yet? It's been ages. What if she's in danger? I stood up, feigning panic. The whole area is pure chaos now. Sister Zhao might be in trouble. I called for 𝐀𝐏𝐿 to take over immediately. The child was finally asleep. Watch over Uncle Yu. I'm going out to look for her. Fully armed, I messaged the group. Everyone to room 30. We're finally dividing the loot. First come, first served. I warned Su how to stay inside if he valued his life. The neighbors swarmed the room, their faces flushed with greed and dreams of a peaceful future. They were already celebrating. We've conquered the blocks. We'll rule this place. Those losers will be our servants, and Zhang Yi will fetch our food and protect us. He's our loyal dog, they laughed. I stood outside the door, listening to their death fantasies. I pulled 2 grenades from subspace and slid them through the narrow gap in the door. Before they could blink, 2 massive explosions rocked the building, turning the room into an inferno. A dozen people were vaporized instantly. I stepped inside, scanning the grisly scene of scorched limbs. Only one survivor remained. We were so loyal. Why would you do this? He wheezed. I didn't waste words. 3 silenced shots ended his life. Finally, every enemy from my past was erased from existence. Building 25 was purged. My road of revenge was finally complete. A heavy weight lifted from my soul. The air felt clear, and I could finally breathe. Next, the $10 billion shelter. How strong was Uncle Yu? He'd punched a crater into solid steel. After wiping out the trash, I walked into Uncle Yu's ward. I have good news and bad news. The bad news is... sister... Uncle Yu froze, his face pale with sudden, overwhelming dread. What happened to lighting? I slammed my fist into the wall, acting out my fake frustration. I killed the traitors, but some neighbors had secretly conspired with the other residential units. They tried to seize my supplies. Sister Zhao was caught in the middle and they murdered her. Uncle Yu's eyes snapped shut in agony. He roared, slamming his fist into the bed frame. With a deafening crash, the reinforced steel bed was crushed into a deep, jagged crater. It's my fault, I whispered, consoling him. I didn't see through those animal schemes in time. But they've all paid in blood. I stared at the destruction his awakened fist had caused. A pure strength type, the perfect shield for my team. He'd handled the heavy lifting now. He's the ultimate meat shield. I just needed to pull his heartstrings a little tighter. Uncle Yu's knuckles whitened. Those bastards! You did everything for them, and they still betrayed you. They deserve to die. I looked at him with feigned sincerity. I shared the responsibility. I never thought they'd be so heartless. But listen, I have some good news for you too. I'll find you a new wife. Someone young, beautiful, and highly skilled with her hands. Uncle Yu blushed, his grief momentarily sidelined. Actually, I prefer them a bit more mature. He was Their marriage was a temporary convenience. He'd only wanted her body anyway. Just then, 𝐀𝐏𝐿 burst in, frantic. Zhang Yi, please help me. The baby won't stop crying, and I'm at my wit's end. The two men stared blankly. I stood there completely dazed. My eyes instinctively drifted toward 𝐀𝐏𝐿's chest, thinking maybe the little one was just hungry. Her face flushed a deep crimson as she shouted back indignantly. Where on earth would I get milk? Looking at the infant bundled in the swaddle, I realized I needed to find a reliable building to take this little guy in. Providing them with survival supplies wouldn't be a problem. After all, none of us had any experience in raising a baby. I quickly packed some gear and headed toward Building 80. The entire neighborhood was hauntingly silent. As I approached, the neighbors watched with eyes full of terror. They whispered in fear, "Is he finally here? To kill us all?" Reaching the foot of the building, I fired 2 shots into the air. Get down here right now. Before long, Li Jian emerged with a frail, skeletal frame. Yet he still carried himself with a strange, unyielding dignity. There wasn't a trace of fear in his gaze. Zhang Yi, what do you want now? I carefully studied this middle-aged man. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Li Jian replied calmly, I've long since accepted my fate. Now, I only wish to do what I can, ... to protect the people in my building. He truly was a rare spark of humanity in this cold, dying world. Under his leadership, Building 18 had miraculously kept 66 people alive. Those who perished only fell to the freezing cold. ... or succumbed to other complications. Li Jian was an idealist, one who had remarkably managed to keep his principles alive until now. After eliminating Z lighting, her daughter had become quite the dilemma for us. With no other choice left, I decided to entrust her to Li Jian's harmonious home. Despite his weakness, Li Jian stood tall. Aren't you afraid of me? Li Jian swallowed hard, but met my gaze. And if I am, what of it? But I don't think you're here to kill us. You didn't bring your neighbors, and you're holding a child. I nodded, impressed. You really are a sharp one. You saw through my purpose with a single glance. You have so many people here, surely there's a nursing mother among them. A flicker of hope and excitement flashed in Li Jian's eyes. He saw a chance for survival in my words, and nodded frantically. He knew that for once, I was the one asking for a favor. In exchange, his building might just be spared from my wrath. I promptly dropped the heavy backpack onto the ground. Here are baby supplies, and some food. I patted Li Jian's shoulder. I'm delivering this child to you personally. If you don't raise her well, I'm sure you understand the consequences. Hearing the threat, Li Jian didn't hesitate. He gave his word immediately. We will take care of her. He then called a woman over to take the child into her arms. Simultaneously, a few men moved in perfect sync to carry the supplies inside. I watched this scene of rare, orderly harmony. Frowning, I asked Li Jian? Li Jian crossed his arms. He replied, with a hint of pride, 66. Souls? What are your plans? I won't be providing any more food for you. Li Jian remained confident. There's always a way forward. We've managed to survive this long, after all. I believe heaven never truly closes every door. I pointed to the scorched building nearby. There's plenty of roast meat over there. It should last you a long time. Li Jian looked at me with pure disdain and shook his head firmly. We will never cross that line. If it comes to that, we'd rather die with our dignity intact, than survive by losing our humanity. Hearing his powerful words, I fell into a deep silence. In that moment, a sudden wave of respect for the man before me. In these desperate times, he still held on to his soul. I smiled faintly. To be honest, you're the first person in this apocalypse I actually admire. Li Jian let out a long, heavy sigh. Don't. Compared to you, I'm far behind. Emboldened by our conversation, Li Jian decided to take a daring chance. You once fed 300 people. There are only 300 survivors left now. You have the power to let everyone live well. I scoffed and turned to leave. I'm no god, Li Jian. Even if I saved them for a moment, they wouldn't be grateful. I know all too well how kindness can turn into resentment. In this wasteland, self-preservation is the only true law. I don't have grand ambitions, or a heart of gold. I just want to live well and maybe have a dozen kids with my beautiful 𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐏, while the old man lay in the sickbed next door. I was in the kitchen with 𝐀𝐏𝐿, discussing the origin of life. The grudges within the neighborhood were finally over, and my heart felt lighter than it had in ages. Just before I had left the child with Li Jian, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, wheat, over a dozen crops. This was the only chance at a future I could offer them. You should try growing your own food to survive. In this apocalypse, self-reliance is your only hope. Don't say, I never helped you. I'm only giving you this because your actions actually moved me. You showed me a rare spark of humanity. Of course, you could just eat the seeds instead. It's your choice. With that, I walked away, leaving Li Jian and the neighbors. Can anything really grow in this frozen hell? Just as they wondered, a man appeared. It was academician 𝐀𝐏𝐿 from the agricultural college. He urged everyone to protect those seeds immediately. If these grow, we survive. Li Jian collected them, still looking at the professor with doubt. Is it even possible? 𝐀𝐏𝐿's body trembled. It has to be. We have no other choice left. Even a 1 in a million chance is our only hope. It's the only way we stay alive. Everyone tucked the seeds into their clothes, terrified the frost might kill their last hope. I felt a strange sense of peace. All the grudges from my past life were finally settled. After Kia treated Uncle Yu, I told her I was hungry. She quickly put on her apron. As she started cooking, I leaned in and whispered, how about I just eat you instead? We spent the whole night working hard. Kia was exhausted. Then, a text arrived from Suhao. He said Wang Siming was ready to meet. I wasn't in any rush to head over, but Suhao was panicking. After that injection I gave him, he hadn't slept for a second. He felt like death was looming. I told him to come over so we could talk. Stepping into my warm home felt like a beggar entering a golden jewel-filled paradise. The moment I appeared, Su-hao knelt on the carpet, eager to report on Wang Ximing. I smiled and silenced him. Save the talk. Just hand over your phone right now. I'll check the chat logs myself. Su-hao's face turned pale with pure, unfiltered terror. I reached out my hand. Is there something you're hiding? Give it here, or you're dead. I finally decided to have a child with Kit. With the local drama over, life was good. We turned every corner of the house into our playground. But with Uncle Yu still down, I needed to seize Wang Ximing's billion-dollar shelter. Su-hao mentioned it had specialized luxury rooms. That caught my interest immediately. I called Su-hao to discuss our strategy. He was ready to give me a full report. Don't bother, I told him. I'll just look at the chat history myself. Su-hao froze. His messages to Wang Ximing were filled with things I definitely shouldn't see. He had insulted me to no end. Cold sweat poured down his face. I pressed my gun against his head. Still hiding things. Ready to see your coffin? I only talk trash to gain his trust, he cried, handing over the device with shaking hands. I scrolled through the logs. They had been in contact for over 2 weeks already. I skimmed the messages, a cold, mocking smirk slowly forming on my lips. No wonder he was so nervous. I shoved the screen right in front of his face. He gulped. I swear, I only said those things so he would believe me. Our lives are linked. If you die, I'm finished too. I have no reason to betray you. I didn't care about the insults. I'd already predicted most of it anyway. More importantly, he hadn't mentioned my weapons. Wang Ximing was still in the dark. Wang only cared about my supplies and the snowmobile. Su-hao was playing it smart. He'd been looking for a chance to switch sides the moment he saw my true power. After I burned those buildings, he was fully on my side. I paused to think. I could use this information gap to take him by surprise and seize the shelter. Now, tell me about their security. Weapons, defenses. I want every single detail. Su-hao didn't dare hide a thing. He confessed every secret he knew about the fortress. Every secret was laid bare. That shelter was built with aerospace materials, capable of weathering a nuclear blast. A frontal assault was suicide. He knew they lacked heavy artillery, only sprayers for tear gas and sedative vapors. The entrance was fortified with high-heat flame. Wang Ximing had once flexed by tossing a chicken inside as a demonstration. It turned into black ash in just 2.5 seconds. I closed my notebook. Wang Ximing's true targets. ... were my precious supplies and my snowmobile. As long as he wanted those, my life was likely safe. If I hid the snowmobile beforehand, he wouldn't risk killing me, even if I were captured. He'd likely drag me inside for interrogation. That was my ticket to safely bypassing those lethal corridors. Su-hao chimed in desperately, agreeing to play along as Wang Ximing's puppet to lead me into the trap. The plan was simple. I'd feign being knocked out by gas. A thin smile played on my lips. The plan was solid, with a 95% chance of success. Yet, a nagging doubt remained. After all, my life's motto had always been one word. Once a pathetic loser, I was reborn into this frozen apocalypse with an incredible spatial ability. Using this power, I had hoarded an entire supermarket and a military armory before the world froze. Now, to upgrade my lifestyle, I'd set my sights on that billion-dollar fortress. But those traps were a problem. Facing high-heat flames and gas meant putting my life in someone else's hands. Following Su-hao's lead felt so risky. I needed absolute control. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. I had this mystical spatial dimension. Yet until now, I had only ever treated it ... as a simple storage warehouse. I hadn't even considered its potential as a devastating weapon in combat. This pocket dimension could instantly absorb anything, and time within its borders was virtually frozen. If I could unlock its full potential, the possibilities would be limitless. I stood up abruptly, filled with resolve. I gestured for Su Hao, who was still pathetically clinging to my leg, but he wailed that the poison would kill him. I rolled my eyes, reminding him he had 7 days left. I wasn't about to let him die before we secured that shelter. My cold, sharp gaze silenced him. Su Hao hesitated, then dragged his miserable face out of my safe house like a kicked puppy. Once he was gone, I couldn't wait to put my new theory to the test. I knew my powers went far beyond just storage and marksmanship. There was so much more to master. My immediate priority was finding a way to neutralize the shelter's deadly defensive systems. I lit a bonfire in the living room and activated my spatial portal to swallow the flames whole. Since time inside was static, I could reverse the vector and fire the flames back at my enemies. The experiment was a resounding success. My eyes gleamed. This spatial power truly had no bounds. With this absolute defense, I was practically invincible. No attack could touch me now. Once I mastered this technique, all long-range attacks would become useless. Perhaps even close combat too. Then, a darker thought crossed my mind. What would happen if I pulled a person into the void? I had only tested it on fish, and they hadn't survived. In a brawl, this could be my ultimate trump card. Driven by curiosity, I headed downstairs to find a human test subject. The more a man resisted, the more exhilarating the test. I needed to see how this worked in battle. I had the neighbors choose a sacrificial lamb. The poor guy looked like he was heading to his execution. I tossed him a wooden club and gave him a choice. Attack me. I'd reward him with a whole roast chicken. Desperation flared in his eyes as he grabbed the weapon. Realizing it was his only hope, he roared and swung the club down with everything he had. I didn't even flinch. I just activated my spatial power. After a month, it was pure instinct. Using the void was now as natural as breathing. In an instant, an invisible gateway manifested before my palm. The man froze in shock. His club vanished into thin air. Before he could flee, I reached out and pulled. With a simple flick of my wrist, he was swallowed by the void. I peered inside to examine my prisoner. The man was motionless. No pulse, no heartbeat. It seems time within the dimension is truly frozen. I pulled him out. He gasped for air, his face turning a deathly shade of pale. He stared in shock, realizing he was alive. Short stays aren't lethal. I began my questioning. Describe the sensation, I ordered. He whispered, it was a vast, white void. I saw mountains of supplies. It felt like a century passed. It was terrifying. My pupils narrowed. Consciousness remains active. Time there isn't perfectly still. It just flows infinitely slower. Once inside, the body is paralyzed, but the mind keeps racing through the void. That isolation would shatter anyone's sanity. Storing him felt like moving a skyscraper. The strain was immense. Is there resistance? Does the space reject large life forms? If a whole body won't work, what about parts? I sliced off 2 of his fingers. He tried to resist, but fear kept him. The severe digits stored instantly. This discovery only deepened my curiosity. Why do living souls fail where flesh succeeds? What is the logic behind this space? I tossed him some gauze. Patch yourself up. We aren't finished yet. Now, try to hit me. 40 days into the frozen apocalypse, all laws had crumbled. Humanity's darkness was laid bare. To test my combat skills, I prepared to discard him. As he groaned in pain, I pulled out roast chicken. He was fading, near collapse. The scent of food snapped him back. He ignored the pain and ate while sobbing. The experiments continued for hours, repeatedly testing, refining, until finally, I understood my limits. High-force objects are rejected, and living beings remain impossible. However, I can open portals. I can shift the trajectory of any physical strike. By manipulating vectors, I can strike back. I approached the man as he ate. He was still chewing. "Thanks for the help," I said. "But you're useless to me now. You simply know too much." Before he could speak, I drew my blade across his throat. There was no fear in his eyes, only a sense of relief, and perhaps gratitude. He was grateful to escape this hell. At least he tasted roast chicken one last time. For the next 2 days, I took one person daily. Simulations were vital for perfection. 3 days flew by. I had finally mastered every nuance of my spatial abilities. I summoned 𝐀𝐏𝐂. He looked haggard, despite having plenty of food to eat. He wasn't poisoned, but the psychological terror was real. Fear was eating him alive. Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang, please, give me the antidote. I produced a vial of saline. He bared his arm desperately. I injected him slowly. This only buys you 5 days. Pray our mission succeeds, or you're dead. The Salian acted like a miracle drug. His spirit returned instantly, fueled by false hope. He pounded his chest. "I swear on my life, we will take the shelter. I've already contacted Wang Siming. Just say the word, and we strike." Wang Siming thinks he's the predator, waiting for us to walk into his trap. His desperation was obvious. He's hungry for my supplies. His hoard must be empty. I forced 𝐀𝐏𝐂 to call him right then. He obeyed like a terrified dog. The trap was set for tomorrow. Everything was in place. I turned to leave. 𝐀𝐏𝐂 prepared for war. Meanwhile, Kia had become quite the clingy kitten. She saw me geared up and rushed over. She pulled me into a tight, desperate embrace. "Zhang Yi, please stay safe," she whispered. "Haven't we settled the neighborhood grudges?" I kept my plans silent. I'd left enough food for Uncle Yu to last week's. "Your food is in the kitchen," I told her. "Wait for my return. When the time is right, you'll know." I gripped 𝐀𝐏𝐂𝐄𝐿's chin gently, whispering for her not to worry about me. Zhang Yi never enters a battle he isn't certain to win. According to my cold, precise calculations, this mission carries a 97% success rate. I had prepared for every possible scenario. I pulled 𝐀𝐏𝐂𝐄 close and kissed her with a ferocity that left her breathless before finally letting go. A silver thread lingered at the corner of her lips as she looked at me with bashful longing. "Just stay home and be a good girl," I told her. "I'll deal with you properly when I return." As the door clicked shut, 𝐀𝐏𝐂𝐄 collapsed in front of it, paralyzed by her overwhelming worry. I had originally planned to leave tomorrow with 𝐀𝐏𝐂, but I moved the departure up to catch him off guard. He looked miserable and reluctant. Yet, he kept praising me, calling my move brilliant. I pulled out a heavy rope and commanded. 𝐀𝐏𝐂 begged, his voice trembling with desperation. "Don't you trust me yet? The poison in my system hasn't even been cured." I replied coldly, "It's simple. I just want this performance to look authentic." Imagine Wang Siming's reaction when he sees you bound. He'll definitely lower his guard then. 𝐀𝐏𝐂 knew any resistance was futile. He could only bow his head and submit to the restraints. Once he was secured, I revved the engine and steered the motorcycle out of the residential complex. Heading into the frozen wasteland, the wind and snow whipped against 𝐀𝐏𝐂's face like icy blades. Shivering violently, he stuttered, "Brother Zhang, do you have a spare helmet? This wind? It's cutting my skin like a knife." I let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Just endure it. Looking pathetic only makes our act more convincing." Soon, we arrived at the most elite villa district in all of Tianhai City. At the gates of Skylark Manor, I paused, momentarily stunned by the breathtaking landscape surrounding this fortress of the elite. Nestled between 2 hills and the sea, this place blocked the freezing gales. The snow here was thinner. Even in an apocalypse, there is no equality. It seems even the heavens show extra favoritism to the wealthy and powerful. Hearing my sigh, 𝐀𝐏𝐻 immediately sucked up to me. What does it matter? Compared to you, these tycoons aren't even living. We were still a distance from the gate, so I stored the motorcycle into my sub. We would approach the villa district on foot. 𝐀𝐏𝐻 stared in pure shock, his jaw dropping at the sight. You're a mutant. The big secret was finally out. As Zhang Yi and 𝐀𝐏𝐻 reached the entrance of Skylark Manor, they were spotted by a woman with a strikingly seductive figure. In a place like this, you were either a titan of industry or a top-tier celebrity. Survival here was a luxury few could afford. She watched them pass with desperate, conflicted eyes. Her charcoal was nearly gone, and her food supplies wouldn't last another week. The sudden appearance of these two men, they represented a chance to survive the frost. They had a snowmobile and moved with such strength. In this dying world, they clearly possessed the power to endure. If she wanted to live, she knew she had to cling to them. After all, who could possibly refuse? ... Stunning, world-class actress. Unaware of her gaze, the two soon arrived at the front door of Wang Siming's massive villa. I pressed my gun against the back of 𝐀𝐏𝐻's head. So this is the sanctuary. Move it. Get that door open now. 𝐀𝐏𝐻 walked to the door with a guilty expression, but everything was already being watched. Inside the control room, Wang Siming saw everything clearly on the monitors. He gasped in surprise at their unexpected arrival. Why were they a day early? And where was the snowmobile? Wang Siming frowned, filled with deep dissatisfaction and suspicion. He had no intention of opening the door yet, choosing to observe silently. 𝐀𝐏𝐻 began to stall, pretending to use retinal scans. Minutes ticked by, and my patience wore thin. I leveled the pistol right at his skull. One more trick, and I'll end you. The cold steel against his skin made 𝐀𝐏𝐻 nearly wet himself. He gestured frantically toward the camera, pleading with his eyes. He was desperately signaling to Wang Siming. Brother Wang, we've worked too hard for this. Don't let this golden opportunity slip away. Wang Siming understood the signal. He didn't trust 𝐀𝐏𝐻, but he had absolute faith in his own impenetrable fortress. If they dared to pull any stunts, he could turn them into roasted pigs in an instant. With a smirk, he pressed the button. The heavy doors groaned open, revealing a hallway stretching 10 meters. Seeing such opulence, I couldn't help but marvel. Wealth really does allow you to do whatever you want. 𝐀𝐏𝐻 pointed ahead. Through that inner door. And we're inside. I kept my gun pressed to 𝐀𝐏𝐻's head, advancing cautiously step by step into the belly of the beast. In the control room, Wang Siming swirled his wine, a confident grin spreading across his face as he hovered over the controls. The fish had finally taken the bait. In 5 minutes, he would go down there and bind them like cattle. Suddenly, 2 rows of tiny vents appeared along the ceiling of the corridor, hissing with a lethal intent. Thick white gas billowed out, instantly swallowing them both. He had finally entered the heart of the $10 billion shelter. The trap was sprung, and the white fog masked the danger that awaited them in this luxurious tomb. Before they could even marvel at the opulence, flooding the room with thick white gas. Watching the feed, Wang Siming smirked with triumph, while Zhang Yi prepared to put on the performance of a lifetime. The two began screaming insults through the haze. 𝐀𝐏𝐻, you backstabbing dog. You actually set me up. Just accept your fate, Zhang Yi. We don't want your life, Wang only wants your bike and your supplies. Gunshots soon echoed through the smoke. Swirling his wine glass, Wang Siming decided it was finally time to collect the prize. Inhaling that high-intensity gas usually meant instant unconsciousness. Their body would be completely... Little did they know, Zhang Yi had donned a gas mask and was absorbing the toxic clouds into his subspace dimension. Leaning against the wall, Zhang Yi faked being out cold, waiting for the perfect moment to strike once Wang appeared. Moments later, the heavy doors at the end of the hall groaned open. But as Zhang Yi peeked, his heart sank. The man approaching wasn't Wang Siming. Zhang Yi cursed silently that Su. How failed to mention there were others here. As the figure drew closer, Zhang Yi recognized him. It was the famous superstar, 𝐀𝐏𝐿, the idol of millions. Apparently, he was a close friend of Wang. Seeing that 𝐀𝐏𝐿 had no murderous intent, Zhang Yi decided to play along. He let 𝐀𝐏𝐿 carry them into the inner sanctum, squinting his eyes to scout the fortress's layout along the way. The interior was a futuristic marvel of cold metal and high-tech aesthetics, looking more like a starship than a house. They were soon dumped in front of Wang Siming. 𝐀𝐏𝐿 laughed, boasting about how easily he had neutralized the idiots. As they were being tied up, Wang Siming swaggered over, his eyes gleaming with arrogance and self-satisfaction. $1 billion shelter wouldn't be much if it couldn't handle 2 lowlifes. Wang gloated as the ropes were tightened. Wang and 𝐁𝐏𝐿 immediately began plotting their next move, completely ignoring their captives as they discussed their spoils. Once we have that snowmobile, we can go on joyrides every day. Unknown to them, Zhang Yi had quietly opened his dimension, slowly venting the stored gas. Still dreaming of their future luxury, the two villains suddenly felt the world begin to spin violently around them. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late. Zhang Yi produced a blade from thin air and cut his bonds. He stood over the collapsing pair, looking down at the brainless fools. First, he stripped them of their weapons. He found 2 solid gold Desert Eagles flashy toys that were more for show than combat. He tied the duo up tightly. With the threat neutralized, Zhang Yi began his tour of the billion-dollar fortress. And the living room nearly made his jaw drop. It seemed money really could buy anything. He moved toward the back doors of the hall, wondering what else lay ahead. What he saw next left him speechless. If the living room was luxurious, the massive indoor garden was on another level entirely. Stretching out before him was a literal micro-ecosystem. The scale of this villa was staggering, a perfect bastion for the apocalypse. This place was 10,000 times better than his old apartment. Every inch of it belonged to him. But what other dark secrets were hidden in Wang Siming's palace? I decided to head upstairs and investigate further. On the 2nd floor, the decor became even more Each door was labeled esports, cinema, and even a pleasure room. Every luxury imaginable was tucked behind these doors, showcasing the true extent of Wang's depravity and wealth. I opened the pet room and found cats and dogs, but also girls dressed in elaborate cat and bunny costumes. The 3 women lay on the floor in a daze, their provocative outfits and vacant stares telling a dark story. Clothes and used needles were scattered everywhere. Sensing someone at the door, the bunny girl crawled forward. "Prince Wang, please. Give us another chance. We'll do anything to please you. Just give us more of the good stuff." She was begging for drugs. Disgusted, I kicked her away. "You shameless parasites, .. Wang certainly knew how to play dirty. The girl stammered, claiming they weren't just anyone, they were elite, so I didn't care for their excuses. Women who sold their souls and bodies for money like this would only be a liability in this new world. Without a second thought, I raised my weapon and ended their misery, clearing the room one shot at a time. In the next room, I found several more young women on a waterbed, but they were already cold to the touch. They were just like the socialites next door. No wonder I felt a deathly chill the moment I stepped onto this floor. After finishing my sweep of the upper levels, I finally located the high-tech monitoring station in the basement. The room looked like the bridge of a galactic cruiser. This was clearly the central nervous system of the entire shelter. However, looking at the dizzying array of buttons and screens, I realized that without a manual, I was flying blind. Monitoring the screens, I realized Level 2 was a massive underground sports complex. It's the perfect training ground for my powers, but every door requires biometric authorization. To claim this fortress, I'll have to break Wang Siming, I returned to the lobby and doused him with ice water. In this freezing hell... That cold is pure agony. Simon jolted awake, only to find himself bound tight. How did a nobody like you do this? He spat. Survival takes more than money. I leveled my weapon at his head. A month in the apocalypse changed everything. I'm not here for small talk. You'd better start thinking very carefully now. Give me a reason to keep you alive. His decadent life ended today. Everything he owned was now mine. I splashed him again to keep him focused. If I want total control of this sanctuary, I need him to talk. Panic filled his eyes. His $1 billion fortress was breached so easily. He realized his wealth was worthless here. I decided to play the friendly survivor. Relax, young master. I just need a place to survive this frozen nightmare. There's room for both of us, right? He hesitated, his guard finally dropping. You won't kill me, I laughed. I'm no saint, but I'm no butcher. This place is huge. Besides, it's good to have friends in high places. That sparked his ego. He thought he saw a way out of this. Before the fall, everyone wanted his favor. So, you want to be my friend? I nodded seriously and sat down. This snow will pass, and order will return. When it does, a connection like you is my golden ticket to the top. Simon sneered with pride. That's easy. I'll make sure you're set for life. He was already plotting, thinking he had me completely fooled. He truly believed I was too naive to kill him, dreaming of the old world. Take anything he offered. Even the girls upstairs. Just untie me now. I gave him a playful look. I don't care about that. But if we're partners, grant me full system authorization, then I'll know I can truly trust you. He paused, weighing his options. If I do you swear not to kill me? I acted offended. I told you, I need you alive for my future success. He finally relaxed, blinded by hope. He knew he had no other choice. Trapped, he led me to the nerve center. The control room was a marvel. Once the system recognized me, a dark, predatory grin spread across my face. Simon begged for release, his voice trembling. Keep your word, untie me. My limbs are going numb. I simply smiled. Just one more second. Before the words faded, I drew my blade and opened his throat. Crimson sprayed like a fountain. He stared at me in pure, silent shock. He couldn't understand why. He died with eyes wide, full of unspent regret. You're useless now, I whispered. I don't keep ticking bombs around me. This $1 billion bunker is a masterpiece, complete with its own ecosystem. Every luxury imaginable is mine now. The previous owner is just a ghost. After finishing his dog, I began mopping up the remains of his legacy. I looked at the unconscious Su-Hao. Should I finish this burden too? But without him, I'd never have found this paradise, or seized this power. Su-Hao woke up and grinned. I knew you'd do it, Brother Zhang. He looked at Siming's corpse and nodded. I followed the right man. How'd you pull that off, Brother Zhang? I flashed a smug grin. Don't forget I'm a legendary soldier king. A veteran mercenary for a reason. Crushing a pampered brat like him? Child's play? Su-Hao roared, viciously stomping on Wang Siming's lifeless corpse. You pathetic waste. Who knew you'd end up like this? I reached into my subspace, pulling out a heavy hiking bag. Here's your reward. Take a look. Su-Hao's eyes widened. His gaze fixed on the mountain of food packed inside. A manic grin split his face from ear to ear. He began shoving food down his throat, desperate to prove his loyalty. You're my real brother now. I'll jump through hellfire for you. If I hesitate for even a second, I'm not human. I spoke with chill and calm. While you were unconscious, I took a hard look at the shelter's remaining stockpiles. Wang Siming squandered almost everything. At this rate, the power won't even last 2.5 years. So, you can't stay. Take your payment and get out. My words hit Su Hao like a bolt from the blue. He stood frozen, in shock. I helped you so much. All I want is a safe place to survive under your protection. You're just going to toss me aside like trash. Su Hao shrieked hysterically. You can't do this to me. I'm not going anywhere. He slammed the bag down, stepping forward with a look of pure, desperate defiance. Don't you dare cross me. If you force me out, I'll tell the whole world you've seized this bunker. I'll expose you as a mutant. When word gets out, an army will come to hunt you down. As he spoke, I raised my pistol without hesitation. Bang! A single shot tore through his skull. I was actually going to let you live. I'm no traitor, but you chose to threaten me, ending you now. It's only logical. Satisfied with my cold reasoning, I gave a small nod. I looked down at his cold body and whispered, anger won't make you strong. In this world, only power matters. I reached down and reclaimed the bag. I gave you a choice, but you forced my hand. In this frozen hell, I held the world's ultimate sanctuary. This entertainment room alone is bigger than my entire old house. But a palace without a soul is just a lonely cage. Maybe it's time to bring Kia here ... to study of. As for Uncle Yu, this shelter. I'm not ready to share this paradise. After all, Kia and I need our own private space together. Having a third wheel would just kill the mood. To repay his kindness, I'll leave him my old safe house. It needs a reliable guard anyway. Plus, it serves as the perfect backup stronghold for my own survival. Always have an exit strategy. Uncle, you will be thrilled. I still owe him a new companion. I did kill his precious Z lighting, after all. I need to make amends, but I must choose carefully. I can't risk bringing in another manipulative snake. For now, let's check out this massive 300-inch plasma screen. I turned it on to find foreign channels. I was stunned the Great Blizzard should have wiped out all global signals. How was this possible? I flipped through dozens of stations. All of them broadcasting live from around the globe. Does this bunker have a god-tier network? I followed the cables to the roof and found a massive server array. I couldn't help but laugh. A system this powerful, its reach is truly global. Now, the world's secrets are at my fingertips. I hurried back to the control room, heart racing with anticipation. I fired up the terminal and scoured the latest news. It was exactly as grim as I had suspected. 1 month into the Great Frost, and 3/4 of humanity is gone. Only 2 billion souls remain. Suddenly, a report on mutants caught my eye. I sat bolt upright. This was the information I needed most. The intel was staggering. Hundreds of nations were now reporting sightings of these strange, mutated beings. It's not just humans, animals, insects. Even plants are evolving. But only a lucky few gain true power. For most, mutation is a nightmare of deformity and madness. Some have completely lost their human forms. Official reports are low, but I know better. There are countless others hiding their gifts, just like me. The world outside is a death trap. This only solidifies my resolve. I'm staying bunkered down right here. My supplies are endless, but I have to go back and get Kia first. Living with a beautiful, loyal woman is the only way to make this apocalypse truly bearable. Without wasting another second, I revved up my snowmobile and headed back toward the Yulu district. I must bring Kia here. Survival is one thing, but life without a little fun. I tore through the snow, the engine's roar cutting through the heavy, awkward silence of the frozen wasteland. Just as I was about to set off, a woman's voice called from behind. It was a soft, cutesy, saccharine tone. I turned around, my eyes widening with shock and delight. Could it be the legendary superstar, Yang Xiaomi? Can I use your bathroom? When she asked that, I felt my entire body go numb with disbelief. I nearly started planning her funeral. Just moments ago, I was heading out to pick up Jackie. But at the shelter, a familiar voice stopped me. Please, wait for me. I drew my pistol instantly. Who goes there? I barked. Then, a stunning, curvaceous woman appeared. I recognized her in a heartbeat. It was the top-tier idol known by all of China, the dream girl of million Zhang Yi. She looked utterly pitiful. I haven't eaten 9 meals in 3 days. Can you take me with you? I don't want to die here. My brow furrowed in suspicion. A famous star throwing herself at me? This had to be a dream, but in this dying world, survival is never guaranteed. If you want a ride, give me a damn good reason. Yang Xiaomi bit her lip, her eyes filled with desperation as she stared me down. I just want to live. If you feed me, I'll do anything you want, no matter how indecent. Looking at her tempting cherry lips, my face turned bright red. I couldn't find a single word to refuse. My very soul was being lured away. Then, follow me. I turned the car around, immediately abandoning my plan to head to the Yulo district. The thought of picking up 𝐀𝐏𝐿 vanished. Soon, we reached Lark Manor. Yang Xiaomi gasped in shock. Isn't this Wang Siming's place? I pulled out the keycard and opened the door. It's my home now. Entering the cozy 27-degree shelter. She felt the heat instantly. Beneath her grey sweater was a figure that even thick wool couldn't hide. I swallowed hard at the sight. Today, I'd play the role of the conqueror. Sensing my intense gaze, she brushed her hair back gracefully. What's your relationship with the owner? She asked flirtatiously. I didn't give her a straight answer. Are you close with Wang Siming? I countered. Everyone knows him. His family is incredibly wealthy. But we weren't close, just acquaintances from events. She lowered her voice, mocking her own status. A playboy like him never truly respected us actresses. I handed her a cup of hot water. Then don't ask questions. Just remember one thing. I am the master of this house now. At this point, I wasn't afraid of the murder being exposed. Billionaires and socialites, ... In this apocalypse, their lives are as worthless as weeds. Yang Xiaomi understood the hidden meaning perfectly. She drained the cup, then asked bashfully, Take a hot bath here? I pointed toward the bathroom. Be my guest. As she walked away, she let her clothes fall to the floor. The thought of a hot bath was intoxicating for her. But since entering the villa, every step she took was calculated. This was a high-stakes gamble. Her body was her only remaining currency. The body that millions of men dreamed of was all she had left. Watching the man outside undress, young Xiaomi knew she had won the bet. He wasn't some ugly old man, but a clean-cut youth. Even if she stayed with him until the world ended, it wasn't a bad deal. I, being a gentleman, didn't subject her to a crude search the moment she walked in. However, for safety's sake, I kept a close eye on her while she bathed, ensuring she had no hidden weapons or poison. A single cup of cheap water had broken the goddess's defenses. The national idol even felt that this was a fair trade. In the end times, status and wealth mean nothing. Life is as cheap as dirt. Only resources are king. With a superstar knocking at my door, I had no reason to say no. I brought her inside, where she immediately began to undress. She asked for the bath, and the hot water confirmed she'd made the right choice. It was time to settle. She wasn't someone who had slept her way to the top. She had earned her fame through hard work, but to survive, she knew she had to pay the price. She was prepared for the sacrifice, and all she had to offer was that legendary body that haunted the dreams of every man. This was a matter of life and death. Once the blizzard passed, she would be a star again. With that thought, she stepped out of the bath and asked pitifully, How could I survive alone? Can you take me in? I need a man's protection, she whispered. Her eyes begged me. I won't stay long, just until the snow clears. This stays between us. I shook her off. She was definitely a clever one. Getting straight to the point. Good. No need for fake romance here. Do you think the world just goes back to normal? Don't be so naive. It will, she insisted. This storm won't just bury my entire life's work. I didn't care about her heart. My supplies were the only things that mattered. Whatever. Now that I know her game, she can stay. No more wasting time. But here, I'm the boss. No talking back. That's my absolute rule. She was ready. I stopped holding back and pinned her down right then. The woman every man craved. A dream, my younger self. Once chased. Now, that fantasy was finally reality. 3 minutes later, I pulled a dress from the void. She stared, completely Is that magic? I turned to leave. Just a little trick. Put it on. But her soft, high-pitched voice called me back, melting my heart. Is there a round two? She asked shyly, standing up to face me. She playfully punched my chest. No, I have real business to discuss. I stretched. Let's talk elsewhere. I'm hungry. Let's grab some food first. Zhang Yi was hooked. After some back and forth, I finally gave in. I dressed to fetch 𝐀𝐏𝐄𝐄, but 𝐷𝐿 grabbed my arm tightly. She insisted on talking business. Soon, she looked like a noble lady again. I laid out steaming hot food. The sight made her jaw drop once more. More magic. Let's eat and talk. Everything needs to be clear. I have no high demands. I just need one thing from you. Obedience. You're a smart woman, 𝐷𝐿. She bit her lip, still flushed from our intense battle earlier. I get it. It's common in our world, but I still have my principles. I laughed. Negotiating on my turf. She really was a top-tier star. Let's hear them then. She spoke with a serious, professional tone. First, keep this a secret. We part ways when the snow melts. My reputation is everything. I can't afford a scandal right now. Fair enough, I agreed. Second, I'll obey, but don't be a monster. No twisted demands without my consent. She looked so conflicted. Seeing her struggle between shame and survival gave me a dark thrill. I stood up and moved in. The spirit of a conqueror took over. You came to me, playing hard to get. You're a professional, right? Keep that act up. Keep me happy, and I'll consider your terms. I pulled her onto the table, but even now, she wouldn't stop bargaining. Do you promise? Agree to my conditions first, she pleaded. I smiled. Relax. I'm no demon. Just stay obedient and you'll be fine. The next day, I prepared to head out to find 𝐀𝐏𝐿. 𝐷𝐿 looked genuinely worried. When will you be back? She asked. I chuckled. Don't worry. I'll be back before you know it. A thought struck me. Are there many other stars living around here? She blinked. This is the elite zone. Everyone here is worth billions. There are plenty of starlets out there, but listen, I have this friend. He was played by a manipulative woman and needs someone like you to heal his broken heart. I want to find him a companion. Can you check the high society circles for someone suitable? Young 𝐷𝐿 froze in shock, her face flushing with indignation. Are you sure this friend isn't just you? In this wasteland, a single loaf of bread can bring a national goddess to her knees. Middle-aged nobody. I was about to head out for 𝐀𝐏𝐿 when I suddenly thought of Uncle Yu back at the safe house. I asked young 𝐷𝐿 to scout for a partner among the elite, my only requirements. No schemes and a generous figure. To my surprise, she agreed instantly. It seemed many from the wealthy districts were still clinging to life. While there were plenty of finding one without a manipulative bone in her body would be a challenge. After a moment of thought, she asked cautiously, would your friend mind if she's a bit mature? I told her that was exactly what he liked, knowing Uncle Yu's particular tastes. I wanted someone stable for him. Someone who knew her place and like that troublemaker. Young 𝐷𝐿 breathed a sigh of relief. That makes things easier. Do you know Johan? My eyes widened instantly. Was she serious? In this country, who doesn't know the legendary Zhang Yi? She was my childhood goddess. Even in her 40s, she put women in their 20s. Even I couldn't help but admire her timeless elegance. Contact her right now, I urged. Soon, 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂 arrived at the shelter, wrapped in a heavy coat, looking as radiant and curvaceous as ever. I couldn't help but think, Uncle Yu hit the jackpot. I immediately pulled some fresh food from my sup. Her eyes ignited at the sight. Tossing her dignity aside, she collapsed onto the sofa and began devouring the meal. Thank you for giving me a home, she mumbled. In this hellscape, a meal ticket and a protector were everything. To her, this was a fair trade. Once they were settled, I prepared to head back for 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂. Before leaving, I gave them a stern warning. Everything about me must remain a total secret. Reveal a single detail to the outside world, and you'll face my wrath. I knew these two weren't naive children. Without another word, I prepared to escort 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂 back to Uncle Yu's location. The bitter wind howled across the villa district, where the river had long since been choked by ice and snow. On the opposite bank sat Zhugia town, a poor village of farmers and fishermen who lived off the land. Since the Great Freeze began, they had surprisingly become the most comfortable survivors in the entire city. They had grain, they were physically tough, and most importantly, the villagers were fiercely united. Today, they gathered on the ice with their tools. This is the spot. The leader, 𝐷𝐷, at his command, several men deployed a massive ice-breaking rig, using a pack of huskies for traction. The machine roared to life, shattering the frozen surface. Instantly, schools of fish began to surface. This was their lifeline, a vital source of protein. Su Manjin, a dog owner, began chatting with the leader. Glancing at the luxury mansions in the distance, Manjin sneered. Look at those pampered city dwellers. They're probably all frozen solid by now. Thank God we're from the country. At least, we have food. They looked across the river at the high-end villas they once envied, now feeling nothing but smug superiority. But as they basked in their pride, the sudden roar of an engine shattered the silence of the frozen wasteland. The mechanical thunder was deafening, cutting through the stillness like a jagged blade. I was tearing across the ice on my snowmobile with 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂 behind me. A cold sweat broke out. Who were these people? Had they actually adapted to these lethal temperatures? In the end, who survives longer in the apocalypse? The urban elite? The answer was clear. Yet I never expected anyone to be out fishing on a river in this nightmare. Before I could process it, a blood-curdling bark rang out. Dogs! 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂 screamed behind me. 7 or 8 ferocious beasts were charging toward us, howling like demons as they pulled a makeshift sled. I knew this was trouble. I barked at her, slamming the throttle to the floor. It was time to vanish. I knew these villagers. They were famous for their deadly unity and lack of mercy. Cross one person here, and you provoke the entire village. I floored the snowmobile across the frozen river. But those hounds are relentless. In this apocalypse, even these huskies have awakened their primal wolf ferocity. Suddenly, a villager hurls a harpoon with lethal intent. I swerve violently, the steel tip barely grazing me. A direct hit would be fatal. To avoid the strike, I jerk the handlebars with everything I have. I slam the brakes to a dead stop. The sheer force sends 𝐀𝐏𝐻𝐂 flying into the snow. The once famous starlet breaks down in terrified sobs. By then, the villagers have already blocked our escape. Leave the bike and the woman, and you can live, they roar. Enough. I draw my pistol. I don't seek trouble, but I don't fear it. The cold steel of my gun is far more persuasive. The villagers instinctively flinch and retreat. Their leader, 𝐷𝐷, eyes me warily. Where'd you get that gear? I have no time for small talk. Got it as a promo gift. The villagers exchange uneasy glances. They seem to be debating a retreat. But looking at my snowmobile and Jaime, their greed remains unshaken. Their lust for loot is unmistakable. A cocky youth steps forward. Look, friend, I won't make this hard. This is our turf. Leave the girl or the bike. Do these fools truly have a death wish? I level my weapon at them. Think this is a toy. Another man laughs with mocking arrogance. 4 of us and 8 dogs. You got enough bullets? In this wasteland, everyone is a desperate outlaw. They've long since forgotten the value of life. In the distance, I see a mob approaching fast. Their village is just across the bank. If reinforcements arrive, I'll be completely surrounded and finished. Since they won't listen to reason, they'll taste lead. I manifest a second pistol from my side. You force my hand? My dual pistols roar, instantly dropping 4 men and 2 of their hounds. The gunfire doesn't deter the remaining beasts. It drives them wild. Without their masters, they are unleashed. The dogs lunge, fangs bared and dripping with saliva. There's no time to reload. It's a kill or be killed moment. I snap open the subspace portal. The dogs vanish instantly. I just wanted a peaceful life with my girls. But trouble found me the moment I stepped out. Killing those 4 men from Sioux Town sparked a feud. Retaliation is inevitable. Still, that was the first time I used my subspace in a real battle. I successfully trapped all 8 beasts in my void. My heart is still racing. One bite would be the end. Injuries are manageable. Thank God for my unique power. This subspace is the ultimate defense. I've even given this skill a fittingly dramatic, edgy name. Dimension Gate. I steady my breathing as more villagers rush toward the sound of the gunshots. Get on, now, I bark at the dazed Jaime. I floor the accelerator, leaving the scene instantly. Those hounds will suffocate in my void soon enough. Those 50-pound beasts are the perfect test. I'll use them to observe their time of death and determine the time flow within my Moments after I vanish, the leader 𝐀𝐏𝐿𝐿 finally arrives at the scene of the slaughter. The sight of 4 lifeless bodies leaves the survivors trembling with rage. 𝐀𝐏𝐿𝐿 lets out a pained roar. I warned them not to provoke him, but they insisted on chasing him down on those sleds. Their greed cost them everything. Then, a villager realizes something chilling. Every single dog has vanished. Our trained hounds would never just run off. The gravity of the situation finally sinks in. The killers were just 2 people, yet they possessed a rare snowmobile and 𝐀𝐏𝐿𝐿 firearms. 𝐀𝐏𝐿𝐿 blood runs cold. He's lost 4 men and 8 invaluable hunting dogs in one encounter. How can he explain this disaster to the village? One thing is certain: this cannot stand. Whoever did this will pay in blood. But the killer's methods were unnatural. They need the chief. Perhaps their enemy is an awakened. Meanwhile, at the heart of the village, a bizarre building stands out, packed to the ceiling with anime figures and otaku collectibles. A shut-in recluse is cuddling with his waifu when the chief suddenly kicks the door down. Chun-Li, we have a crisis. The chief stares in disgust at the pathetic mess of anime posters. The chief's face darkens with anger. You worthless brat, are you still obsessed with these cartoons now?